Hey, you guys, we're back at it again for another live stream reading. I know y'all have been waiting for this one, my chosen one, all signs collective reading. We have been pushing it back for so long, and now we are here. I'm so excited to get started. So, drop your zodiac signs down in the chat. Let me know y'all ready for the read. Okay, we're going to get into your 144 cosmic upgrade reading. I have been trying to do this one forever, but we're here. 144 cosmic upgrades for the All Signs Collective. So if you guys are interested in tuning in, seeing what I got to say about it, like the video, subscribe to the channel if you love it here, and check out my other videos and all that good stuff. All right. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. We finally get to do this. All right. I'm going to be coming up with the board now. So if you want to drop your zodiac sign, definitely do that. And let me take off this volume. Okay. So this is for my chosen collective. If you feel like a chosen one or whatnot, we're going to get the messages for you. Hunty. Today is the day. Finally. All right, here we go. 144 chosen. Keep dropping your zodiac signs, y'all. All right, you guys. Making the board look pretty today. Okay. We're going to make the board look pretty today. Scorpios get to go first because it's their birthday season. So Scorpio, we see you at the top here. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a wonderful birthday month so far. Okay. Let's get into the zodiac signs coming in. We have Virgo, Capricorn, Sagittarius, I'm going to put Sagittario because I can never fit the US. We have Cancer, Aquarius, Aries, Scorpio. Oh, we already have Scorpio. I forgot. They're first. My bad. Pisces. Then we have Taurus, Leo, okay, Gemini. Why is Libra always last? It's so crazy, but there's no Libras in the chat at all. I don't even see no Libras, but they always complain they're last. But it's because they don't be here. That's crazy. It happens almost every live stream. It's really weird. But Libras, you guys are last. Don't mind my bird. She's having herself a day. She's yelling at the other bird. The other bird's trying to invade her space. They'll be up in here yelling at each other. Yeah. Gemini and then Libra. Okay, this is the All Signs Collective for the Chosen One reading. My 144. Yeah. I want to use the Mystique of Magdalene Oracle card deck for the messages. It's been calling to me for the last like 2 weeks. Every time we keep pushing this live stream back, I keep getting called to this Oracle deck. So Mary Magdalene and the crew want to talk to you, I guess. So we're going to be pulling those cards. All right. And we might be reading the passages outside of each one of these cards. We might be reading out straight out from the book, but I am going to be channeling messages first from the cards. All right. I'm excited. Y'all excited? Happy Friday. Isn't it weird? It doesn't feel like a Friday. It felt like yesterday was a Friday. Isn't that weird? Today's a Friday, though. It makes me feel like I got an extra day out of the week. Yes. Hey. Shout out to the OGs in the chat. My OG members. We got Janita, The Bay, Exotic, Seth. Oh, dang, it's Jenny, Katrina. Thank you for being members of the channel and for tuning in on a Friday. Who else is up in the building? We got Nye sending me floating hearts. Thank you so much for the gifts, love. Shout out to the OGs. We got Sharon, who's my OG member. And of course, all of my in-betweens. I see you, LV and Latia and Shag Nugget. We got Ashley in the chat as well, Miss Ashulera. Who else? Body Chills, thank you so much for the flower gifts. And Nye, thank you for the party hat. Appreciate that. Blue Princess is in the chat. We also have Jennifer, Miss Alvarez up in the building. We got Rosa and Druzy. We have Jennifer, Miss Alvarez in the chat. Naya. We got LK up in the building. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. All right. You've been waiting on the Chosen One reading forever? I know. We had to keep pushing it back. We're here, though. We're here. We be thriving. Hi, Bia. We be thriving. All right, here we go. Starting off with Scorpio. If you're a Scorpio or watching for your Scorpio placements, we are going to be starting the reading. Okay. So draw up your zodiac sign if you feel like you're ready for the read. Let's get into prayer. Thank you, God, for creator and ancestors and angels for everything that you do for me in the collective on a daily. All the love, the sustenance, the abundance, the peace, the harmony, the grace, the balance, the protection. For we are nothing without it. We are everything with you at this time. I ask that you cleanse my space, my mind, body, soul, and spirit of any low vibrational energies or entities that do not belong here. Only that of the highest white light is allowed in this space. Anything low vibrational is committed to leave out. By my higher forces of love and light, Ashe, and so it is. Thank you, God, Source, Creator, angels, and ancestors for all that you do for us on a daily. Please allow me to clearly hear, see, and speak the messages deemed worthy for everyone's highest good in mind, no matter what zodiac sign they identify. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source, for all that you do for us on a daily. For we are nothing without it. We are everything with you. So glory be to the Most High, forever and ever and ever. Ashe, and so it is. That's crazy. Lock in, gang. Here we go. Mary Magdalene meditating. I think this is a collective message for everybody. I wasn't ready for this card to come out, but I would assume that it's directly for Scorpio. Mary Magdalene meditating is such a beautiful card because that's basically what she was known for, was doing that, especially in like the forest alone and out in nature alone. She attracted a lot of animals. As you can see, the wolves are around her to protect her, animal spirits and spirit guides of the animal form. Who knows if those animals actually shapeshifted into people? I don't know, but it's definitely saying that she was very in tune with nature and animals here. Your message here coming through, Scorpio, is very much about retreating, very much about pulling away, maybe from the hustle and bustle of life, and pulling inwards. Okay, so pulling away from society and pulling inwards to your inner self. So your inner spirituality is being highlighted here. For a lot of you Scorpios, you're being pushed or drawn to go meditate or to be out in nature or to have a lot more quiet time for yourself. You're being pushed and drawn to solitude right now, especially in the hermit mode season, which is winter time. So Spirit is saying here, go outside, meditate, or find some time throughout the day at some point, make it a priority to meditate, okay? There's something here being activated for a lot of you who are chosen ones. I feel like you are going to see out of your third eye very clearly more often than before because we are in this winter season of hibernation mode, but also at the same time, Scorpio, I feel like you've already had a lot of spiritual awakenings, and so Spirit is trying to maybe speak to you and put all the pieces together and really get you to see how you can connect all the dots and make more sense of it, because maybe for some of you with the spiritual awakenings that you've had, for some of you guys, you may have like bits and pieces not really adding up, or maybe you have different dreams and you're still trying to think of how do those add up, or what are they trying to say. Spirit is saying, if you meditate, I will tell you, I will show you through your third eye. So that's what this is giving here. As you can see, Mary Magdalene has a really, really beautiful aura around her. Like you could see that depicted like around her silhouette here. And I love this card. I think it's just like so beautiful. Just catching somebody in their meditative state. Turn this light on so y'all can see. But yeah, she has that outer glow, and that's her aura energy. So we're going to read out of the Oracle card deck book to see what this is saying even further. But the number here that I noticed was 35. So the number here could be very much significant to you as far as someone's age. For some of you Scorpios, you're turning 35, or you already are 35 and maybe turning 36. For others of you, you've been seeing the repeating numbers 3, 5, or 8. For some of you guys, you were born on that birthday day. Okay, so maybe December 3rd, 5th, or 8. For some of you, that is your life path number, number 3, 5, or 8. Okay, so take it how it resonates. It's not going to be for all, but definitely what I'm channeling from the messages here. All right, so let's tap into the rest of the message. I don't know why my voice been cracking. It's been cracking since yesterday. If my voice is cracking, it's because it's just been cracking since yesterday. Probably because I do so many readings. You guys have been booking me up. And I do have that Black Friday sale still going. So if you guys are interested in booking a personal with me, you can. Okay, it's still open until December 1st. Okay, until Cyber Monday. So if you guys are looking to book a personal, I would highly suggest it. Otherwise, I don't have my bookings opened until March 2026. Okay. All right. So we have Mary Magdalene meditating, and I'll hold up the card while I'm reading it. But it says here, it is not a time to approach and intrude on someone's privacy. Give them space. Forward motion is not recommended. Wait, be patient, and things will return and things will turn out well. So for some of you guys, it's interesting because you might be having a particular outcome or expectation with someone or a personal thing, but whatever that is, Spirit is saying be patient and wait. And while you're in waiting, meditating is a very good thing that you could be doing at this time, especially as a chosen one, especially with someone with grand intuition and a third eye that is very, very potent and very strong. So Spirit is telling you to just wait and be patient. Things will turn out well. And to give whatever it is that you need to give space, give it its space. Okay. So if it's somebody who you want a particular outcome with, or if it's a situation you're expecting a particular opportunity from, or whatever the case is, Spirit is saying, don't approach and intrude on this space and time of magic, of mystery to happen. Spirit is saying like you want to embrace the unknown here. You want to really, really trust in your own inner power. The more anxious you get, the more that should be the sign to go within. That should be the sign to stop and pray, to stop and meditate, to stop and just do something that centers you, grounds you, maybe go outside. So Spirit is really trying to show you, like, I really want you to be cognizant and self-aware of when you are feeling these weird feelings of uncertainty or over concern or overthinking, over worrying and anxiousness. I want you to realize that when you feel like that, that is because I need you to come back into balance. And when you do that, everything else outside of you will work out the way you expected. So Spirit is saying, be patient, wait, things will turn out well, but forward movement is probably not going to happen right now, or is not recommended for you. So it says here, Mary Magdalene liked to venture out into the wilderness to meditate alone. Wolves and other forest creatures could guard her and in her vulnerable state of deep concentration and protect her from inquisitive intruders. In her state of trance, she was able to rise into the higher vibrational fields of the etheric planes and meet with Yeshua. So when Mary Magdalene was meditating in these wilderness and in these woods or wherever she was at with nature, the animals, like I said, would protect her, like I was mentioning, but also what she was doing was coming into alignment with who she felt like she was meant to be with. This is before she met Yeshua. Those of you who know him as Jesus, right? But Spirit is saying here that this is your ability to do this. So they're highlighting this with you, Scorpio, because it's very necessary for you to realize that you have this particular asset, power, talent, or skill here to do that with the things that you desire. So if it's a person, place, or thing that is of your highest good and in alignment to you and aligns to your morals and values, and you decided, hey, this is what I need, this is what I desire, this is what I want, this is what I want to communicate with, this is what I want a good outcome to. Spirit is saying when you do this, you are in the higher state of trance, in the Mary Magdalene trance, where you're able to meet with your desires. In her case, she was meeting with Yeshua before she met him. You see what I mean? So for some of you guys, you're trying to manifest a soulmate. What you need to do is meditate the soulmate. Does that make sense? So it says here, in this way of her meditation and trance, her knowledge and teachings for her disciples would increase and expand. The Gnostic Gospels tell of a man who followed Mary Magdalene into the wilderness to see what she did there. A pack of wolves surrounded him, staring silently. When Mary appeared, she rebuked the disciple for disturbing her without having been invited. She was often called the mistress of the forest because she could commune with the wild creatures, and they were honored to protect her from harm. She communicated with the spirits of all living things and the earthly mother herself, Mother Earth, as personified by Sophia or Shekinah and Gaia. As guardians, animals have highly developed senses that recognize the different vibrations and intentions emitting from human beings. You could reach deeper levels of consciousness when you feel protected by your animal allies. So for those of you who have pets, I just want to mention this. For those of you who have any type of pet, it could be a mouse, it could be a cat, a dog, a chinchilla, a bird. It doesn't matter what pet you have. Your pet literally picks up on the vibrations of other people. And you notice that when you're out and about having to walk your pet, if you take them outside, or if you take them to the vet, or if you take them over to a friend's house, or you take them to get watched by someone like a pet sitter, or even if you're at home in the comfort of your own home and certain people walk in, your pet is very cognizant and very aware to other people's auras, other people's energy, and their intentions. And if you ever notice that it doesn't matter what pet you have, how protective they get over you, it's because you have this ability to connect with your pet in a way that maybe not many people do. And what's interesting is that for some of you guys, for some of you guys, it's interesting because you don't have a pet, but you want one. That's going to land for somebody. Somebody doesn't have a pet here who's a Scorpio and wants one. The reason why you want one is because you are connected to, whether you're trying to meditate a pet or not, you're manifesting this pet to be yours at some point in your life, even if it's not right now. And it's because you're being called to a particular guardian. You're being called to a particular animal to protect you, to bond with, to give you more knowledge. Like, we learn more from animals than we ever learn from each other. And the way we learn about each other is through animals if you watch them. So there is this consciousness when you feel protected by animal allies, but also consciousness when you are desiring an animal ally. Okay. There's something here about you learning more about yourself with nature around you or inside your home, like having a pet. So there is this energy coming through. I feel like it's very much the same principle as if you bought a plant from my plant Zaddies and Baddies over there. It's the same concept. It's like when you're in somebody's home, or you even buy a plant yourself, or a bouquet of flowers for yourself or something, there is this energy of feeling like calm, or feeling relaxed, or feeling like, like I'm in a Zen place. And so Spirit is saying, I really want you to connect to that, Scorpio, especially right now. Like, this is your now message, because there's something about that that's really going to bring you another level of awareness through your third eye, another level of awareness when it comes to your consciousness. And this, in the long haul, not only levels you up when it comes to your spirituality and when it comes to your natural gifts and talents and skills that are more of the spiritual realms, but it also gives you a state of peace, like physically. It also makes you feel really good about what you're doing on your daily routine, or how you live in your personal space, if that's the case. So I'm seeing that very much highlighted right now, that Spirit wants you to be in a trance, whatever it is that you desire, to meditate on it. And meditation could be prayer too. So for a lot of you guys, you're doing a lot of journaling, and you're doing a lot of, like, I don't know, maybe candle work, or you have certain altars and you're doing certain rituals. And a lot of you guys, it doesn't take that. It doesn't take all that. For a lot of you Scorpios, it just takes you to sit down and visualize and meditate. Yeshua was sitting down and having conversations and meeting with Mary Magdalene in her third eye before they met. So what's interesting is that you have the ability to do this. They're showing you, hey, Scorpio, you have the skill set to do this. But I feel like for some of you guys, you doubt it. You think it's dumb, or you think that you think too much when you're in meditation. That's how it's going to be. You're going to think a lot when you're in meditation, because it's hard to turn your thoughts off. But as soon as you channel that little pocket, that moment, the more you practice it, the pockets and the moments, you'll notice that you weren't thinking about anything and you were just being. So Spirit is saying it doesn't have to be perfect when you sit here, but you have the ability to sit there and to practice that perfection that you seek, if that's what your goal is. Okay. So Spirit is really trying to get you to manifest through meditating, not through other rituals or other things that you're doing, because those things you don't actually need. It's all within. If we didn't have pencils, if we didn't have paper, if we didn't have any of those things, what we would do would be sit here and meditating to manifest. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, you don't need all that stuff, and Spirit's trying to get you to the next level of your spirituality so you can know how to do this in a time where you may not have those resources and you just have yourself. Okay? What it is that you master in this state, you will be able to share with other people. So for some of you guys, you'll go into a profession of meditation and teaching this to others when you master this. For others of you, you will be teaching this within your own family home, with your own children, or you will be teaching this with your own friends, or sharing these moments with a partner, possibly a lover here. Okay. So Spirit is saying, I really want you to sit down and meditate. Please take at least 5 minutes to meditate. And 5 minutes can turn into 10 minutes. If you continue to practice it, maybe you want to up the ante. Maybe you feel like 5 minutes is like too short. And you're like, man, my meditation's over. Let me do 10 minutes next time. Okay. It gets like that. You start falling in love with something that you were so foreign to. So don't give up, or don't think it has to be perfect, because that's not the point. Spirit says it's not about perfection, it's about patience. And they want you to be patient because they know things turn out well when you're in a body of patience. And patience is is basically meditation. You got to have patience to meditate. So bottom of the deck here is the number 2. I've been wanting to show you guys this for a while. And we won't read what it says in the book, but I will show it to you and read this. And it says here, the unknown journey, embrace the unfamiliar. That is very much summing up what I said. Okay, for some of you guys, it's not the right time right now for the things that you desire or the person that you want. And what Spirit is trying to get you is to a state of realizing, I want you to practice your power. This is something that Yeshua was trying to teach people as well, their state of power. You read it all throughout biblical texts or ancient texts, history and knowledge about how Jesus, aka Yeshua, Joshua, however you want to pronounce his name, this person, Mary Magdalene, taught him how to do certain things, okay, that she had mastered. So they shared knowledge with each other, okay? And she was teaching him this before she met him. And when she met him, she knew that that was the person that she was speaking to through her mind, okay? And back then, they didn't have a lot of distractions. So they were able to meditate and get really good at it very quickly. But I know in this day and age, it could be hard. So try your best, Scorpio. But Spirit is saying, I want you to embrace the journey. I want you to embrace the unfamiliar. If meditation is an unfamiliar territory, I want you to embrace it. I don't want you to turn the other cheek and think that you can't do it, because people have been doing it for ancient times, from eras long ago, in even different cultures and religions. So it's not just a Mary Magdalene Yeshua thing. It's a everybody thing from any culture, any background, okay? So very much take that into account. I feel like Spirit is really trying to get you to focus on that, because you're going to get to where you want to go, okay? We have the number 2 here. The number 2 means union. And I love that you got the number 2 as well as the number 3, 5, and then number 8 earlier with your angel numbers, because the number 2 means coming into union. And a lot of us expect coming into union with something outside of ourselves or someone outside of ourselves. But what we're actually doing is coming into union with ourselves within our inner divine masculine, our inner divine feminine. So our inner divine Mary Magdalene and our inner divine Yeshua. Does that make sense? So that's what Spirit is really trying to point you to, okay? The union within yourself, the divine masculine, divine feminine, the DM and the DF, okay? So I love that message for you. That is going to be your message, Scorpio. Thank you so much for allowing me to tap into your energy. This is what your 144 chosen upgrade, cosmic upgrade is that when you meditate, you will be perfecting. I don't even want to say perfecting, but I feel like you'd be mastering an art that you could share with others in your family dynamics, in your friend groups, or even make it a profession if that's what you choose. But Spirit wants you to start this now. So for a lot of you guys, you may want this to be your New Year resolution, that you're going to, really prioritize one thing out of the day, and you're going to make that one thing meditation whenever you decide to do it, morning, afternoon, or night, okay? So with that being said, I love that reading for you, Scorpio. I hope that reading made sense for you, or makes sense for you later, because these style of readings are timeless. So let's get into my Virgos. Where's my greatest Virgos at? I almost called you the greatest of all time. Bye. Where are my MVPs at? My World Cup energy. Shout out to my Virgos. You guys can watch for any zodiac sign you want, any placement you want. I just split it up in the zodiac signs because for a lot of you guys, it's a little bit easier to do that when we're focused on what birth month or season that you're in. But you don't have to identify for that zodiac sign. You could just watch all the signs and feel like all of that is your message. Okay, so take what resonates, leave the rest. But we have here Virgos coming up, and Virgos are my versions of the zodiac signs. My pure, untouched baddies and zaddies. All right, here we go. So let's say, what do we have here for my Virgos? Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source, for the highest good. Let's lock in. All right, let's get into my Virgos. Thank you, Spirit. What do we have here for my Virgos? What is their divine 144 cosmic upgrade message? What's their divine 144 cosmic upgrade message? What's their divine 144 cosmic upgrade message? Thank you, Spirit. Ashe. Whoa, this is crazy. You get the same card as Scorpio, but you get it attached to another card. So that's going to be obviously a different message, but I'm just shocked. This is literally, and you saw me shuffle it. This is literally the same message. So for some of you Virgos, you may have Scorpio in your chart. For some of you Scorpios who are still in the room, you may have Virgo in your chart. You could be cross-watching for other placements in your chart. Okay? Since we already read that, you can go back to the Scorpio reading and get the definition of this card. I'm going to read this one. Okay? So I'll read this one out of the book. But this one says, Mary Magdalene meditating. Okay? Magdalene meditating. It's my retreat card. So it's more of that going within and finding the answers and activating your third eye. That's what we talked about. We went into depth with that in Scorpio's read. So I'm not going to do it again for a lot of you guys. That would just be a repeat. But what we will do is read the Stella Maris, or Maris, however you want to pronounce her. Stella Maris, Stella Maris. We will be reading this card, and this card has a number 13 on it, and it says trust. Okay, so Spirit is really guiding you, especially with this card here. For some of you guys, you could be single mothers, but Spirit is really guiding you to, Virgo, be in the energy of trust. I'm hearing right now that there is a challenge with Virgo to trust. I don't know if that's a new thing or that's been a thing for you. But it's saying here, I want you to trust. Trust your intuition, trust your gifts, talents, skills, and abilities, trust your spirituality, trust your belief system, trust where you're being led, trust in the unknown, trust in the direction you want to go. I want you to trust. So that's what it's giving here. And for some of you guys, you could be teaching that to an offspring, because I'm seeing an offspring here. So you could be a single mother to specifically a daughter, but you don't have to be. But it is showing me that here, two feminine energies. So for some of you guys, that would be more specific. You know what's interesting about this card? It kind of reminds me of Bella and her daughter in Twilight. I feel like they literally looked like this, or they have like a photo of this, like a screenshot of the movie where they were just like this. That's interesting. For some of you guys, maybe that means something to you. Maybe her character, her personality, was how you are today. For some of you guys, maybe your name is Isabella, or your daughter's name is. Let's get the definition of this card. Number 13, Stella Maris, or Maris. Okay. This card says, sometimes you have to wait and see where the journey is leading you. It is not time to push forward, but to flow with the current. Use your powers of observation and reflection. What's interesting about this is what this card also says about it. Very similarly, the definition is to this card as well. And I like it that you got them both together, because it's basically saying the same thing amplified. When you get the same cards, when you get two different cards with the same message or meaning or definition, that means that this message for you is amplified. This means that it is times whatever it is that you're meant to hear, meant to feel, meant to know. Okay, so Spirit is really trying to get you to tell you, like, hey, This message right here, whatever you hear here that resonates, is very important, and it's magnetized, okay? Times 10, times 20, times 100, okay? So there is this energy. We have here Mary Magdalene is the patron saint of sailors because she and her companions arrived safely in France without oars and or sails. The Templar archivist of Roseland Chapel, Robert Bryden, took this person to a Mary Star of the Sea Church in Edinburgh. And this is speaking from the author's perspective. He showed me evidence that all churches by that name were not dedicated to Mother Mary, but Mother Magdalene, Mary Magdalene. The Mary Star of the Sea Churches follow the ancient trade route. This makes perfect sense when you look at the map of all of them, all placed along the Templar sea circuit and the ports that they would frequent, leading up to and beyond the Northern Irelands. There is even a church in Carlingford Low where the Sacred Templar scrolls, for some of you guys, you know what that is where they were buried. So they're showing the secrecy of Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene had a lot of things that she kept to herself, which is what I'm channeling. Mary Magdalene really trusted and really had a really good she had a really good relationship with her intuition. I was like, what word should I use? Yeah, she had a really good relationship with her intuition, and it's because she came from this energy of meditation. And we talked about this meditation in Scorpio's read, so I definitely highly suggest, Virgo, you go back and watch Scorpio. But she had this really good relationship with her intuition, and for a lot of you Virgos, you do, okay? And this intuition and this trust and this loyalty to yourself, in a way, is really something that is being highlighted right now, because I feel like, in lesser terms, I could call this your superpower. I could call this your skill set that's about to be upgraded times and amplified times whatever power, right? So something about your intuition and your inner knowing of things that will work and will not work if you go in those directions. If you make certain decisions, that decision was meant for that moment, yes or no. If you are approached by someone and you feel off or you feel right on with them, like, there's certain things that you're picking up on. There's these certain intuitive cues that are so important right now, Virgos, and it's kind of showing up in the definition of this card of Mary Magdalene, and her own intuition and her own trust within herself. She had loyalty to herself. I mean, she had loyalty to, I'm sure, others at a later time, but she only had loyalty to herself and maybe her offspring. And she just knew that there were certain things that she couldn't say. She couldn't tell people that she was meditating in the forest and meeting up with Yeshua in her mind. She couldn't tell people that. You tell somebody that, back then you probably get hung, or you probably, get stoned, or you basically, in the modern day and age, probably put in a straitjacket and put into a padded room or put into a science lab to figure out what the heck is going on with you. Why are you so in tune? How do you do that? You're so magical. And it's like, it feels like she didn't want to give away her certain gifts, skills, and talents, and she kept this close to her chest, okay? There's something about you keeping this a secret, your skill, your talent, your ability, keeping something a secret. There's something secret that you're meant to keep close to your chest. It could be your great intuition. It could be your clairvoyancy. It could be your visions that you get in dreams. Certain things you're not meant to say, okay? That's what Spirit is really showing me here with the definition that I'm getting from this card. Okay? So what this says is that also this card means it is sometimes difficult to stay in the present but this is a time to remain patient and calm. Your destination will appear on the horizon with a path to go forward, okay? So, your message for a lot of you guys, your message is to very much be in, and for some of you guys, you've been doing this naturally. You don't need to be told this. So for some of you guys, you're just going to be like, oh, she's just reminding me, or oh, it's co-signing something I already know. But for others of you, this is your advice. And Spirit is saying, like, being patient with the path that's opening up for you and being for certain that you're on the right path that you're on, despite the distractions or the naysayers or the people who are worried for you. There's something here about you being just so for certain and so for sure about what you do, how you are, maybe what you're interested in, or your skills or your talent, or maybe your investments. It could be anything as far as love to career to spirituality. It could be any one of the genres and any layers of that. And Spirit is saying here, I want you to hold close to your chest this path. I don't want you to veer off course because of other things or distractions. I don't want you to get influenced by others to teach you how to raise your child, because I'm getting that some people may do that or judge you for that. There's something here that you are, and I'm having deja vu in your reading. I don't know if this is deja vu or if I dreamed this, but I remember going like this with the cards, and it was these two cards. So for me as a reader to have deja vu in this dream, you are right now where you're supposed to be right now, Virgos, if you caught this reading right now. So whoever's watching this reading, whether it's pre-recorded or whether you're watching it live right now, you guys are meant to hear this message. 100%, 1000%. I just had deja vu when I went like this. I was like, yo, that's crazy. So that means I'm telling you the right thing right now. Okay? There's something about your path and the way you're doing life and the way you are passing down this knowledge to your offspring, or the way that you will if you don't have offspring yet. And it's Spirit saying, stay on course. People will judge you. People will look at you. People will give you evil eye or snicker or sneer at you. Okay? Turn the other cheek. I need you to focus on what your mission is here. There's something here about whatever it is that you are doing on your path, or whatever it is that you're passing down as an example or knowledge on your path to others, is something that is going to help humanity later, okay? In big ways. And you could just be doing this in a small way in your family dynamic, and you're like, I don't know how this is going to be a big deal. But it's because whatever is taught is also passed down. I mean, look at our school systems. How long have we been lied to about certain things that what has been passed down? You see what I'm saying? So if you are in the truth, if you are in the light, if you are in this energy of intuition and you don't know why you're doing it or where it's going or what the whole point is, sometimes the point isn't meant for you to understand. Sometimes it's just meant for you to do and to trust and to know that it is going to be magnificent in the long run. You may not be able to be here to see it, but you were here, and that's what mattered. And what you give off or what you leave behind will make an impact, whether you think it's just for your family dynamic, whether it's on a grand scale and you're speaking on a stage to a lot of people in a community of people. I don't know how grand or how small it's going to be. That's going to be up to you. But Spirit is saying, I really want you to focus. Because for some of you Virgos, you need to focus. For some of you Virgos are getting distracted or disappointed or discouraged, okay? And Spirit just wants you to be divine. So be on the path. Trust the path, even though you don't see the destination. It is divine. Okay? And it is going to make an impact. You may not think your small gestures make an impact, but they make a grand impact. And they do get passed down, especially when it comes to these little ones. They grow up and they do pass on the knowledge. So don't think it's in vain. It is not. It is only amplified. There's something about what you're doing now is going to amplify. That is the main message here. And what you're doing is trusting that intuition, trusting that clairvoyancy, trusting that teaching, whatever you're learning right now spiritually. Okay, you're meant to trust and you're meant to know and you're meant to continue that path. All right, so that's what Spirit really, really, really wants you to know right now. And they're really amplifying that message to me twice. They also don't want you to expose or you're going to know who you could share this information with, and you're going to know who you're not meant to share the information with. Okay? So Spirit is saying, I just want you to be so into a relationship with your intuition to the point where you know who and who not to share this information with on your talent, skill, your spiritual ability, okay? Because not everybody's meant to know. And for some of you guys, you've been walking around like that, very secretive, like Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene got away with a lot of stuff. If you read a lot of her passages, she even has her own Mary Magdalene book, which has never been published in the Bible. Okay, so she has her own book, you guys. So you have to understand that this woman, she knew her place in certain groups and in certain rooms, and she knew who she could trust and who she could not, and she had the strongest intuition and the strongest clairvoyancy, okay, probably of the land or of that time. So you have to understand that you have this ability to activate that, and you are being told to keep a lot of things close to your chest and close to yourself and maybe close to your offspring. And it doesn't mean that you're going to keep it in secret forever and you can't tell anybody. It just means that for some of you guys, in order to complete the mission, you do need to keep it to yourself. What your ability is, how you do something. People don't need to know how you do it. They just need to be shown that it was done. There's something here that you're going to do, but you don't have to tell people or teach people how you do it. It's just by you doing it, you're showing that they can do that too, or you're showing that your offspring has the ability to do this because they are part of your bloodline, of course. But, it's something about, it's not that you're gatekeeping, because I would hate to tell you that you're gatekeeping, but it's not that you're gatekeeping. It's more of like you are protecting this ability so you could finish what you came here for. Because when you leave, you could leave something behind. But it's almost like if you tell people how you're doing something or how you know something, or I don't know, there's something finicky with it. It gets into the information gets into the wrong people's minds or rooms. The information goes to the wrong people, and then paint you to be a bad person, or it could really reflect on yourself. Like maybe you end up feeling like, oh, well, maybe I'm doing the wrong thing, or maybe I'm not doing something right, or maybe they are right. Maybe I just should just stop. That's why you're not exposing this. This is why, because Spirit doesn't want you to be influenced. They want you to be intuitive. I don't want you to be influenced. I want you to be intuitive, and that's it. That is all. Okay? For some of you guys, you are blue-eyed. They're very highlighting the blue eyes here. For some of you guys, you have blue eyes, or you did in a past life, or maybe in your dream, the dream version of yourself. When you walk around in dreams, you might have blue skin or blue eyes. For some of you, it's green eyes. Somebody could wear blue eyeshadow or something like that underneath their eye as like eyeliner, maybe like blue eyeshadow as eyeliner or something. But there's something here about that blue also. That blue, you communicate with the eyes. Your eyes are the windows to your soul. And the reason why people are intimidated by you, Virgo, is because when you look at them directly in the eye, you look like this. And for somebody to look you directly in the eye in 2025 going into 2026 is very intimidating, because a lot of people don't look at you in the eye. So there's something about you are able to see people and their intentions by the way you stare into their eyes as they're speaking. For some of you guys, you could be on the phone with somebody and not even be staring at them, but you could hear the vibration of when they're lying. And they could be making it seem very convincing, or maybe like they care. Oh, I just care. You know it's a lie, or you know it's something that they're masking. It's like a lot of you Virgos are good at knowing and hearing the truth. Sorry, my stomach's growling. I don't know if you heard that. But that's what I'm being shown here. You're very much anchored in this ability to do so, and you're meant to pass it down, but you're meant to tell other people you're passing this down. It's just meant for you to do, not necessarily tell, show, and teach. Maybe not until later on, maybe when you're about to leave this earth or you feel like it's your time. Because whoever it is that you do show, I do feel like this is your offspring. For whoever it is that you do show how to do this, or you do help your child amplify those own gifts if you start seeing them. I'm being told whoever it is that you do show, yeah, it seems like it's an offspring. It could be a future offspring, like I said. For some of you guys, you haven't had this child yet, but they are the ones who will pass it on or pass it along through the bloodline, but also through their own intuition, because your intuition is a spiritual gift that is naturally connected to the bloodline that you are in or you come from. And I know this sounds probably a lot woo-woo to people who don't understand this live stream, but it's not woo-woo to the people who know exactly what this is and why they're going through something. Because a lot of you guys know, and you're very, very much connected to this message. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly who you are, and you know exactly what you're meant to do, or where it is that your path is leading. Okay? So there goes the combination of these cards. That is going to be your Virgo reading. Let's get into Capricorn's energy. All right, but this is your 144 cosmic upgrade. This is your message. You're cosmically upgrading, okay? And you're meant to pass it along in your bloodline, okay? And like I said, a lot of you Virgos are clairvoyant or clairaudient, clairsentient. You pick up on vibrations, and you have really great intuition. Spirit is saying, you know, keep that stuff to yourself. However, share it with those who you feel as though are on a need-to-know basis, or who will cherish that information and knowledge, because that knowledge is not for everybody. Not everybody's ready to hear that kind of stuff, okay? And a lot of people will try to get you to think that you're not doing the right thing, and that could really affect you, okay? So we don't need those influences. We just need you to trust. That's what I keep hearing Spirit say, okay? So let's get into my Capricorns here. Hey, my greatest of all time. Drop your goats down in the chat. Let me know y'all ready for the read. Earth signs. You're upgrading your membership. Oh, okay. How do you upgrade to the real OG? Honestly, to be honest, Hebe, I do not know. But I think, if I'm correct, I think that you could go to the memberships page and upgrade from there, your membership. I think so, yeah, because we have a personal reading, 10-minute personal reading for members only, and that's $14.99 a month. So if you guys want to become members of the channel, that's why Tay is asking in the chat, because she's a $9.99 member. She wants to upgrade, but for some of you guys don't have memberships at all, if you get the $14.99 one, you get 10-minute personal readings, okay? And that is on Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays. But this Friday we're not doing one because it is the holiday, and I know like a lot of people are out shopping and things like that. So what we're gonna do this weekend is to do it on Saturday and Monday. So I'll be doing personal readings on Saturday and Monday for the collective of members, okay? For those who pay the $14.99, that is the real OG membership, okay? That's what it's called. It's called the real OG. So if you guys are interested in that, the link to memberships is in the description box below, but also you can find it on the memberships tab on my home screen on YouTube here, okay? Vivo, you said you do have blue eyes. They change colors. The same with your kiddo. That's beautiful. I like that. Thank you for the floating hearts and the combos of gifts. Thank you so much, Tay. Your granddaughter's middle name is Isabella. That's beautiful. That message was for you, the bae. All right, let's get it. What do we have here, Spirit, when it comes to my Capricorns? What is their message? What is their divine message? Thank you, Spirit. Ashe. What is the Capricorn's divine message? 144 message, cosmic upgrade. What is their divine 144 cosmic upgrade message? What is their 144 cosmic upgrade message? Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source, for the highest good. Ashe. Two cards for you as well. Different, definitely different message here coming through. Wow. Speaking of cosmic upgrade, first card out is the Cosmic Magdalene. These are such beautiful cards. Y'all see the artwork on these cards? Sheesh. That's beautiful. So it says here, number 9. Yeah, number 9. For some of you guys, you might have been seeing the number 9 a lot, but the number 9, they're telling me it's connected to your spirituality. So I don't know if you light 9 candles. I don't know if you do something with the energy of the 9. 9 means something to you. I'm seeing it in my mind's eye. I'm seeing the number 9 in my mind's eye, like as if somebody's doing something with the energy or the number of the 9. Maybe for 9 days you fast. Maybe for 9 days you meditate. Or maybe you wake up at 9 a.m. to meditate. Maybe you go to bed at 9 p.m. and sound bowl heal. There's something spiritually connected to the number 9. For some of you guys who aren't doing any of that, maybe it's something that you thought of and I'm co-signing it. Because maybe it's your advice to do that at 9 or a 9 in the counts of 9, or in the at the time of 9, something like that. Something about the 9, because we see it here again. The 18 breaks down to a 9 in numerology. Okay, you could be seeing this number repeating, but there's something spiritually you're supposed to be doing with the 9. 9 is a spiritual number too, so very interesting. You guys might want to do your own research away from this live stream, by the way. If I can't fully channel what the 9 means individually for each and every one of you Capricorns here, you might want to look it up to see what it means to you personally with the energy of the number 9. Because we get it in the 18 here. 1 and the 8 equals the 9. There's 2 9s here. 9 amplified. We have here simple gifts. Appreciation is the card here. And as you can see here it's depicted that this is like sage or herbs hanging. So it looks like some of this could be lavender. It looks like rosemary or even eucalyptus. Sage hanging. Sage hanging. For some of you guys, you have the gift of healing. Ooh, I can't wait to read what these cards mean. I'm going to read them last to wrap up the read at the end, but I'm channeling a lot, so let me channel first. I'm being told for some of you with this Cosmic Magdalene card, for some of you guys, you're newlywed. You're like newly a bride, or you're newly a wife. Like that didn't happen yet for some of you. You're about to be. And for others of you, it's new. It could also be a metaphor for your commitment to spirit. Your commitment to spirit is new. Because weddings speak of commitment. So maybe that's, for some of you, more figurative of a definition. You're committed to your spirituality. There's something here about how you could heal. And that's literally what spirit is like literally telling me and showing me here on this card with this sage. They're showing me here with the sage here, the hanging herbs. I call it sage because anything that dries out is sage to me. But the hanging herbs here, there's something here where you could be in herbal medicine as a profession, or you could just do it yourself as like, you know, a ritual. You want to make certain teas to keep your body healthy or your friends or family healthy. Maybe you research this, you practice this. Maybe it's indigenous to you. Maybe it's part of your culture. Maybe for some of you guys, you're doing research on it, and you're experimenting with different herbs and things like that and what their properties are. But there's something about herbs. There's also something about sage here. For some of you guys, you light certain sages to really cleanse your space. You light certain sages to really cleanse your own soul, your own body to connect with your soul is what I'm getting. Or you're meant to do this. You'd be a very great healer. You'd be a really great healer. For some of you guys, you are, or you're in the practice of, or you have this curiosity to. But for others of you, you don't know this at all. And I'm telling you, you'd be a really great healer, whether it's healing with herbs, healing with sage, whether it's healing with your hands, you touching people, putting your hands on people, praying for them, or having them meditate side by side with you. You could be guiding yoga, you could be guiding Pilates, you could be guiding a sound bowl healing class, you could be guiding somebody doing something to cleanse their mind, body, and soul. That's what I'm seeing here. This is your simple gift. Your simple gift. Almost like Spirit is saying your simple gift is appreciation, but your simple gift is to appreciate this gift. Does that make sense? For some of you Capricorns, you appreciate the small things, or you appreciate nature, or you appreciate something that you're pouring your heart into. And when you do that, you're able to multiply it, because there's not just one herb hanging. There's like 10 or however many here. 9. There's 9. Look, there goes another 9. There's 3 9s here. 18 breaks down to a 9. Then you got the 9 on the other card. Then you got 9 pieces of, hanging plants here and herbs. 999 is an angel number for you. For some of you guys, you are the life path 9. Your birthday adds up to a 9. For some of you guys, you could be born in 99. Or born on the 9th, or the week of the 9th. Maybe you're born the week of the 9th. Maybe not on the 9th, but maybe the week of. So for some of you guys, you will be a January Capricorn if you're born the week of the 9th. You're a January Capricorn. Like, just your presence is healing, because you appreciate the small things, or you appreciate the things that go unnoticed easily by others. You point certain things out that people don't notice, that you appreciate, and you show them. You open up their eyes to appreciate. You're good at pointing out details, Capricorn. You may notice that in your day-to-day life with the hustle and bustle of society, but what that is showing me here on a spiritual level, you can point out the details in someone's character, personality, their health, mentally or physically. It's like you can point out certain things that are wrong with somebody to help bring healing to it. Like you have like a touch. Like you're able to point out or put a finger on something when it comes to someone's essence of themselves. Cosmic Magdalene card says, remember who you are. Spirit wants you to remember who you are. A lot of you Capricorns, you're so dense, you forget. You could be focused on career. You could be focused on money. You could be focused on certain things. And you're so dense, or life and society has made you dense. But Spirit wants you to go back to your gifts. There's something here where you forgot who you were along the way. For some of you Capricorns, maybe not all. But for those of you who have, Spirit is saying, I want you to remember these simple gifts that I gave you. I want you to appreciate that. You have a gift, and I want you to appreciate that. I want you to bring that back. For some of you guys, you said, I don't want this gift, or I'm not ready for this gift, or I'm not signing up for this gift, or this is not what I signed up for, or how could I do this when I'm not a good person? Spirit is saying, none of that matters. I gave you a gift. I want you to use it. You weren't ready at 18. Now you're ready at 38 or 58. You know, like Spirit is saying, like, there's something here. There was a time in your life that you weren't ready for something, or you wanted to ignore it. You wanted to ignore a gift or pretend it wasn't there, or you felt weird or outcast because your gift was different, or you didn't understand it all the way, and it would take a lot of patience to try and figure it out. And, you know, maybe you just thought it was too unrealistic. Maybe you thought it was too sci-fi to be true. But Spirit is saying no. Like, I literally, like, God is literally saying, like, no, I literally gave you a gift of healing, of a healing touch through pointing out details. You already do this in your regular life. Now I need you to do this spiritually. If you want to sign up for this, you can. It's like Spirit knows that you're lost, or you were lost, and that you needed to be reminded of who you are, to remember these gifts that you tucked away or put aside or didn't amplify. For some of you guys, you just wanted to fit in and do life easy, but that's not fulfilling you now. Okay? So for some of you guys, you really, really need to hear this message. Now, let me read out the book. To close out the read, I'm going to read out both of these cards. The number 9, Cosmic Magdalene, the Cosmic Magdalene. This is such a beautiful card. It says, remember who you are. It is easy to get lost in the chaos of daily life. That's literally what I said. And now we're reading out of the passage, and it literally says that. That's the first bar out of this book. Ain't that something crazy? I just channeled it. So it says here, it's easy to get lost in the chaos of life. Try to forget about your problems and go outside. Look up into the starry night sky. Lift yourself into the abode of the Shekinah, which is Sophia, Mary Magdalene's daughter. Or friend. I think it was her daughter or a friend. So it says, a Sophian gospel of Mary Magdalene says, her image is as the starry night sky, and the light of the heavens and the supernal abode are in her. Mary Magdalene is an aspect of the Shekinah or Sophia, waiting in the vastness of the cosmos to incarnate as the beloved bride. Wow. And I said that for some of you guys, like I said, somebody is a newlywed, or newly committed to something, or about to be on a spiritual level, if it was more figurative for you. Wow. Double confirmation. It says here, in her union with her bridegroom, she will lift women and humanity into balance, peering through her veils as a glimpse of her manifestation into the third density. Wow. The rest of her remains star stuff hidden behind the veil. The rest of her remains star stuff hidden behind the veil. When she returns in human form, she will represent the Shekinah on earth, creating with her king once again. As the starry night sky, she is the infinite space into which the light can shine. You know her. You remember her. She knows who you are. Magdalene offers a reminder that nothing ever dies. It just changes. It just transforms. It just changes form. You are an eternal soul connected to Source. Your past lives will be remembered and incorporated into the next carnations you choose. We are all made of the same star stuff. Wow. And the reason why they're talking about stars, I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but there is a lot of like stars here in the background of the card around her veil. Okay, I don't know if you guys see that here. Okay. Something about the night starry sky. For some of you guys, you love stargazing, or you work well at night, or you are night owls. It's because Spirit's trying to get you to remember who you are, and most of that comes at night through dreams, through staying up, through getting waken out of your sleep with an idea or some type of creativity. It's through many different forms, but Spirit is saying here that I'm trying to get you to remember who you are. So this might be something that you're drawn to at 9 p.m. Speaking of the nine, since we got so many nines, maybe this happens at 9 p.m. is when you get this burst of energy or this download while you're not even paying attention to anything in particular. You just get an idea. You're like, I wonder, or I want to create, or I feel drawn to this, or like there's this intuitive pull to this thing or this idea or this belief system or this skill or this knowledge. There's something that is being drawn to you, okay? When it comes to that energy. And also to wrap up that message, Spirit is saying, like, I want you to remember that you are just as important as any other star in the sky, right? So I want you to remember that you're made of the same star stuff, okay? I want you to remember that you are a person who can shine their light, okay? I want you to remember that, it's okay to feel as though the chaos of daily life makes you feel lost and uneasy and makes you feel uncertain. It's okay to feel like that. Feel your feelings, but I don't want you to harbor this and define it as you. You are not defined by any of that outside of you. Because again, you are of star stuff. You are of star dust, right? You are of this energy of reincarnation. So the last version of you didn't do all that stuff in the past for you to be the version of yourself now, to suppress yourself, to oppress yourself, to put yourself in a place of, oh, I don't know, I need to question this, oh, I don't remember, or I don't want this skill, or I don't want to be spiritual, or I don't feel chosen. It's this is not what you came here for. To question or to doubt. It just so happens to be the world you live in, but that's not what you actually came here for. You didn't come to doubt, okay? You didn't come to play small, okay? Spirit is saying, I want you to shine. I want you to know who you are and remember who you are, because she knows who you are. Mary Magdalene knows. For some of you guys, you could be of the bloodline and not even realize. You could be of the bloodline of Mary Magdalene and not even realize. I don't even think there's technology today that could even clock it back that far. However, you could just feel like that, and your feeling is just as powerful as a DNA test, okay? So use your intuition to give you the answers. Allow yourself to be open to receiving the answers. We have here the next card, Simple Gifts. It says appreciation. Keep your professional and your personal hopes in mind, but be satisfied with the available realities for the moment. Take a step back and be grateful for the gifts in your life right now. Other choices and directions will surface soon. So this energy of your simple gift, whether you realize it and you utilize it, or whether you've been trying to forget about it or you just don't remember it, there's other choices and directions that are going to surface soon based off of these gifts. Okay. It says Mary Magdalene would have taught Sarah her vast knowledge of herb lore. This is a herb lore. All right. It says together that they would make various ointments and potions with the beautiful flowers and plants of Provence. The Gnostic Gospels say that Mary was once criticized for creating such things to share because she could heal people. I told you guys. You have the ability to heal people, whether it's through an herb, or whether it's through your words, or whether it's through a touch. There is something here, Capricorn, that you're really good at, and you're meant to amplify. You're meant to focus on that. You're meant to see what you could do to help others with that. And for a lot of you guys, you're already doing it. But for some of you, you're being guided to it right now in this reading, right now in this room. And it says here, Even though she was criticized for creating such things to share because she could heal people, she couldn't help but want to. This was her gift. This was her appreciation for the simple thing that she had to share with others. She had been taught the ability and practiced this ability alongside Yeshua as his equal partner. She told them not everyone is meant to immediately be healed by source, and that some people must go through another process. These ointments and natural remedies and medicines created a sense of ease and comfort for the people to allow them to work on their own healing and their own well-being, as we are all responsible for our own health and our own body temples. Our own body temples. When engaged in the sweet, simple tasks of life, your mind is free to wander, and imagine. This quiet space restores the spirit, and it revitalizes the nourishment you need to keep moving forward in difficult times. The ability to extract happiness from everyday activities is a gift within itself. That's what I was talking about. It's in the little things in life. It's the little things that you see and appreciate that you open your eyes, you open other people's eyes to, because your eyes are already open to these details. So when it could be the simplest thing. It could be like you're out in a garden and you're like, wow, look at the inside of this flower. You see all those little dots? And then you're like, those little dots remind me of people. And like how like you could zoom out and like you start seeing something and recognizing something, and people probably look at you like, wow, they're really out there. But some people will get it. They'll be like, wow, that person just appreciated the part of the flower that no one actually looks at and really appreciates, because everybody appreciates the petals. Everybody appreciates the outside of it, or the overall look of what the garden looks like. But they don't actually zoom in. They don't actually point out the details. There's something very significant with what you're doing. You point out the details in people's healing. You know where they're coming from. You know the hurt they feel. You know the pain that they went through without even knowing their story. For some of you Capricorns, who am I talking to? This is your message. You guys are really great at this, and you don't even realize that this is your gift. For some of you, you don't realize it. I'm here telling you that this is your gift. So now that you know, do something with it. That could really help, that could really assist, that could really bring peace to your own family dynamic. If it's just for your family, or a profession, if you want to pour it into a business, then do that. Or share the knowledge online if that's something that you're interested in. But there's something here about this information coming through for my Capricorns, that you knowing this knowledge doesn't necessarily immediately heal people all the time. But what it does is plant the seed for them to heal themselves, and that is also just as important and necessary. And so Spirit is highlighting that. Spirit is saying, yo, this is your gift. Okay? And I can keep talking about this and going deeper and deeper and deeper, but I'm going to leave this here with you right now, Capricorn, and move on to my Sagittario, okay? But I hope you guys enjoyed this reading. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, check out the other videos. This is the Chosen One collective reading for all zodiac signs. So you can watch for any zodiac sign placement you have. You don't just have to watch for your sun sign. But we're going to move on to my Sagittarius. Capricorn, thank you so much. All right, let's get it. What do we have here for my Sagittarius? You said herbalism. It is herbalism. Oh, thank you, Samantha. I appreciate that. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you. You said people think you're crazy, Bebo. I'm screaming. It'd be like that, though. When you point out certain things and your mind just has the imagination, you just rule it out as imagination, but actually you're connected to something deeper than what you have the ability to comprehend in the moment, or what other people have to comprehend about you. That's very interesting. There's levels to this ish. All right, so let's get into my Sagittario. Where are my bow and arrow babies? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay. Where are my bow and arrow babies? This is beautiful messages today. I love how we're taking our time with it too. I know they're very winded and there's a lot of information, but I don't mind being here. It's a Friday, ain't got nothing else to do, you know. It's as far as I know, it's the weekend, you know, it's the holiday. I'm here. You here, I'm here. You know? So let's be in here together. What do we have here for my Sagittarius? Drop your zodiac signs. Let me know you're ready for the read. If this is the zodiac sign that you're watching for, let's get it. Spirit, what do we have here for the 144 chosen cosmic upgrade? What do we have here for the cosmic upgrade? What do we have here for the divine message for the 144 cosmic upgrade for my Sagittarius? What do we have here for the Sagittarius energy? The 144 divine cosmic upgrade. The 144 cosmic upgrade. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source, for the Sagittarius. These messages have been coming out in twos. Capricorn, or I'm sorry, Scorpio was the only one who got one card. These keep coming out 2 by 2. Ooh, I haven't seen this card yet. Oh, that's going to be interesting. We have here Mary Magdalene. And you know what I noticed? That this is the actual cover of these cards. You get the same picture as the cover of these cards. Isn't that crazy? Thank you, Goddess of Love, for the floating hearts and gifts in the chat. We have 33. For some of you guys, you could be the age 33 or 24. Or in between that age range, 24 to 33. Not going to be for all. This could still be your message if you're not that age. But that's for those who need to hear it. We have here the Mystic of Magdalene. The mystique, the mystic of Magdalene. It says deep reflection. Deep reflection. And then we have Dolmen des Fades or Fades. I don't know if it's Fades or Fades. I'll be trying to make it sound fancy. But here goes a closer look at the card. I think I just kind of showed it quick, but there you go. So you guys get a deeper look at that card. That's Mary Magdalene chilling underneath what looks like a sacred space, a ruins maybe, a rock formation of some sort. But the card says underneath that title, silence. So it looks like she's in solitude. She has some silent moments to herself. The mystique of Magdalene, deep reflection and silence. That coming back to back. Is very fitting to each other. It almost makes me want to look at this and see her sitting there meditating. And then if you would zoom up, like if that was a camera and we could zoom up to her, this is what she would look like sitting here. Does that make sense? So I'm seeing this as like a motion picture kind of scene where you see her from that angle, and then you zoom in and you actually see her in this state of deep reflection. And she is in solitude. She is in silence. She is by herself. So Sagittarius, I feel like this is something that you're drawn to, or you've been doing, or you might be doing during the winter season, which is kind of fitting because we are in the hibernation season where things are colder. We want to stay in longer. We don't want to go outside and things like that. So there might be a lot of deep reflection happening at this time naturally with you. For some of you Sagittariuses, you really love candles. You really love to like embellish your space with candles. I feel like you feel as though it makes you feel more calm or peaceful in a space by having multitude of candles. For some of you guys, you feel more connected and more in balance with yourself, and maybe connected and aligned to the divine with candles lit. That could also be as well a thing. Somebody has brown hair, by the way, like long brown hair, whether you're wearing extensions or whether it's your actual real hair, it doesn't matter. I'm seeing somebody with long brown hair. They're pointing that out to me. I see these cards pretty often, this one, and I don't think I've said that yet about her hair, but something about hair. And you could be a masculine and have long hair and be a man bun type person. I'm seeing your hair is brown. So a deep brown or a chestnut brown or whatever kind of brown, a cherry brown. Um, so that's going to be double confirmation. Somebody with brown hair needed this message too. I just heard like see beyond the light, which is interesting because they're spelling it out as SEA, see beyond the light. I don't know what that means. Maybe we'll get more information to what that means a little later. But they're spelling CSEA, see beyond the light. What's interesting is that the candle is here on the card, and that is a form of light. But I got that message while looking at this card. See beyond the light. It's a riddle. I don't know what Spirit's really trying to say. Sometimes they give me stuff that I don't quite comprehend or put together. So we'll just end up reading what these cards mean. And as I'm reading these cards, maybe I'll get the deeper message. For some of you guys, you could live coastal. So maybe there is an ocean or a body of sea around you. Yeah, I'm stumped with your reading. Very interesting. All right, we have here 33. The Mystique of Magdalene Deep Reflection card says to look deeply into the flame. Visualize the purification of the fire burning through your deepest negative thoughts, the ones that have kept you or held you for so long. Emerge from those ashes knowing that you are free to move on in love. For some of you guys, this is a love message. A message of love for yourself, but a message of love for others, whether that's romantic or platonic love. So this is talking about overall love. That's what it meant, to see beyond the light. Now I'm getting it. So when it says here, look deeply into the flame, you're seeing beyond what is in front of you. So me staring at this candle, I'm seeing beyond the candle, because when I'm staring at this candle, maybe my mind is going elsewhere. It's kind of like when you daydream. You know, when you just look outside and you just staring, or when somebody's talking to you and you kind of zone out. It's like, where was your mind at? And you could have been in a whole nother realm, in a whole nother place, in a whole nother thought process, doing a whole nother thing. And then you're like, wait, what did you say again? And they're like, you weren't listening the whole time. It's giving that. It's giving like you're seeing beyond the light. So you're seeing beyond what is in front of you. For some of you guys, that's through that has something to do with water though, because when they spelled C to me, they said SEA. Maybe you guys need to drink more water, or be by the water, or take spiritual baths. Like, spiritual bath is just, putting some herbs, lighting a candle, and having good intention going into the water. It doesn't have to be ritualistic. It could just be like with good intention. Like, you go in with that mindset. That's what I mean by spiritual bath. Maybe you light a candle while you're showering or while you're taking a bath. But it says here, Isis, the Egyptian mother goddess, is known as she of the 10,000 names and 10,000 faces. Similarly, the Gnostics believe that Mary Magdalene keeps reincarnating to assist humanity. In 2,000 years, her soul could have returned to Earth with 33 names and 33 faces. Her enag, her enigmatic countenance, okay? Her enigmatic countenance and wisdom may be recognized, but here in an unnamed face, her eyes are closed. Her eyes are closed. They're talking about the picture on this card. She holds the candle of her infinite soul, transcendent. So she holds the candle of her infinite soul transcendent. She is a part of you as a sister, a mother, or a daughter. Mary's teachings declare that there is no knowledge and understanding or wisdom without love. Power without love is evil and will give birth to evil. Where there is love, power will be exercised with wisdom. Priestess, beloved bride, and Yeshua's eternal muse, Mary, embodies the Sophiatic principles of the goddess of love in equal partnership with her God. Meditate on Mary Magdalene and connect to her transcendent field of love. She is there to help you. Many groups around the world evoke her presence, as she is the archetype of the modern woman. Men are also involved as they can feel her role in the sacred marriage and are empowered. So it's very interesting because Mary Magdalene has a connection to the feminine genders. For those of you who identify as feminine gender, she is someone who you could really connect with or feel connected to. For a lot of you Sagittariuses, if you are a masculine watching, you identify as a masculine gender, you have access to Mary Magdalene's energy through sacred marriage. So through maybe if you already have a spouse, a wife, or a girlfriend, or if you're looking to have a soulmate of that nature in the future, if you're single, it's spirit saying that being in the energy of connecting to Mary Magdalene through this inner light, so the inner flame, or the flame that they speak of with the candle that she is holding, is your inner light, okay? So seeing beyond the light means seeing beyond the inner knowledge, the inner wisdom, seeing beyond that to know. So like, when we daydream and we see beyond, we're like somewhere else when we daydream, right? You're somewhere else when you check out and zone out. You're just somewhere else. That's what they're trying to highlight. They're like seeing beyond. It's really weird. I'm trying to explain it in modern English, but say you're in front of a friend and they're talking to you and you just zone out. Like you're literally looking at them, you're there, but you're not present because your mind and your imagination and your thoughts are elsewhere. And it's so vivid that it's almost like you literally teleported or transmuted into a different place and then came back. Because then you're like, wait, what did you say? It's that moment. It's just that split second or that split moment, however long or short that lasted, right? It's seeing beyond. Like, so you're naturally meant to do this, or you're naturally good at doing this when it comes to connecting to the energy of love. Like, you have more power when you are seeing beyond what love looks like in front of you. Spirit doesn't want you to look at love the way it looks like in front of you, or the way you've been taught or shown it in front of you, the way you have experienced it in the past or in the present moment in front of you. Spirit wants you to see beyond that. Spirit wants you to be the infinite unconditional love. Spirit wants you to be the one who sees the expansion of like what that actually is, rather than just seeing how it's shown through love languages and things like that. Spirit is like, I want you to see beyond that. Okay? And it's almost like they're giving me like even the body of water, the ocean, the sea, right? You see it and you're like, that's the water. But when you go into the water and you snorkel or you scuba dive or you go swimming and you open your eyes underneath the water, Can't you see beyond it, beyond what it is on the surface? Can't you see all the creatures and the coral and all the movement that's going on underneath it? You don't know it's there, but when you go into it, you see it. Spirit wants you to see beyond a specific body of love, a specific energy of love. So for a lot of you Sagittariuses, you are meant to attract love into your life. You're meant to embody the energy of Mary Magdalene's love. You're meant to be this person who, and for a lot of you, you already do this naturally, but for some of you guys, it's your activation, it's your next upgrade, your cosmic upgrade to the next level of you on a spiritual level. It's like you are going to be activated in a way where you don't see love the same. You don't see love the same. You see it different. You see it in layers. You see it in depth. Like you see it from like literally, instead of just looking at love like you would look at the surface of a horizon of an ocean and just admire it from looking at it without being in it, you're going to be in it now. So you may have been looking at love at a surface, but you're going to be in the deep depths and the layers of the ocean of love, in the, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to connect these two things and I feel like you guys are getting it. Maybe for some of you guys you're probably like confused and you're like, this is woo woo. But you know what I'm saying? Like there's an activation happening right now. That's why they're giving me this. So it says here, Mary's teachings declare that there is no knowledge, understanding, or wisdom without love. Power without love is evil, and it will birth more evil. So if you have resentment for someone who you used to love or you thought that loved you back and you still have resentment for them, okay? Spirit is saying you're just going to birth more resentment. You're either going to teach that or literally birth it, or you're going to be walking in that energy and attracting it. So Spirit is saying, I want you to be in the energy of love and the layers of what love is for thyself and for others, right? Exercising that with wisdom will help give you this transcendent field of love. When they said transcendent, it's almost like it will help give you the next level of understanding what true love is, the next level of understanding what a soulmate is, the next understanding of what humanity is, or how we vibrate, or who we are. Like Sagittarius, you're the channel. They're showing me that you're the channel of knowledge. Like you're the researchers, you're the architects, you're the archaeologists. You guys are meant to uncover and transcend the field of love that everybody sees it from. You have the ability, or you will be going into this energy of cosmic upgrade, where you are going to be able to transmute what love is on an even deeper level, on a deeper understanding, and sharing that with the world, or sharing that online, or sharing that with your family, or sharing that with your children, or sharing that with people closest to you. Okay, anybody. It could be a mother, it could be a father, it could be a spouse, it could be a child. There's something here where you are invoking this presence of the same archetype of the modern woman, Mary Magdalene, and her knowledge of what love was and still is. And for a lot of you men watching, you're going to be married to somebody like this. You're going to be attracting someone like this because you're going to be also empowered by this energy of layers of love. Somebody's going to enter your life and teach you this, and you are going to embody this. Okay? So don't shy away from love. I know for a lot of you men, you're heartbroken, or you're like, that bitch used me, or I feel used, or I feel disrespected. It's like, don't let those moments or those people hold resentment in your heart to be cold and to continue in the masculine energy of ego and pride. Mary Magdalene is saying that person wasn't in their divinity yet. They have yet to do a lot of learning. But what did they teach you? They taught you about how they didn't love themselves, and how that you could see through their lack of love, the layers of love that are necessary in order for someone to be in their divine Mary Magdalene energy, their divine feminine energy. So these are teaching you something about what love is, not allowing you, not meant to not meant to make you feel resentment towards these people or these experiences, but to teach you. Okay? There's something here about a lot of you men, the more you get connected to this knowledge through experience, okay, the more you're going to be attracting the woman who is the one who is empowered with this energy. The more you're going to see that, okay? So Spirit is saying, I don't want you to get discouraged because your heart was broken. I want you to be encouraged by that. I want you to be empowered by that. I want that to give you self-love. I want that to give you love to that person energetically, unconditionally, seeing the layers of them that they couldn't give to you if you were the one who's hurt in the situation. You are going to be awakened to layers of love, I'm telling you. Okay, so it's not to hold resentment and to create more evil. It's actually to give you the power. With exercise wisdom, you will have the power to attract the person who you actually want. So Spirit is saying, I don't want you to give up on love. I don't want you to give up on who you are and how you give and how you worship the woman. I don't want you to give up on how you are doing any of that. That is what you are meant to do. However, you are also meant to learn. And so love and anything we ever wanted in life never came that easy. And so if it didn't go the way you wanted it to go with someone else, it will go the way you want it to go later on with the person who you're meant to be with. And I don't want you to be in resentment. I don't want you to be in sadness. I don't want you to be angry at your own mother. Because for some of you men, you have mother wounds. Okay, so this is very much amplifying that a lot of you, whether you're male or female or however you identify Sagittarius, you guys are being activated to learn the layers of love. You're being activated to do that. And so that's your cosmic upgrade. So a lot of you guys are like 144 chosen cosmic upgrade. What's my cosmic upgrade? Well, you being able to have the ability to see SEA, to deep dive into other people's lack and to understand them without knowing much about them, or to understand them through the experience you had with them and still not hate them. Okay? Because again, it declares here that there is no knowledge and understanding or wisdom without love. The power without love is evil, and you will only birth more evil. A lot of people are walking in power, but they have no love for self. And so hurt people. But that doesn't mean that it was personal. That means that it was something that they were going through. It wasn't personal to you. It's just you happen to be there. You happen to have the experience. What can you do with the information you're given? Are you going to choose to birth more evil? Are you going to choose to be petty? Are you going to choose to be resentful? Are you going to choose to be angry at yourself or this person or guilty? Are you going to be in that energy of any of that? Or are you going to take what you learned and use it as power? Take the love that was missing and use that as power to either help someone or to learn from someone and help yourself and go in a new direction. That's going to be up to you. But there is something here, Sagittarius, you're meant to learn and teach and show. And that is seeing beyond the light. That's seeing beyond what's in front of you. What's in front of me is a candle, but what's beyond that, right? It goes along with that daydream, that metaphor of daydream I was giving you. I could be present and in front of somebody and experiencing them, but then I could be somewhere else because I'm daydreaming and I'm not hearing anything they're saying. And when I get back into myself, I'm like, wait, what did you say? Oh, yeah, that's right. I did hear you kind of say that, but I kind of drifted off. I was somewhere else. You're seeing beyond the connection. That is your gift. That is your talent. That is your skill. That is your upgrade. Okay? And I feel like a lot of this is done in silence. A lot of this is done in silence around others or in silence when you're in solitude. I feel like you could do this when you walk into a room of a group of people. And I feel like you could do this while you're at home alone. There's something here where you pick up on the energy of where love is needed. Okay? And for some of you guys, you actually make people warm. It's almost like you are the candle to other people. Like you are the light to other people. So if people say, oh, I feel warm around you, or I feel like uncomfortable around you. That is your Mary Magdalene energy coming through. Okay, so come back to this reading if you need the definitions and the meanings of these cards. Okay. So this next card says, silence is where you find the deepest wisdom. In stillness, you cross the boundary between worlds and gain insight to the questions from a completely different perspective. But always use discernment. As a sovereign being, you decide what to take from your contact with other realms. See, I knew you was in another realm. I knew it. I knew it. This card, I didn't know what this card meant until I just freaking read it. And it says that you are literally in other realms. In your day-to-day life, you don't even be knowing. You just be daydreaming. Or you just be staring off into the distance. You just be somewhere else for a split second. And it's when you're most impressionable and most connected to source, when you're in those moments. You're picking up on information. We have here the hundreds of megalithic sites and structures in southern France. Okay, so that's what they're going to be touching on. They're going to be touching on this. So there's a little history behind this card. It says there are hundreds of megalithic sites and structures in South France. I'm assuming that's where she's sitting right here. So it says here, Mary Magdalene would have came across many of them in her travels, perhaps even been in contact with their ancestral lineages. It is only natural to want to connect with the primal land within. She would have known that the fairy people and humans coexisted in the same realm in ancient times. They even intermarried. At this time, it was accepted as a synergy of life. Later, when humans became more violent, regressive, and patriarchal, some of these gentle beings retreated into the earth to guard and protect their sensitive frequencies. It is no wonder that Sarah, Mary Magdalene, and their companions chose to settle in this part of the world. So many areas of southern France already charged with the presence of elevated beings, portals, and ancient energies, many of which can still be felt today. It was the land of it was a land conducive to embracing the knowledge of Sarah and Mary Magdalene brought and taught to the local people. From here, it would spread across Europe and the world, never to be entirely extinguished or suppressed. If you wish to communicate with your own ancestors or beings from other worlds, find a place where barriers weaken and ask permission to enter. This could be a dolmen fairy ring or a ancient sacred site. Relax into stillness until you feel it is safe to cross the threshold. An unforeseen guide or ally may appear, but use discernment in allowing this into being and enter into your own sovereign space. So for some of you guys who really have the ability to connect to ancient sites or ancestors or even mythical creatures, mythical because I do believe that a lot of those creatures existed, you're going to be able to connect to these energies, and you get to choose what spiritual ancestors and entities that you connect with. You get to choose these energies if that's something that you're into, okay? And for a lot of you chosen ones, there's a plethora of you guys who are very into this and very not, and you're in another point of view or perspective, and that's totally fine, but take what resonates. For those of you who are into that energy, you are going to be connecting directly to certain beings and entities that are actually of the highest white light, that are actually of good and of light and of source and of love, okay? And you get to choose whether or not you want to connect with other beings to learn more about the darkness as well. You have this flexibility, and it's almost like respect from the external realms because of your gift or this cosmic upgrade or this cosmic connection to Mother Earth. And it's like through, I want to say for most of you, when you're traveling, for a lot of you Sagittarius, this is why you're, oh my God, I'm getting so I'm getting so much information. It's crazy, and I'm trying to wrap up your read, but it's just so extensive. This is exactly why you're so drawn to traveling, Sagittarius. I literally just got told that. That is exactly why, and a lot of you Sagittarius, you know who you are. You know what I'm talking about. This is why you get drawn to certain places. This is exactly why you want to travel a lot all the time. This is why you only want to work to save your money to go somewhere new, or to feel like relaxing by the water, or by an ancient site, or by a ruins, or by a pyramid, or by a this or that or whatever the third. Like spirit is saying, because you have the ability, it's interesting because you have the ability to connect to certain grid lines in certain places and activate certain things within yourself, or activate certain conversations and flow, or feel connected and feel part of that lineage or that culture or that lifestyle from eons ago. Okay, so a lot of you Sagittariuses, I'm just channeling so much energy all at once, but a lot of you want to travel to certain places. It can be Europe and France, like here, like how Mary Magdalene did. It can be those particular places. Maybe for some of you are very drawn to that place. You always wanted to move there or travel there multiple times, back and forth, back and forth. But that is because there is a pull towards there for you to be activated on that grid line. The grid line is the location. You are meant to be in a certain location and be in a certain place so that other energies, entities can communicate to you. I think my best downloads, for example, came to me when I was in Bali, and I was always drawn to that place. For some of you guys, you're drawn to certain places, okay? So you're going to get information, you're going to get knowledge, you're going to seek that power. And that power comes from the light of love within you, the light of love from divine source, the light of love from these beings that existed that were so delicate. Okay. So there are certain energies that want to communicate to you. And for a lot of you guys, you may feel like you're not fully grasping that communication. Like I said, you daydream and you might be like, I don't know what that was. Maybe I just wasn't in the present moment. But it's actually because you're being drawn to these you're there's downloads that are trying to be given to you, and for a lot of you guys, you're not getting the full download. Okay, and I can go into depth as to why you're not getting the full download. It has to do with 5G towers and all that, and et cetera, but I'm not going to go that route. But yeah, you have to get out to seek the spiritual knowledge that you're meant to embody, and the gift that you're meant to practice and expand on, and then bring it back to share it and to expose it and to you know, like, I guess I would say just teach it in some way. Maybe not as a profession, but maybe just as like who you are as a person. You know what I'm saying? So there is that coming through. I'm also hearing, the reason why I paused is because I just heard them send me another message for another group of you Sagittarius. Is the person who you travel with is going to be your partner, like your lover or your spouse, your like your person. For some of you guys, it's a best friend or your best homie, you know? It's somebody who is on the same level and frequency as you, and who also has the same goals. So that's also going to be, for a lot of you guys, happening. For those who need that part of the message, it kind of interrupted what I was saying, but I also got that message as well. The person who you fall in love with, you guys end up traveling, and it activates you in ways where you may have not have been able to have the chance to be activated before. So someone is going to come into your life as far as a lover, and you guys are going to travel to certain places, significant ruins, significant ancient knowledge and wisdom you're going to receive. Okay, and that is meant to help guide you throughout your life, or also create some type of create some type of knowledge for you to share this information with others, or to create something from it if you want to make it a profession. But that's what I'm seeing here. So I can keep talking about this forever, because Sagittarius, I'm just getting way too many downloads on your energy, but I will be moving on from this. So Sagittarius, I hope this was enough information that could guide you to where you're meant to go. I hope I channeled it as best as possible. It's hard for me to kind of explain something that I only understand on a spiritual level. So for me to have to like explain it in English words makes me feel like very challenged, because most of my knowledge and the channeling energy is all felt. It's not something I could literally put into words, and it's very hard for me when it comes to putting into words what I'm being told and given through a feeling and a channel. So I wish I could just like send you the energy, because then you would feel it and understand it more than words. I think words take away understanding. A lot of our understanding is only meant to be felt, not necessarily shared through words. It's supposed to be in telepathy ways and energetic ways. But over time, as our humanity has evolved, that has changed. So, yeah, that's going to be your message, Sagittarius. So I hope I translated that message well for you. Let's move on to my Cancers. We need the answers. All right, you guys, we're in the second column here. Finally, we made it. I know you guys been waiting. We finally made it. And I received the package at my door, so I'm going to pick that up first. And then we'll continue your message, okay? Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Thank you guys so much for being here for the Chosen One Collective read. We're going to continue this reading in a moment. I'm actually going to pick up this package at my door, but in the meantime, drop your zodiac sign if you're a Cancer. All right? And you need the answers, okay? Where are my baddies and zaddies up in the building? All right? Lock in, gang. I will be right back. It'll take me 2 seconds, so give me 1 second, all right? Okay, you guys, thank you for being patient. Actually, I went to go grab my package and then I realized my bird escaped from her cage. So, yeah, my escape artist is back at it again. So I had to grab her because she was having a good old time outside of her cage, poop all over the floor. And I was like, yeah, it's a good thing I got out this live stream. Okay. Delaney, you sent me an email? Okay, I'll go check it out after this live stream. All right, here we go. She was having herself a ball, a blast. She said, "Happy Friday" to me. Escape artist, I tell you what. If you ever need somebody to do something for you, I'll send you my bird because she get the job done. She's too smart. I don't know how she be getting out. She gets out every time. Anyway, she was flying around. I said, "Get back here." I'm so glad I muted the mic because we was screaming at each other. I would be like, "Get back here." She'd be like, "Walk, walk, walk," and I'm like, "Don't be talking back." She'd be like, "Walk, walk." I was like, "Oh my God, see, I have lovebirds." Yeah. Yeah, do they fly around? No, they fly around. I didn't want to clip their wings and give them a complex, you know? So they can still fly around. That's why she likes to get out of her cage because she wants to be free. And that's fine. I give them fly time all the time, every day. We have like a good hour of fly time, but some days I can't do it. Like yesterday, I did it, but the day before I couldn't. So she's like deprived. She's like, "It's the weekend, honey. Let me get my fly time in." Like, you're not on vacation either. She be making up her own rules. Anyways, let's continue. Let's get into the Cancer sign reading. Thank you guys for being patient and for waiting. Appreciate you guys. It's 222 right now. Ooh, angel number 222. It's 222 right now, you guys. That's awesome. Look at that. Angel number. I didn't even try that. So we're starting off the Cancer sign reading at 222. Beautiful. Love it. All right, let's lock in. Let's lock into the messages. All right, here we go. What do we have here for my Cancers? Thank you, Spirit. Ashe. What do we have here for my Cancers when it comes to the divine messages? 144. The divine messages. All right, what do we have for the cosmic upgrade? The cosmic upgrade for the Cancers. All right, what do we have here? Whoa. I haven't seen this card yet. Some of these cards I haven't seen yet. Wow. And then you got another card that wants to come out with it, so we won't flip it over till after I read this one. So for my Cancer collective, you guys have Magdalena. Clear vision. Magdalena. Look at that face. Look at that artwork. Wow. I think this is a painting because if you zoom in a little bit more, there's texture. There's like texture on that card. It looks like a painting. So it says here the number 32. That could be significant to you. That could be someone's age. Or you could be seeing 555 a lot. And then we have hope and illumination. Number 16, which breaks down to a 7. So you could be seeing a lot of those numbers. They can mean something to you. 5, 7, 16, 32. Hope and illumination. Hold the light. Oh, speaking of birds, look at that. That's crazy. Hold on. That is crazy. My bird's going off right now because she's upset that the other one is upset. So they're both screaming at me from a distance. But look at that. Look at the bird. I was just talking about how my bird got out of their cage. And look at that bird on the branch. I feel like the lighting here is blown out because there's a lot of light in my room. I don't know if that's focusing, but the bird's so cute. I want it to focus. Anyways. Um, wow. That's crazy. I love it when that happens. I love it when that happens. All right, so yes, we have here Hope and Illumination and Magdalena, okay? Speaking of escaping, oh shoot, there's a deeper message coming through. See how the Mary Magdalene here on this card is crying? She has a little bit of tears as she's holding the candle, the light. And it says here, hope and illumination, like she has hope and faith for something. For some of you Cancers, this is really going to hit. I don't know if this is a current version of you or a past version of you. Either way, it seems like there was or is a version of you that feels like hope is hard to sustain, or that hope was all lost at one point in your life. That you felt like you wanted to be free from something. That could have been a person, a relationship, a home, a mindset, an emotion. You wanted to be free from, I don't know, maybe reactions, maybe your anger towards yourself, or disappointments, or maybe you want to remove yourself from certain people. But there's like something of like, I want to be free. I want to escape. I want to expand. I want to be me. But for some reason, I felt like you felt trapped, or you felt like something couldn't change in your life. And you could still feel like that now for some of you. Like I said, I don't know your timelines, if this is currently happening or was in the past, but it's highlighting this through this card. Like I'm seeing a Cancer who's crying. And possibly maybe at night. That's why there's a lit candle here. Crying at night, being disappointed, being unfulfilled with life or a person or a circumstance or a mindset. Maybe your mindset gets the best of you, but it felt like entrapment. It felt like it wasn't fair. It felt like you couldn't change or you couldn't evolve and expand. It felt strict. It felt it felt like energy was choking you. Like I feel almost like choked by this energy. Hopefully not physically, but for some of you guys, maybe that is going to be a thing. Because maybe that was the experience that you were physically in. So I am seeing that. I am seeing that. And this bird next to you, it represents spirit. This bird, and birds are very tied to the spiritual realms, like source, creator, God, you know. Birds are highly significant in multiple teachings, cultures, belief systems as a connected source to spirit. And so spirit is almost like spirit is trying to speak to you and transform you or change you or to move you somewhere physically. It could be internally, but also physically in your life that you may feel like or you felt like wasn't possible. And spirit never left your side, always by your side to remind you, hey, you can create the change. Hey, you can make that move. Hey, you can get out of that relationship. Hey, you can make your life better. Hey, you can believe in yourself. Hey, you can achieve something. Hey, your hard work is not done in vain. Hey, you're never stuck. Hey, you're never this. You're never that. You can. You will. You do. You are. You am. Right? So there's some type of energy where I felt like tears were shed for whatever reason for you, and the spirit guides never left your side, and that you were always protected or you were always overseen over, you were always shown the way, you were always shown the light, but for some reason it just felt like you couldn't move. For some of you guys, that could have been self-sabotage. Maybe you just felt like you didn't think you could. For others of you, it was more like you really actually couldn't. It's heavy energy to this, but also a lot of love and light here. Because even though it is heavy, it feels like it just felt like there was always a way out, but maybe you just never seen it or embraced it until you did, you know? For a lot of you guys, you have like a spirit guide or an angel around you with this bird. This bird never leaves your side. For some of you guys, you have pet birds. For others of you, you may see birds kind of be attracted to you or drawn to you, or that you're drawn to birds. Maybe for some of you guys, you have a bird feeder outside of a window or on a porch or on a deck or in front of your doorway, and you admire the birds that come. Maybe you're like, "Oh, look at a hummingbird," or "Oh, look, a red robin," or "Oh, look, a blue jay. Look at they're eating the seeds." And it's like such an event to you, and maybe no one else really cares about it, or maybe there's no one else to show it to. But when you stare at it, it means something to you. It's because the energy of birds and the spiritual realm is trying to guide you and speak to you and remind you of your freedom to create, your freedom to believe, your freedom of knowledge, your freedom of reality that you can have. They're reminding you of who you are every time you see that bird, interact with that bird. There's an angel spirit guide. It doesn't have to be every bird that is that, but there is a particular one that I'm getting that is, or a particular one that you have came across with that you can't forget. Some of you guys, this bird is in your dreams. Okay? You could have a dream about a bird. But it's because you're being shown the way. It's because you're being shown the way, because going back to this beautiful close-up shot of Mary Magdalene, it says here clear vision on the card. It's being like you're shown the way, and it's being highlighted to me, this energy, so that way you can have clear vision. For a lot of you guys, your vision wasn't clear or still isn't, and so you're getting the cosmic upgrade to certain clarity with yourself, but also your circumstances or previous circumstances. Maybe a previous version of yourself if you feel like you're past this, but take it how it resonates. For most of you, you're still in this energy, but that's why I'm saying that is because your cosmic upgrade, your 144 cosmic upgrade, is that you are going to get the clarity and the clearer vision as to why you were meant to hold the light, hold the space for yourself, why you were meant to continue to have faith, or why you stayed in this energy of uncertainty or confusion or sadness. Maybe you're getting more clarity as to why you're being like that. Maybe you're like, "Oh, I was self-sabotaging. Didn't even know what that was. I didn't even know what that is. I didn't even know I was doing it," you know? So there's some type of clearer vision or clearer knowledge or clarity that is coming to you, but spirit has never left your side, and that's the most beautiful thing. The most beautiful thing about this message is that you were never alone, even when you thought you were alone. Wow, Ashe. Oh my God, that is a bar. Oh my goodness, that is such a bar. I'm literally like covering my mouth with my hand. I'm like shooketh. I'm like, oh my God. Because that is so deep. That is something that somebody needed to know and hear. You were never alone when you thought you were alone, because there goes spirit. There's something about your resiliency and your strength emotionally. Someone has thick skin emotionally and energetically. And some of you cancers, you hide your emotions. I see you. You hide your emotions. And then it just spills over. You can't keep doing that. You can't keep holding that in. You have to release that, because that is you self-sabotaging yourself from evolution and the new version of yourself. You have to release that. When you release that, then you can release yourself from what's physically holding you back. but it starts within. Yeah. Yeah. That's that illumination. You're getting illuminated to this. Wow. 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 That is so crazy too, because I went into your reading talking about my bird. That is so crazy. That is so aligned. That's deep message, deep message. We have here, and you know what? Actually, I want to read it this way. I'm going to read this one first and then that one. I was going to read this one, but I feel like this is the light and this is the dark, right? And so you're going from this I don't know what to do to I know exactly who I am and what I'm meant to do and exactly where I need to be, and I know my path and I know who I am, and I didn't know I was doing something from before, but now I know. Yeah, it's like I want to see the transformation. The transformation, the cards came out like this, but Spirit is saying, no, they go like this. Wow. So we're actually going to read this card first, Hope and Illumination, number 16. For some of you guys, the angel numbers that I was seeing, like I said, you could be born on the 16th day, or you could be seeing repeating numbers 777. For some of you guys, you're July cancers, so 1 and 6, the 16 here on the card equals a 7, so you could be a July cancer, okay? For some of you guys, you could be 32 years old. For others of you, you're seeing the angel number 555. 5 speaks of change and transformation. So if you are seeing repeating number 5s, it goes along with this reading, but it also goes along with what you're meant to hear right now, that you are transforming, or you're meant to change, you're meant to evolve, you're meant to ascend, you're meant to leave the past version of yourself and whatever that included behind and go towards the new, even if you are in solitude, even if you are alone, that's okay. Because you're never alone. Look at the bird there. You're not alone, even if you think you will be. Dang, this is a good message. Wow. I'm shocked. I'm shooketh. Your message is so deep. It says here, hope and illumination, hold the light. Holding space for others can be exhausting and sometimes a thankless job. Remember to take time out for yourself to process your feelings. That is literally what I said. Summed up. Summed up. That's literally what I said, summed up. Let me read that again for dramatic effect, because I feel like Spirit says, say it louder for the people in the back. Let me read this again. Holding the space for others can be an exhausting and sometimes thankless job. Remember to take time out for yourself and process your feelings. Ashe. It says Mary Magdalene's exile in Egypt may have been a difficult time for her. It is said that Joseph was her guardian and other family members were with her all those years, but she would have had to bear being separated from her bridegroom while she remained in a third density realm. In Egypt, Mary birthed her child in secret, so the Davidic bloodline could remain hidden. Her teachings would help hold the space, as she was physically, mentally, and emotionally present for the others. Holding space means putting your focus on someone other than yourself and supporting them as they explore their feelings in a loving, non-judgmental space. Mary was able to raise her frequency and meet with Yeshua on other planes, such as the sacred marriage chamber of the Heros Gamos. Here, their souls would joyfully reunite in the embrace of the true light of continuum. Holding this presence illuminated her for all to see and feel. In this way, others experience their own sacred love. Have the patience to stay in a place and wait quietly for a while. It won't be forever. In the painting, the dove sleeps. Oh, so this is a dove. That bird up there is a dove. It's a blue dove, though. It's blue, but it's a dove. It says here, in the painting, the bird sleeps while waiting for humanity to awake. The flame burns clear and bright as a symbol of hope. See, she's not... It's her holding the space for other people, yes, But she's also not awakened to the part of herself where she is being asked to give to herself. She doesn't know that she's suppressing a part of herself just to sacrifice for others. She doesn't know how much that's impacting her life and who she is and what experiences she could have. And so Spirit is saying that literally that bird is waiting for her, not only to wake up, but also humanity to wake up to who she actually is. Right. And so then there's something really beautiful in that. It's where it's like you can stay in this place for a while and quietly, it won't be forever. But there is at a point where you need to wake up, because that symbol of hope will soon turn into an action of hope that you have something greater and beyond you. Okay. It's not saying that you can't show up for others. It's saying that you can still do that through showing up for yourself. And so there's a way to do it. And so Spirit is really activating that, okay? Because it's really showing me here that you're meant to explore these feelings in a non-judgmental space, just as you would create the space for others to do so in your energy, right? You create that space for others, but you need to learn how that you need to create for yourself. A non-judgmental, loving space for you to explore your feelings emotionally, physically, mentally. And so for some of you guys, you're in the midst of doing this, but for others of you, this is your advice. But this is literally telling me that a part of your cosmic spiritual upgrade, your 144 upgrade, is to be able to be in the balance of this in such a harmonious way that you don't sacrifice a lot of yourself for others, that you can still show up for others, but showing up for yourself is priority, right? So there's something here of that. And I'm seeing here also when they had mentioned Yeshua reuniting with her on other planes. Like I said, we talked about in other readings, I think in the Scorpio reading, we talked about it, how Mary Magdalene was so good at meditating that she was actually able to communicate with Yeshua through meditation before even meeting this man. Okay? She was able to go in her mind and to be able to communicate and understand and share knowledge and connect with a person who she hasn't even met yet. For some of you guys, you have the ability to do this with people who you know around you. For some of you guys, you may notice that you're doing this in not the best ways. You may be doing this to selfishly get your own way with others. And so Spirit is saying, I don't want you to do it in that way. I want you to do it in a way where you're literally holding a space for others and yourself. For some of you guys, you don't realize that your power of prayer, you could be praying for something to happen for you and only you, right? For others of you, you're praying for something to happen for someone else and forgetting about you. So it's either this or that. You're on one spectrum or the other. But for some of you guys, you need to start doing the opposite to balance it out. There's a balance here. Or to do it the way of the light, okay? The way that is really going to raise your frequency. Because your emotions is what helps you manifest. And you could be manifesting negative things to happen for others, not knowing, because that's what you want. You want an outcome, and you may be like, I want this outcome for us, for me, and you think you're doing it for the right reasons, but what you don't know is it's holding someone else back, or it's showing up in someone else's life who you're praying and meditating on and wanting to manifest this thing. It's like you're holding them back and you don't know you're doing it. You don't know that that's your power. So then things are happening in their life that are negative, and you're like, oh, I didn't know I was doing that, or I didn't mean to do that, or I didn't know that I had that ability. Yeah, this is your ability. You got to use it in a very responsible way, in a very conscious way. Am I wishing for us to stay together type energy? Like you could be like, I want to stay with this person. I want to be with this person, knowing that this person may not be good for you. And you just want it to work out really bad. But Spirit is saying here, I want you to be in the energy of wishing well on them, not tied to your own benefit. You see what I'm saying? And for some of you guys, you may notice you do that and you don't try to do it. But if you do it, Spirit is saying you notice how it shows up worse for others, or you notice how you may feel bad or guilty because you knew that that's what you wanted as the outcome, but you thought it would make you fulfilled, but it actually made you feel worse. Okay? So that's why it's very, very, very important for you to know your power and know how to use it in a way where it gives light to you and others, for those of you who are subconsciously creating that. Okay? For others of you, the other side of the spectrum is that you want so much good for others that you give away all of that energy source and all of that power to create for yourself. You give it all away, and then you're realizing why your life is so much of a struggle, why you are so much in this energy of like, oh, I still haven't achieved something, or I still haven't processed the rest of my feelings, or I feel exhausted. I feel overworked or burnt out, or I feel like I'm crashing out. And it's because you gave too much of your power away. You need to know how to do that in increments. You need to know how to recharge yourself along the way. You need to learn how to prioritize yourself. And so for others of you, like I said, it's different. It's in that way that Spirit wants you to activate something, or that you're being activated, should I say, cosmically upgraded. Okay. So this is your ability. Know how to use it and choose how to use it for good, right? For the greater good, for yourself or for others, but it has to be in balance and it has to work. It kind of reminds me of a drought energy. Like when places don't get any rain and they only get sun, what does it do? It kills the crops, it dries out the grass, it makes everything dry, it makes the people not want to go outside. It like literally sucks the life out of everything. You need the rain, right? To nourish, to make things supple, to make things grow, right? So there's something that you're doing too much of, and you guys know what it is for you. You're doing too much of that, and Spirit is saying, let's bring the rain, because you're drying out your energy in sacrifice to someone else, or in the other way, you are utilizing your ability and your gifts and drying out your own fulfillment and your own wants and desires, because things don't manifest in the way that you want it, because it's coming from a me place, me, selfish. I want attention. It has to happen for me, for only me. And without the consideration of maybe somebody else doesn't want that. Maybe that relationship they don't want to be in it and you're holding on to it. Or an outcome, or you're holding on to, maybe this person really does want to go somewhere else or do this thing, and you're holding them, you're tied to that. There's a grip. And so Spirit is saying you have the power to hold people where they're at. It's like, because you hold the light, you have the power to use that light in different ways. And it could actually not be healthy or conducive to other people's growth, or it can be, but it's up to you. So that's your cosmic upgrade. That for some of you guys, you don't even need this as a cosmic upgrade. It's something that you do on default. Okay. And it's a really great gift. We have here clear vision. This is the next one that I'm going to read. 32. And then we'll get out and we'll go to Aquarius. Okay, so the clear vision card, it says, be discerning. Use your innate psychic ability to help you understand the people and the situations in your life. Don't be afraid to walk away from something that doesn't serve you now. Cherish those with whom you resonate. Dude, do you not see that it says it right here? Everything that I've just been saying. Ashe, 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 ashe. This is the message. This is your message. Oh my gosh. I'm almost shocked at myself that I'm channeling this hard and this detailed. First of all, I haven't even seen this card yet. And I said that in the beginning of the read. I was like, whoa, I haven't seen this yet. And second of all, it's literally repeating what I just said, probably in a better way, or in a shorter way. But let's read this again. Let's read this again, because I really do feel like I need to say it louder for the people in the back. Be discerning. Use your innate psychic ability to help you understand the people and the situations in your life. Don't be afraid to walk away from what doesn't serve you now. Cherish those with whom you resonate with. Ashe. Wow. Because for some of you, you may have been triggered by the things that I was saying, but this is why I was saying it. So you can get a clearer perspective, a clearer vision, a clear insight. You can get the clarity. Like, oh, I am doing this. I am using my psychic abilities not for the best. Or I am using it for selfish reasons. Or I am using it to help others, but I need to start helping myself. I'm using it too much now. I'm drained, right? So there's different ways and different layers and different timelines of you guys in the way you're using your gifts. And you don't know that you're using it in this way. And some of you guys, you know that you're using it in this way. Spirit is saying, I want you to be clear of this now and do what you need to do now that you know this information moving forward. Wow, beautiful energy. It says here, in the Gnostic Gospels of Mary Magdalene, it is described that as having olive skin and entrancing green eyes. So for some of you guys, you do have olive skin or green eyes. Okay, not doesn't have to be, but for some of you guys, you do. Okay. Mary Magdalene is described as having olive skin and entrancing green eyes. It was hard for people to keep her gaze as it pierced through their souls in an all-knowing way. So for some of you guys, you know, when you look at people, you know, like if they're being honest or if they have good intentions, or maybe you know their story. There's certain things that you know about these people that you just don't know how you know. For some of you guys, you know that you have the psychic ability and you do know how you know. And a lot of people get intimidated by you. A lot of people want to run away from you. For some of you guys, a lot of your relationships with others, whether it was romantic or platonic, a lot of your relationships with others may have been short-lived because people get afraid of what you can see. You could see the eyes to their soul. The eyes are the windows to the soul. So you could see their soul through that window of their eyes. Through your own eyes. People get captivated by the way you look at them. And for those who are very curious about you, they'll stay and they'll stick around to see why you see them that way, because they know they'll learn something about themselves through having an experience with you, through hanging around you, through being with you. Okay? So you may have noticed that in your life and you still do. Okay? So this book says, it pierced through their souls in an all-knowing way. Clairvoyance, clairaudience, and other forms of telepathy often emerge at an early age. Wow, it says it right here. Clairvoyance, clairaudience, and other forms of telepathy often emerge at an early age. That is probably what a lot of you guys have experienced, whether you knew that definition or not. Whether you know what that is or not, if you don't know what that is, look up these words. Look up what that means, because a lot of people think the word psychic has a lot to do with like just another way of looking at it, okay? In like the movie or Hollywood way. Spirit is saying, I want you to look into this, okay? Because you may have experienced a lot of this ability to do this kind of thing at an early age, whether you realize it or not, and whether you fully grasp the definition or the layers of what that means for you, okay? And for a lot of you guys, this may be a profession that you're already in, and I'm co-signing something you already know. And for others of you, you don't know this information, and I'm giving you new knowledge, okay? But you're meant to hear whatever this is, okay? And for a lot of you guys, you don't have to make this your profession. This could just be your energy, okay? Your energy is meant to help others, okay? So we have here, Mary Magdalene was aware of her future husband's existence. So she was aware of her future husband's existence. Who was that? Yeshua. She was aware of this because of her clairvoyancy. She knew who her soulmate was through meditation, through clairvoyancy, through her telepathy, right? That she was using at an early age. Okay, so for for Mary, in this way, she knew of her future husband's existence, okay? For some of you guys, you know of your own future path. You know of your own children's path. You know of your own spouse or your ex-spouse's path. Some of you guys, you just know far ahead just by looking at someone in the eyes. Just by making eye contact, you might exchange a few words, but you don't know much about them, but you know exactly where they're meant to go. You know exactly what they're meant to do in their life. You know exactly their purpose and where they're meant to be. And for some of you guys, that's why you're so willing to give to them. That's why you're so much in the energy of this. You give so much to people. You guide so many people that you drain yourself of this energy. You have to know how to balance it. So that's what Spirit is showing me here. It says here, her parents were wealthy merchants. Mary Magdalene's parents were wealthy merchants and hoped that her looks would be an advantage to her marrying into a wealthy gentleman. This was not to be, as Mary knew her destiny would take her elsewhere. She would marry Yeshua instead and be a part of his inner mystery school. Take the profound knowledge and the techniques of psychic healing that she learned from him and teach his children and bring the bloodline of King David to other shores. Her ancestral line would flow through the monarchs of Europe until deliberately scattered by the Inquisition. Beware of the influence of others. They may have agendas of their own. Only you can determine your destiny. Ask the question, and your higher self will provide the answer in a form that you will recognize. Perhaps it will be in an oracle reading or through visions and reoccurring symbols. Either way, you will know. That's crazy because this is an oracle card reading. And it says literally right here, perhaps it will be in an oracle reading. Whoever needs this message, you came to the right room, you came to the right read, you came to the right person. I'm here giving you this message right now. It says it here. You guys, this is crazy. You are so locked in. It is awesome. It is amazing. It is so divine. It is so divine. Wow. So a lot of you guys, your cosmic upgrade, whether you kind of felt it or whether you intuitively knew it was coming or whether you didn't know and it kind of surprised you and catches you off guard, you're clairvoyant, you are clairaudient, you have telepathy, you have an empathic nature naturally, okay? Beware of the influence of others. You can adopt those agendas as your own sometimes because of your empathic nature or because of your clairvoyance or your clairaudience or because of your gift. It may want you to be getting your own way, right? Because if we know we have this ability, sometimes if we're in relationships or in a certain situation, we're like, I have to get my way. We don't use this ability in the right way. You have to be responsible with this ability. As I choose to be responsible for it when it comes to you guys, and especially in your personal readings, you know, I am responsible when it comes to the information and the knowledge I'm given. I'm not just spitting fire just to spit it. I'm spitting fire from God's source creator and in God's own fire eyes. You know, I'm spitting the messages that are meant to come through, not to just make a buck or a coin. And it's not what we do over here. Because I knew signing up for my journey and my purpose, I knew that it came with great responsibility because it was great power attached to it. And I knew that I wasn't going to just come up on here on YouTube and just do all this whoop-de-whoop just to do it. No, it's with purpose, it's with power, it's with knowledge, it's with care, it's with divinity. And a lot of people don't know how to do that. And some people need the reminder to go do that if they were doing it in a way that wasn't divine. And so Spirit is really showing me here that you have the ability to do this or you're already doing it. And Spirit is showing me here that you have an influence on other people. So beware of the influence of them because it is not yours to adopt. It is yours to notice. It is yours to take note of. It is yours to take note of. And to intuitively know what agendas those people may have and either remove yourself or address them. But it is part of your destiny, okay? Only you can determine your destiny, and part of your destiny is to realize these teachings, realize these things, realize these natural ways that you are so like fluidly ebb and flow, like fluidly, like moving in energetically. Like you just flow with this. You just go with it. Thank you, Tebe, for being a member for 6 months. That's amazing. So that's what I see here as your message. And I'm going to leave it there. I could talk about it in circles because I love this message for you, Cancer, but I got to keep going. So let's get into my aqua bots, okay? Let's get into my aqua bots. Unite. Why am I like this? Like the video, subscribe to the channel. I love you guys. All right, let's get into your next message. Aquarius is where y'all at. Drop your zodiac sign. If you are watching for any zodiac sign placement, you can watch. You can cross watch for all different placements of your own chart and things like that. Okay, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it. What do we have here? If you guys would like to book a personal reading, I do have a Black Friday sale going on, so I highly suggest you book one because after November, I'm not doing any more personal readings until like late spring of next year. So just keep that in mind. And the link to that is in the description box below. It will also be pinned to the comments if you're looking for a personal read. All right, what do we have here for Aquarius? Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source, for the highest good. Ashe. What do we have for the 144? Divine Collective Message. Wow, first card out. Joseph of Arimathea. Arimathea? Is that how it's pronounced? Arimathea? Arimathea. I don't know. But this was the guardian of Mary Magdalene. So this is the person who was just in Cancer's reading. In some of the description, I think, for Cancer's reading, it mentioned Joseph. It says, plant your seeds, plant your intentions deep. Plant your seeds of intentions deep here, okay? So Aquarius, your first card out is this energy. Feels like a quick message, a fast message. It feels like you need to know this right now. So it feels very like forced kind of a message. You could be seeing 444 a lot for some of you guys. 444 could be an angel number you're seeing a lot. 4s represent stability. It also represents Cancer sign house on the house chart, on the house wheel, the generic house wheel. So it speaks of stability and the Cancer sign. So if you have Cancer in your chart, go back and watch that. That may be tied to somewhere in this message for you. You're only giving one card, so it concerns me that you don't need two. So we'll just go with one, okay? I don't feel like I need to continue to shuffle here. You got one specific card for a reason. The only other sign that got one card like this was Scorpio. What's interesting is that Scorpio's reading is actually the card that's on the bottom of this deck right now. So you guys might have Scorpio in your chart. I highly suggest you watch the Scorpio or the Cancer reading if you have Scorpio or Cancer sign in a particular position in your chart that you feel is important or is calling for you to cross watch. But Scorpio got this card. And it was the only one card that they got in their reading. What's interesting is that this is the only one card you're getting, but Scorpio's energy is on the bottom. So that's why I say you might want to look at both. So we have Joseph here, and this was the person who protected Mary Magdalene on her travels. It's interesting because you see Mary here, her back is turned, she's enjoying the views, but on the side here, there's a bunch of scrolls. Whether that was her own book that she was writing, the book of Mary Magdalene, the one that never got published. Yeah, they ripped that out. They didn't want you to know that information. She was talking about a lot of this deep stuff that she was doing with this meditation, this channeled energy. But I'm pretty sure you could find that book somewhere now that it's 2025 and we have the technology and a lot of the people who dug up these ancient teachings and scriptures and things like that. But she was carrying these scrolls of knowledge with her a lot. And the person who was protecting her on this voyage was Joseph, the Joseph of Arimathea or Arimathea. And so this has a lot to do with your spiritual cosmic upgrade, because it says here right underneath, plant your intentions deep. I feel like there's a deep intention or a deep purpose or a deep life path or something deep, passionate that you're passionate about. It could be revolutionary to you in some way. But there is like that kind of coming through, and that intention is very deep. And I feel like it coincides with Mary Magdalene's intention of, documenting her teachings and her book and her way of life and knowledge when it came to her meditation work and her spirituality and her connection to God's source and her connection to Mother Earth and Mother Gaia, her connection to Shekinah, so the Sophiatic energy, right? So there is this energy of you, Aquarius, embodying this just with your own personal intentions. It's like, I don't know if you're keeping it a secret, tucked away, or if you are working on a project that's taking a while, if you are in the energy of planning some particular intention deeply. That whatever you're doing now in the future, you see it as something that you want it to grow and expand in a particular way. It could be just something that you're doing with your family or your traditions, or it could be something that you're doing on a bigger level, like, with a community or with like, my stomach's growling. Sorry, you guys. With a community or with maybe a revolution or an activist type energy, but you're doing something and you're very much protected. You're very much protected here. So you could have someone who believes in you or who is loyal to you, who protects your project or your ideas or your goals, protects and supports them, keeps them, respects them so much that they keep them to themselves. They don't repeat this to everyone. This person could have gray hair. So this could be a person who is a masculine energy. They don't have to be a masculine gender. They just have masculine energy. They want to protect. They want to provide. They want to support. And so this person could have gray hair for some of you, male or female, whoever this is. They have masculine energy, possibly gray hair here. They have a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge. Maybe they lived a longer lifetime than you. Maybe it could be your parent or your grandparent. It could be a spouse. It could be, a perfect stranger. I don't know. It could be a friend, close friend, a friend of the family. I don't know, but somebody feels very protective of your goals, of what it is that you've planted with deep intention. There's something here that you're cosmically upgrading to achieve in your life based off of what you planted. There's something that is about to get to the next level or the next chapter or the next stage from what you originally planted in your life. Okay? Someone could be being brought into your life. If you don't have this person in your life right now, kind of with this guardian energy, this protection, Spirit is saying this is either a protector from another realm, or that this is someone who you're going to meet along your path. Physically, you're going to have somebody who you meet who is going to be protecting you and guiding you. And you're going to know who that is because your intuition is going to really feel it. You're really going to feel warm and you're really going to feel protected in this person's energy. You're not going to question it. You're not going to feel like it's weird. You're not going to feel off-put. You know how when you meet people and you feel like it's off-putting and you're like, I don't know about that person. It's your intuition saying that there is something off. You're not going to feel like that when it comes to this person. So I am seeing a little bit of help here. Let's get into the definition of this. For some of you guys, you could be born on the 4th day, or you could be a life path 4 with that 4 on the card. But we have here, an idea must have positive intentions behind it and be firmly placed in fertile ground if it is to take root. As it grows and flowers, the shape may change. Adapt an idea to the current time frame for the most beneficial results. I was trying to read results and I was reading adapt at the same time, so I said adults. For the most beneficial results. So adapt to a new idea or to the idea that you already have, to the intention that you already created for yourself in the current time frame to have the most beneficial results. It says Joseph of Arimathea was the chosen guardian of Mary Magdalene and her companions. After delivering them safely to Provence, he continued to travel by sea along his well-known trade routes. At one point, he sailed up the river to a harbor in Glastonbury, where his party arrived weary. The hill above the harbor bears this name today. Oh, the weary all. Okay. So it says here he planted his staff in the ground where it burst into a flower. Wow. So that is the staff in this photo. This staff didn't have flowers on it until he like literally put it onto the ground, and then it started blooming flowers. Could you imagine if that happened to you today? Could you imagine if you was just chilling, right? You was just chilling and you took a stick from the ground and you was just like playing with it, like poking it into the ground, or just like, holding it or something, and you plant your feet on the ground and you're like, whoa, and it just starts growing. It just starts blooming. And you're like, what the heck? Bye. You would think it's witchcraft, or you would throw it and be scared. For some of you guys, you would embrace it and be like, whoa, and you just be so majestically like staring at it. You couldn't believe it. You probably think you have this power. It was the land. So it says he planted his staff on the ground where it burst into flowers. The symbol for the bloodline of the royal house of David was a flowering staff. The prophecy of Isaiah says, a shoot will come from the stump of Jesse. From his roots, a branch will bear fruit. That's in Isaiah 11:1 in the new international version of, I guess, of the Bible. So it says here 11:1. So 11:1 is interesting because there's something about November 1st. Okay. There's something about November 1st coming from that is what they're pointing me at is a time frame. So that could be like this month now. You're meant to know this information. It's also pointing me to that you guys could have been seeing the angel number 1111 or 111, which speaks of new beginnings, speaks of something blossoming, speaks of something emerging to bring in the light, right? Or to bring in a new chapter. And I did say that you guys are leveling up in a new chapter. Okay. I kept saying that. And so then with those ones repeating, it's kind of co-signing that energy, especially it being the book of Isaiah. Okay, so I am seeing that here. It says the tree has proven to be a Levantine thorn from the Middle East. Many pieces of the grafted many pieces have been grafted over the years and are now the holy thorn trees all over Glastonbury, where they bloom at Christmas. Joseph would have carried exotic fabrics, amber, spices, and wines to trade for gold, copper, and tin. Amber was more valuable than gold at the time, and there was an established amber trail not unlike the Silk Road. At the time, there were canals alongside Mary Magdalene Street for the movement of trade goods by barge. It is said that Joseph died in Glastonbury and was buried there. A well-rooted intention can change the fundamental essence of a people or a place. With courage and conviction, you also have the power to inspire and bring about change. When rooted in love, the universe will support your intentions. That's why I said you guys have something that you're meant to do revolutionary. You're meant to do in some way, shape, or form, whether it's just for a small community or a large community or on social media or just within your own family dynamics and your culture and your traditions and maybe changing a belief system or amplifying something specific about a belief system that supports humanity, that supports a place, that supports the people, and how the universe responds to that, okay? Because I'm seeing here the universe will support your intentions when you're doing something with love, when you're rooted in love. And so there's a lot of deep meaning to this definition, where you must have planted something a long time ago, or you're doing that now, and your deep intention, your good intention of doing this, the universe is supporting that by bringing you the right opportunities to continue this idea or this creativity to blossom, or to bringing you the right people to help support it and to do the trade work, or to do the investment on it, or to come towards you as a client or a customer, or to come towards you to protect your ideas, patent your ideas, support your ideas, if it's something business wise. But if it's something more of a different way, Spirit is saying you're going to be receiving a lot of that help along the way. It's like the way Joseph would trade exotic fabrics and ambers and spices and wine for gold, copper, and tin. The way he would do that, it's interesting. It's the same way as the universe responds to you. The universe responds and trades whatever it is that you're pouring in and planting. They'll trade it in for your abundance. Now grows a tree of your abundance, right? Now grows like your family tree, or your business, your money tree, right? Now something grows within or outside of you externally that you can enjoy, you could flourish from, you could support you, yourself, your life, and other people with. Okay, so a reminder of this card says an idea must have a positive intention behind it to be firmly placed into fertile ground so that it could take root, okay? So there is beneficial benefits here. So I feel like whatever it is that you're wanting to do, or wanting to change, or wanting to evolve, or getting ideas to create, or belief systems starting to shift, that you feel is more aligned to you, that it feels more of truth to you, it feels more secure to you, it feels more right, it feels more of divine light. Spirit is saying that the seed that you plant will grow miraculously and very quickly. It's interesting because I did say that this card came out pretty quick, and I feel like that was kind of a message within a message. Like this energy of whatever's on this card, even down to Joseph's staff, how he just went like that and planted it on the ground. He was like boom, and just put his staff on the ground, and all of a sudden it started blossoming flowers like right before his eyes. There's some type of energy of like, as soon as you do something with intention, it's going to blossom right before your eyes. It's going to happen very quickly. It's going to happen with that. And that's how you know you're in your purpose. That's how you know you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. That's how you know that it feels aligned to you and it's going to fulfill you and nourish you for the rest of your life and probably generations to come. But it starts with you, right? And you will have a help along the way, okay? You will have a helper here along the way. So Spirit is saying you are divinely guided, protected, highly blessed, and favored. And we want you to amplify this and trust yourself and believe in yourself and continue to do the things that you stand for in solidarity, okay? Solidarity, is it solidarity? I don't know how to pronounce that word, but you know what I'm saying. So that's what Spirit is really bringing to me with this card for you, Aquarius. This is going to be your reading. I hope that this gave you a lot of divine light and clarity and guidance when it comes to your all signs cosmic upgrade message. This is the 144 cosmic upgrade for you, is that you are about to be upgrading in some area of your life that you intentionally planted a very, very good seed to, and that is going to happen very quickly, okay? So be prepared, don't be scared, stay ready so you don't got to get ready, expect this unexpected thing to kind of just happen unexpectedly. Expect the unexpected, because it is going to happen very quickly, okay? So whatever this is, whether it's a download you're getting, whether it's your spirituality, whether it's an activism thing that you're doing, whether you're a revolutionary, whether you are writing a book, whether you are teaching something, whether you are learning something, there's something here about to happen very quickly. For some of you guys, it's your own business. For some of you guys, it's your own family dynamics. There's something here about to change very quickly. So adapt to that. It's not going to look the same, and it's okay. It's moving in the right direction. So that's what you're meant to hear right now, Aquarius. So that's what I'm seeing for your reading. Let's get into my Aries. Shout out to my Aries gang in the building. So many beautiful messages coming through. Sheesh. If you guys are hanging, I'm hanging. You feel me? You hanging with me? because this is a very very much needed reading, but it's also very long-winded. We've been on for a long time. We've been on since 12:30, I think, and it's now about to be 3:19. So that's like already 3 hours. We're almost there. This might go into a 5-hour marker, maybe not more than 5 hours, but like I said, you guys, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with somebody who you feel like needs the message. Even just liking the video helps get the message out. So definitely run up them likes, okay? Because this is a very, very much needed Zodiac all signs collective chosen one reading. I've been dragging it out for 2 weeks. I kept having to reschedule this reading because it just wasn't the right time. I just knew it wasn't the right time. And now I feel really, really good that I waited, because now's the right time. Not only do I have the time and energy and the channel to do it, because I'm channeling all this energy. I feel like I have an open channel in my third eye to do this and to consume all of this knowledge right now. It's also the right time for you guys to hear it, because if you would have heard it 2 weeks prior, I don't think it would have just really resonated or hit or registered as it is going to do now. And sorry for all the outside noise, you guys. All that outside noise and stuff is just, it happens every week over here. It's just the what is that called? The landscapers out there. They landscape every time on Wednesdays and Fridays. All right, so let's get into the Aries reading, okay, you guys? Drop your Aries zodiac signs down in the chat stream below. Let me know you're ready for the read. We're in my Aries fire sign energy. Ashe. Hey, Katrina. Thank you for being here. Shantae's here as well. Shout out to the OGs. I didn't even see y'all till now. Hi, Lucas. We got Bebo in the chat saying this deck is amazing. Yeah, these cards are very amazing. This Oracle card deck is so amazing. Baby, she teaches, right? And Mary Magdalene be teaching. Hi, Young Money. Shout out to the OGs. This is their Aries 144 cosmic upgrade message. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Let's lock in, gang, lock in. What do we have here for the Aries collective? For those who are identifying with their Aries sun sign or any other highly aspected placement in their chart, their Aries placements. What do you have to tell to this collective at this time, watching for the signs and the messages for their cosmic upgrade? For the 144 chosen one collective cosmic upgrade, what do we have here? Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source. Ashe. What do we have here? They're telling me to cut the Oracle deck, so let's cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. What do we have here, Spirit? Wow. Okay. Okay, the ones that flipped over, we have 3 cards here. Whoa. Okay, so you have a long message, a large message. I wouldn't even say long because it could be a short message. It's just a large message. It's a lot to say or a lot to digest. So get your snacks, grab whatever you're sipping on. We might have to be here for a minute in Aries energy. I don't know yet. First card out you get is number 13. Number 13 could be significant to you, or the number 4. The number 4 could be very significant to you. We have here Stella Maris or Maris. Stella Maris, Stella Maris. We have here trust. Underneath that card it says trust. We also have the number 6, emerging from the shadow, reveal what's hidden. Number 6 could be significant to you in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you're a life path 4, a life path 6. Maybe you've been seeing those numbers repeating. We have here the number 34, which breaks down to a 7. So you guys could be a life path 7 or be seeing repeating angel number 7s. But it says Angel of Roslyn. Behold the mystery. And it's interesting because she's looking at that Holy Grail or that chalice there. That cup, that gold cup, it reminds me of the Holy Grail. We'll see what the book says when we read it. But what I'm channeling from this is that a lot of you guys, this is one sentence. They're pointing me as to, this is just all one sentence, not individual messages like how we've been channeling. They're saying trust and reveal what's hidden to behold the mystery. They're literally saying, like, read it like a sentence. So it's interesting because I didn't get this message with anybody else for their zodiac signs. So very cool the way that they're telling me to read this message. They keep pointing me to this middle card, emerging from the shadows. So I'm going to read this card. Yeah, they keep pointing me to this one. I'm going to read this one because I don't remember what this one means, but I don't think I've ever read this one before. So I'm going to read this middle one in a moment. But what I'm channeling from the emerging from the shadows, just intuitively, is that there's a part of you that you've tucked away on purpose or that has been hidden from you. Okay? I know that sounds weird. How could somebody hide something away from you, right? How could that be? How is that a thing? But that is a thing because you could be impressionable, okay? So whereas you might have been for certain about something, about yourself, your gifts, your talents, your skill, your ability, your interests, your whatever, you could be impressionable. So if somebody doesn't believe in that specific thing that you believe in, you're going to hide it. They're going to hide it from you by distracting you and telling you something else. And so that inadvertently you hide it. You hide from a part of yourself that you thought you were for certain with. But now it's like, oh, I'm not so sure. Maybe wasn't a thing. Maybe I was looking at it from a wrong perspective, or, or something like that. It's like you're starting to question your ability to know you, to trust you, to be loyal to whatever you feel called to, right? So there's this energy where you may feel as though you have tucked away something on purpose or someone else did it for you. And so you're meant to activate that. That is your cosmic upgrade. Your cosmic upgrade is that you are going to find out more of the mystery of what's hidden within you. And you're meant to trust that and not anybody else around you right now. At this moment, I don't know if that's forever, but at this moment in time right now, like right now, when you are watching this reading, whenever today is for you, because for some of you guys, this is timeless. You won't catch this video till next year, till 2026. Whenever you are watching this reading, Aries, you're meant to hear this reading that day, that time, that specific moment. Okay, so this is telling me that you are meant to trust what is hidden within you, and you are meant to reveal that and be okay with the mystery that's ahead after you reveal that. Because you're going to unlock certain things, Aries, through your own essence, your own energy, your own knowledge, your own education, your own interests, your own skills. You are going to unlock something, but people are trying to keep it locked away, or you try to keep it locked away to fit into other people's expectations. So I don't know who's doing what, but you're meant to emerge from the shadow. For some of you guys, you already did this, so that could be a cosign that, hey, you're on the right path. But for others of you, this is your advice. This is your cosmic upgrade. You're being upgraded to merge from the shadows, emerge from the shadows, emerge from the shadows. They keep telling me that. If you're wondering, to be a reader, is it annoying to get messages like a broken record? Yes, sometimes it is, because they just keep repeating stuff to you like, okay, spirit, I get it. Yeah, sometimes being a reader is annoying because you keep getting the same thing and you're like, spirit, why are you telling me this over and over? And it's because they want you to amplify it. It's because they want the reader, or they want the message to really hit and penetrate the listener. That's so powerful. So this card right here, number 6, it says, emerging from the shadows, reveal what is hidden. It is time to speak your truth. That's the first bar. What this card literally means says it is time to speak your truth. Don't be held back if it doesn't benefit or liberate others. Bring the truth to the light. It is likely to bring release and enhance your well-being. Don't listen to other people. What did I say? I said that and I'm like, I haven't even read this card yet. I literally said that. I don't use this Oracle card deck enough to know all the definitions or see all the cards anyway by heart yet, which I wish I did so I didn't have to read it out of the book every time. But that one in particular, it just icing on the cake, tea. That is such a tea moment because it literally says what I just said. It literally says, don't hold back if it will benefit or liberate others. Okay? Bringing the truth to light is likely going to help release you from things, release others from things. So speak your truth. Don't be listening to other people saying, oh, shh, be quiet, be quiet. You don't like celebrating Thanksgiving? Oh, just be quiet. Don't say that at the dinner table because you're just going to get Uncle so-and-so riled up. Get them riled up. Bring it up to the attention. Say, I don't want to celebrate this. This is genocide. Yeah, we want to give it, we want to justify it or give it some type of justification of like, oh, we're just doing it now to be grateful. No, it doesn't change the time frame we're doing it. It doesn't change the meaning behind why it is. You know what I mean? So certain people have these things. So be passionate about what it is. And I just use Thanksgiving as an example because some people don't actually celebrate Thanksgiving. Me personally, I don't. And I don't judge people who do. I just personally have that belief system. But however, you are meant to speak on something that is your truth. They didn't say speak on something that's somebody else's truth. They said speak on something that aligns to you and gives you moral and value. That's aligned to your own morals and values, and speak that truth despite what other people will think, because it will help release them and it'll help release you from what you're trying to hide away from them or hide and tuck away from yourself. We can only be magnificent, gorgeous, talented, and we can only be these light workers and these beings if we speak on something. Closed mouths don't get fed. Do you hear me? So Spirit is saying, I want you to speak. I don't want you to block your throat chakra. I don't want you to choke on the truth like everyone else does or bury it behind or be triggered by it. I want you to speak it, embrace it, and see what small little things that you can do to maybe create change of a perspective when it comes to you, or to create a different belief system, a more intentional one if that's the case. Like, oh, I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but on the day that is that day, what I like to do is watch documentaries all day about the people whose lives were lost, and be grateful for the ones who survived. See how you made a slight change. It still holds significance, but not in the way that you were taught in school, not in the way that people celebrate today, right? And so there's some type of slight work, light work, aka light work, aka light work that you're going to do in a small but large significant way. And so that's why Spirit wants you to speak your truth, because it doesn't have to be a drastic change. People think that you have to drastically just change something. You could still celebrate it if that's what you want to do, right? And I'm using that as an example. I'm not talking to you guys, but as an example, right? You could be like, oh yeah, you could still celebrate it, but just tweak this a little bit. Let's acknowledge and respect this a little bit, right? And so there's this energy of, once you bring that to the table, you're able to release and remove yourself and others from the programming, and you're able to deprogram that slowly, just with a slight, just like with a slight tick of a nudge. And then later on, it becomes, a way of life. It becomes a way of respect. It becomes a way of love. It becomes a way of knowledge. It becomes a way of truth. See what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be so dramatic. People are so dramatic to hearing the truth that it triggers them and thinking everything's going to change now and life isn't fun. But Spirit is saying that's not what you have to make it. That's what you're making it because you are triggered by it. But it's not supposed to be like that. It's not supposed to do that. That's not the point. It's just to be aware and to bring intention in. So a lot of you Aries, you have the ability to speak on things that bring passion and fire to other people in a way that sometimes that passion and fire challenges them to be triggered about something that they disagree with when it comes to you. And that's okay. You could still love these people. You could still hold a space for them and their opinions and their belief systems and whatever it is that they're doing that you're doing may be different. However, Spirit is saying don't listen to other people. Walk in your way. Walk in your way and others will walk with you. Noah said there's a huge flood coming. No one fucking listened. If a person today was like, there's a huge flood coming, no one's going to fucking listen to that person. Until the flood comes and everybody's like, where's that boat that he said he was building? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, people will follow. You speak your truth and you behold the mystery, and that's it. Just hold the mystery and be in your truth, walk in your truth, live in your truth, speak your truth, be authentic. There's nothing wrong with that. And for a lot of you Aries, you may have been feeling suppressed from that since childhood. You may have been suppressed from that in friendship dynamics, peers or people in the workplace or, whatever. Whoever. Spirit is saying, I want you to emerge from the shadows, because in you emerging from the shadows and being in your truth, you emerge people from their shadows. Even if it's not in that same moment that you create change, it's the seed that you plant that will soon grow years later. And then they're like, oh, I get it now. In the moment, they may not get it, but they will get it in the later. It doesn't matter if people understand you now. It doesn't matter if they want to hear the truth now. It's what matters when it creates the change later. It's as simple as following a trend. Oh, there's a trending sound. There's a trending sound. Ooh, I want to follow that. And then there's a new sound trying to emerge and everybody's like, I don't want to do that one. This one's trending right now. Let's do this one right now. Not knowing later on that other sound that they just kind of neglected ends up trending and they're like, oh shoot, I should have went onto the bandwagon early. I would have had more views. You see what I'm saying? It is in simple ways like that I can break down this very vast and deep message. When you hop on it and you just do what you're doing, they will follow. You plant the seed, it will emerge, it will grow. It may not be in the moment because everybody wants to be in the trend. That's cool. That's where they're at. Leave them there. You do you. When you do you and that starts to go off, people are going to migrate. You don't have to match someone else's belief system, tradition, culture, religion, spirituality. You do what you do as a chosen one, and others will be inquisitive about how you're doing what you're doing, what you're doing, want to be taught what you're doing, or even just admiring what you're doing. Maybe they just want to support you from afar genuinely. Sometimes it's not about them wanting to learn. Sometimes it's about them being like, hey, Aries did that. I want to support them. I want to praise them. I want to give them their flowers. Okay, so sometimes people just want to honor you, okay? But it requires you to get out of your shadow for them to see your light. You see what I'm saying? So we have here, emerging from the shadow. I'm going to continue reading this. It says, the hidden queen was unacknowledged, and so it became black or hidden. There was countless examples in the Bible where people are referred to as being black as a way of saying concealed, like a black sheep, so to speak. For example, the princes of King David's line were symbolically black, meaning unrecognized. Their princes were actually brighter than snow and whiter than milk, but now they are blacker than soot, and they are not recognized in the streets. That is a verse from Lamentations, chapter 4, verse 7 through 8. Their princes were brighter than snow and blacker than milk, but now they are, or whiter than milk, but now they are blacker than soot, and they are not recognized in the streets. It says, this is how the exiled queen, so that scripture or that verse, whether you're religious or not, I'm just speaking from a spiritual sense. They're using a lot of spirituality when it comes to this Mary Magdalene Oracle deck, and they're also using a biblical text. Okay, so take out resonates. Very much a safe space here for everybody and their belief systems. But I will continue the message. It says here, this is how the exiled queen and princess became symbolized as the Black Madonna, so prevalent in Europe. She was the unknown bride, aka the hidden queen. Worship of her eventually led to the inquisition of the patriarchal church, who tried to bury her. The knowledge of the beloveds was kept alive through art, symbols, plays, and literature for those with eyes to see and the ears to hear. The power of truth is at work in your life, shining through the cracks, ready to burst forth and dissolve the shadows. Your qualities will soon be honored, and your authenticity will rule the day. Okay, you guys, so that's what this card means, okay? It's basically saying in another way what I just said to you, okay? About those different examples I was giving you with trends or holidays or different things, whatever your belief system is, because those are my go-to, because I could talk about those and those make sense to me, but those were examples. For you guys, it could be different. It could be anything. But Spirit is saying your power of truth is at work in your life, like literally internally within you as well. And it's literally bursting through these cracks to bust through and dissolve the shadows, dissolve the hidden part of you, dissolve the part of you that people tried to erase or people tried to get you to question, to be for the things that people try to make you feel like, oh, am I doing the right thing? Or should I say this thing? Or I don't want to ruffle any feathers, or blah, blah, blah. Oh, hush, hush, don't say that at the dinner table. Or hush, hush, don't say that. No, speak your truth, living your truth, walking your truth. That's what Spirit is telling you, Aries. So you are being cosmically upgraded to this level of truth where you are going to be embodying this unapologetically, but also respectfully, right? Because we can still be unapologetically ourselves. We could still be truth speakers and seekers, but with respect. Okay? We could do this respectfully. We could do this with good intention. We could do this with love and light. Okay? So the interesting way of this story on this card, when it says here, the example of princes of King David's line were symbolically black, meaning unrecognized. Just because people were unrecognized, Aries, just because you're unrecognized doesn't mean you're blacker than soot. People tried to label you as the black sheep, aka blacker than soot, aka you don't belong here, or you're different, or you think different, or you're just different. You're not supposed to be here, or I don't know about your ways. I don't know about your belief system, or I don't know if you should be with that person, or I don't know if you should do that thing in career. Or I don't know if you really do have these gifts or abilities, or I don't know. Like, it's people trying to paint you black, but you're actually whiter than snow. Ashe. What did I just say? Right? So that is that energy. That's what Spirit is trying to show you here in the verse of Lamentations. They're trying to show you here that people will try to paint you black. People will try to hide away, maybe a particular belief system of yours, or just hide away from you altogether, because they don't align with you or because you trigger them. People will try to bury you, so to speak, right? Try to bury your belief system by telling you theirs and saying theirs is right and yours is wrong, right? So there's, in any way, shape, or form that shows up in your life, Spirit is saying, don't listen to those outside of you, okay? Just because you're not recognized by them doesn't mean you're not recognized by Spirit. Doesn't mean that you are not brighter than the whitest of snow, okay? There's something pure about your energy. So when I say brightest of snow, I mean that you are of the light, but you're being depicted or talked down to or being told that you're a black sheep. And maybe you yourself, you're embodying like, I'm the black sheep, I'm the black sheep. And that could be in a negative way. But hey, if you're going to be the black sheep, then be the black sheep in a positive way. Say, I'm a pure sheep. I'm just wearing a coat right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm just wearing, you know what I mean? The whole leather jacket get up. So it's saying that there is a part of you that can shed this shadow that you've adopted or that other people tried to get you to adopt. And so there's this energy of like your qualities will be honored once you're in your authenticity, and your authenticity will rule the day. Your truth will rule the day. So I don't know who needs to hear that message, but you're being cosmically upgraded to be able to speak your truth respectfully but unapologetically. And Spirit is saying, and you doing that, you help others remove themselves from their own shadow, remove themselves from their own perspective. Because people start seeing you in a new light because you start shining, like I said, respectfully and unapologetically. And doing that inspires others. Okay? So if you're going to be the black sheep, everyone's going to end up following you. Why? Because you're different. If everyone's going to be labeling themselves as Puritans and being the white sheep, and you're the only black one, everyone's going to end up following you. People are going to forget you're not there because they're like, hey, I'm in a group of all these white sheep. But then they're going to be like, where did that black sheep go? Black sheep, where are you? And then they're going to be like, whoa, black sheep's at the top of the hill? Black sheep is all the way over there. I want to go hang out with black sheep. One sheep leaves the crowd. And then the other sheep follows and like, where are you going? I'm going to black sheep. You want to go to black sheep? I'm going to black sheep. They're the vibe. They're the trend. They're the next it thing, right? So there's this energy of that. Okay? People start to notice when you're more in your light. You see what I'm saying? Then people start to envy that they're not a black sheep, although they painted you to be that. And that could just not be your coat. That could just be the color that they're giving you. You see what I'm saying? It's not true. Just because somebody sees you from a particular perspective doesn't mean that it's true. It just means that that is their perspective. That is not yours to adopt or yours to claim. Okay? So this is the mystery. The mystery is where you're going. And I'm going to read this card and then we're going to wrap it up and go to Pisces. Let me get the 34 here on the card. All right, here we go. Angel number 34, which breaks down to a 7. It says, Angel of Rosalind, behold the mystery. Something sacred may be shared with a few kindred spirits and dearest allies, but not in the general public. People may not be ready to receive certain knowledge. Be guarded and discerning. Ashe. Ashe. People may not be ready to receive certain knowledge. Be discerning of that. Speak your truth. But if you know that like, now's not the right time or place, then don't do it. But don't do it because someone else told you not to do it. Do it because you intuitively feel like you need to follow that. You see what I'm saying? Don't be listening to other people. If you want to speak your truth, you speak your truth. You live in your truth. You walk in your truth. You are your truth. And Spirit is saying use your discernment, but use your discernment on the right time and the right place. But don't allow other people to tell you when to be discerning of when the right time or place is to be your authentic self. No, you continue that energy no matter what, and you get to choose. Other people don't choose for you. Okay? So that's beautiful energy coming through because Spirit is saying, I am ascending you. Okay? I am cosmically upgrading you to this confidence to be able to share knowledge, but you also can be discerning and guarded if you want to with knowledge. With truth, with power comes great responsibility. You can be in this way, shape, or form, but like, don't do it just because somebody else said, oh, no, don't do that. Unless you intuitively felt like you shouldn't, then don't. But otherwise, I'm not listening to anyone else. I only listen to divine energy. And so then that is your energy that's being activated. We have the Rosslyn Chapel and the surrounding area was one of the 5 sites chosen by the Knights of Templar to sequester documents about the marriage of Yeshua and Mary Magdalene. Gospels rejected by the church. Gospels rejected by the church. Gospels rejected by the church may have also been hidden there. Wow. So the church rejected certain gospels and documents of Mary Magdalene and Yeshua's marriage. The church rejected them. But that's where they were hidden, okay? They might have rejected it and also hidden that document within the church. And so that's what this is saying. It says X-rays have revealed lead documents and tubes hidden inside the apprentice pillar of the chapel. The rest of the mystery still lies within the vaults below. The chapel was conceived in 1446 by Sir William St. Clair, 11th Baron of Rosslyn, and the last principal of Orkney. It is believed that the vaults were built as a repository for the sacred treasures of the Knights Templar that had been brought from Jerusalem. It is suspected that one of them is the Ark of the Covenant. The energy that emanates through the steps leading down into the vaults is phenomenal. The vaults have remained sealed for hundreds of years. It is only through clear vision that one can see inside. Through geometry, symbolism, and design, the stonemasons carved veiled allegories into a permanent book of stone. They carved veiled allegories into a permanent book of stone. The mysteries of Mary Magdalene remain for those with eyes to see. So what this card means is don't cast pearls before swines, lest they be trampled. Not everyone wishes to know your truth or hear your wisdom, and that is fine. Each person must put the energy forward to actively seek the truth if they want the answers. If they are not ready, the truth won't resonate with them, even if it is right in front of them. So, like I said, some people, you will live in your truth, you will walk in your truth, you will speak your truth, and like I said, people will still stay in their own energy. People will make you feel left out. People will shun you away. People will da-da-da-da. Spirit is saying you are now being cosmically upgraded because of you walking in your truth, or because of you about to do this in an effortless, consistent, authentic way and respectful way. When you start doing this more consistently, or if you've been doing this for some of you, you are going to see the result of that later on. Like I said, you can't force people to see you how you are. They can only see from their perspective of how they see you. So if they see you as the black sheep and as the weirdo, as the crazy one, as the one who's a little woo-woo, as the one who's indifferent and who's not part of the crew or whatever, then they see you as that. Spirit is saying, I want you to continue emerging from the shadows. I want you to continue to be in your light. I want you to continue to climb and to live in your truth, and to climb to that honor and that respect and that royalty that you feel is true for you. I want you to keep in that energy, because they will soon see. They're just not ready to see right now. Okay, so that's what Spirit is showing me here. So that's why we have the behold the mystery, okay? And it's interesting because the story of Yeshua and Mary Magdalene being married was definitely against, like, the church didn't like that, and they hid that information. But later on, now looking back, every Bible in churches and things like that are now trying to say and reveal, like, oh yeah, they were married, and yeah, they had a family, and da 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 da. Now they want to be like, oh, we was all gung-ho about it. Not everybody's going to do that. People are going to believe you and support you, and some people aren't. And Spirit is saying it doesn't matter when they do it or how they do it. It just matters you walking in your truth without all that extra stuff. It doesn't matter if people see you and understand you now for who you are. That does not matter. And so that is your message, Aries. That they will eventually get the truth later on, when it's meant to emerge and meant for them to see, and it's their perspective, okay? It's their perspective that shifts and changes in that energy, okay? But that doesn't mean that you have to shut your mouth or, hide away who you are. I mean, use your discernment if you feel like it's not the right time. But at the end of the day, if someone else tells you not to do it, it doesn't mean that you don't have to. It just means that they're threatened by the truth and they're triggered by what it is that you have to share. You think Martin Luther King was going to shut the F up? You think Gandhi was going to shut the F up? You think anybody with that power, that knowledge, that truth, okay? Like Dr. Sebi, you think he was going to shut the F up? There's a lot of people who didn't shut the F up. And so Aries, this is what Spirit is saying. I'm activating you to get cosmic knowledge. I'm giving you cosmic upgrade, and I'm giving you cosmic permission to be in your truth and to do the right thing and to be in your light, whether people are on that path with you or not. And that's okay. So that's what Spirit has for you when it comes to my Aries. And that message is so crazy, because that message, I feel like, came off so passionately. Like in Aquarius's reading, Cancer's reading, and all the other readings I've done so far, I've been like pretty much sound and at a really good, like, relaxed tone. And Aries, that fire energy, man. Once I get into that fire energy, it's like, no, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Bah, 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 bah. Like, I feel like the messages just come out like semi-automatics. Like, it just comes out so fiery, so punchy. So let's do this. And it's because I'm in your energy. So Aries, that is your message. And that might even be your passions coming through in the reading, okay? Whatever you're passionate about, whatever truths that you're passionate about, that's also coming through. So this is very, very beautiful of a read for you. Love this for you guys. Let's get into my Pisces. Shout out to my Pisces. I know y'all was ready for the read. We're getting into the Pisces reading. Thank you, Zare, for the compliment on my nails. What else do we have here? God Star Seed. Thank you so much, God Star Seed, for the floating hearts and the jewels. I appreciate that. Wow. Thank you so much, you guys. So let's get into your Pisces reading. If you are a Pisces, Baddie or Zadie. All right, let's get into your reading, okay? Let's get into your Pisces collective read for these messages. Let me take a sip of my water. And then we'll be on the last 4 messages for Taurus, Leo, Gemini, and Libra. I know y'all been waiting a while. We are about to be getting into your messages shortly. Let's get into Pisces right now. What are the messages for my Pisces? Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source. For the Pisces collective who need to hear this today, whenever they're watching, whatever today is for them. What do we have here for the cosmic? 144 upgrades, the 144 cosmic upgrade for my Pisces. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source. For their highest good and everyone's highest good in mind. What do we have here for the divine message? What's the divine message for the 144 cosmic upgrade for my Pisces? Like the video, you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate that. That helps my channel grow and also helps other people get the message as well. Wow, simple gifts is what is the card that Capricorn got. This is what Capricorn got. You could have strong Capricorn in your chart. It did come with a lot of cards attached to it, so I kind of just want Spirit to pull 1 or 2 cards, preferably. So we'll put that back in. If it comes out, it was meant to be. But I am seeing here you got a simple gift. And that simple gift card actually means to help others. So you have a simple gift of healing and helping others. Pisces, you could feel like that. That could just be a prelude to whatever other cards and messages are meant to be said in this reading for you. What do we have here for my Pisces? Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source. For their highest good when it comes to their divine 144 cosmic upgrade message. 144 cosmic upgrade message. 144 cosmic upgrade message. Wow, you keep getting a lot of cards out. We have 3 cards for you as well. We got this for Aries. Maybe you have Aries in your chart. Wow, beautiful. Okay, so we have this card here. It says number 30, the sacred vow, divine commitment. For some of you Pisces, you could be in a relationship or you could be manifesting a relationship. You could be thinking about a relationship. You could be praying for a relationship. Or praying on one, if you're already in a relationship. But there's something here of a sacred vow, divine commitment. So I'm seeing Pisces who are in relationships or who will be. You guys could be in a relationship to someone etherically. Okay, so this could be through your dreams. You could be having dreams about this person, or you could be whether you've met them before or not. You could have dreams about this person, you could have visions about this person, daydreams about this person. You could just feel like you have a sacred vow or divine commitment to someone, okay, of significance that you have met already or you haven't met. So that is definitely coming through. For some of you guys, you are the age 30. So we have that 30 here on the card. It could be an age, or it could be the angel number you're seeing repeating, 333. Also, the angel number we're getting is 2, which is an angel number of union. So the number 2 represents spiritual union, divine masculine, divine feminine energy. It also represents soulmates, okay? Soulmates, soul ties, things on a soul level, okay? The divine masculine, divine feminine coming into union, okay? It also represents abundance. When we're talking about the second house of Taurus, the second house of Taurus is an energy which speaks of abundance, okay? Materialistic gain, okay? So there's something of a gain that you may feel like you receive with your partner if you already have one, or that you see that in the future when you do get a partner, if you don't have one, that this is a gain for your life, and that anything materialistic, it doesn't add up to the abundance of this person's presence in your life. There's something about a sacred vow, and this could be a sacred vow that you've actually made with your own soul contract, your own soul journey, Pisces. You're the oldest signs of the zodiac, so you may have knowledge of this already. You guys could be very much connected to source creator on a daily basis. You could be very much connected to your intuition or to your dreams. You could be very much connected to things of the unexplained, things that can't be explained but only felt or only seen by the beholder, by the person who has this ability or has this eye. And so I do feel like, Pisces, you may have this ability or this third eye or this clairvoyancy. Whether you accept it or reject it, that's up to you, but it seems like you were naturally born with this gift, this line of sight, this old wisdom or old soul. And so Spirit is saying this is the journey of the unknown. This is the unknown journey here. And it says embrace the unfamiliar. For some of you guys, you're in denial of a commitment, a divine commitment that you have or that you want to have. You could have been in denial of this for a while, or you could be currently in denial of this, like it's not going to happen, or maybe no, that's not my person, or something like that. So whoever that may be coming to mind that you're currently with or that you desire to be with, it could be a person of the past if that's the case, but it seems like you feel as though you may have been in denial of that when you were meant to embrace that connection or meant to have a divine commitment to that connection, and for some reason maybe didn't. Okay, so I am seeing that here. For some of you guys, it just hasn't happened yet. So that's also saying embrace the unfamiliar, because something hasn't happened yet. You are on a sacred journey to have a particular commitment divinely with somebody. We also have the number 10 on the card. The number 10 here is my Rosa, my Rosa Gallica card, Gallica or Gallica, however it's pronounced. Okay. And it says sensuality and secrets, and it is the number 10. The 10th energy is they're giving me two things. They said something about October, so I don't know what happened in October. I don't know if you're with somebody since October, been thinking about someone since October. I've been dreaming and having specific, particular, vivid dreams about maybe your person, whether you know them yet or not. Something about October could have been activated. October is spooky season, what I like to call just a spiritual season where spiritual realms are very sensitive at that time. So that could also be an alignment to this message for you. I'm also seeing here that Spirit has also showed me the 10 as endings. Something is ending for a new beginning. And so the new beginning is your knowledge of being okay and embracing the unfamiliar, sacred vow or divine commitment that you're meant to have in your life. So a lot of you Pisces watching, you're meant to have a divine connection and it's just not here yet. For others of you, you have a divine connection now. You may be in denial of it, or you just don't fully understand it on a spiritual level yet. And so maybe this reading will give you a few answers, clarity, and guidance, okay? So that is why you are in the room right now. You're meant to hear this message. Okay, we have here sensuality and secrets, pointing out to me that there may be some type of secrecy when it comes to this connection. Okay, so for some of you guys, like I said, Yeshua and Mary Magdalene had to keep their relationship a secret. Everybody thought that Mary was just the 13th disciple. Mary was the assistant to Yeshua, but she was actually the wife, and they had to keep that a secret. So there's something here about you guys may work together with someone who ends up being a person who you keep very close to your chest, or a lot of information about your relationship you may hold very privately, okay? So it's like, for example, celebrities, even though a lot of you guys aren't celebrities and things like that, it's just saying, like, for example, like celebrities, they keep their relationship details private, okay? And for others of them, they get exposed or they are open about it. So in this particular connection you're meant to have, or that you have, Pisces, you're meant to keep this a little bit tucked away and close to the chest. People are on a need-to-know basis when it comes to this relationship. So it is in secrecy that you guys may need to be together and not share too much information about your life goals with this person, or your relationship goals with this person, or like certain plans that you have with this person, certain travels you may desire to have with this person, because there are people who don't agree with it, okay? There are people who will judge it. There are people who are not okay with you guys being together. And that's why Mary Magdalene and Yeshua had to be very silent about their relationship, was because of a lot of people not being okay with these two spiritual soul beings coming together. That's why Mary Magdalene was looked at as like a person who, for such a long time, was a person who was looked at as like a slut, you know, who was body shamed, or who was energetically shamed as like a person who was someone who wasn't good for Yeshua. And what's interesting is that she actually met Yeshua in her mind and in her meditations before they came together. So at a young age, she knew who Yeshua was to be to her, and she knew that one day she would meet him, and that they were to be together, and that they would have to do it in secret. So she knew this before he knew this, okay? And so there's this energy where you, whether you're male or female watching, Pisces, you guys will know that your counterpart may know that you guys may need to keep something in secret, okay? You guys may be feeling like that, or you may be told that by your partner. It just depends on who's who here. But I am seeing here sensuality and secrets. Like, a lot of this is very sacred of a connection, and not everybody's going to support it, okay? So embrace the unfamiliar journey. Embrace not having all the answers as to why you need to tread lightly with this relationship, spiritually and also physically, emotionally, financially, energetically, whateverly. Not only do you have to tread lightly with that, but you also are meant to embrace what it actually means for you. Even if you don't have all the answers, you're meant to embrace it right now with what you have right now, and then getting the answers later, because this will soon be revealed to you as to why you needed to keep this under wraps. So, yeah, over time, Mary Magdalene and Yeshua started recognizing that they had to keep a lot of their collaboration in business and collaboration in spirituality and collaboration as lovers mainly a secret and mainly tucked away. So I do feel like a lot of you guys are going to be meeting your divine counterparts, or you already did, Pisces. And Spirit's saying that your 144 cosmic upgrade is that you are going to have a counterpart who feels unfamiliar to you. Okay. and you may deny the connection, that it's actually a connection. For some of you guys, it's the other way around. Your person may deny the connection or feel like it's not the connection, but it's only because you guys are the actual counterparts to each other. It's the fear rising from it. So I don't know if there's age gaps. What else could be fear in relationships? Cultures, age gaps, religious differences, belief systems, politically. Like, it just feels like incorrect, but it is so correct that you can't, you know what I mean? You can't twist it, flip it to not be. So there is something here coming forth. And for some of you guys, like I said, you're with this person now. For some of you guys, you're attracting this person. It's very interesting. For a lot of you guys are having dreams about a person who's faceless, but has an essence or a presence to them that you're going to recognize when you meet them in person finally. For some of you guys, you actually get the face of this person, or you may know this person already. And that is something where it's coming back around to reconnect or to connect on a deeper level or a deeper layer. Okay. And for some of you guys, you may see the face of somebody who you don't know, and you're like, why do I keep seeing this face? Or why did I see that once before and I don't see it anymore? But when I did see it that one time in my dream, it felt so profound. It felt so real. It felt like that was my person. Why can I never forget that face? Why am I looking for that face in every place that I date? It's because that is the person who you will end up being with. It's just not your time yet to meet them. But that one time you saw them in the dream, it was so deep and so profound that it actually was that person there with you in that moment. Because they could have had the same dream as well, but from their perspective with you. And they could be searching for you in the dating scene. They could be searching for you everywhere. Where's that person? Where's that person? Why can that never leave my mind? That image of that person's face and that brief interaction we had in that dream can never leave my mind. Why? It's because that is your person and you're not meant to meet them yet. And they could be in a different region. They could be in different city, state, country. They could just be in a different time in their life that's just not yet ready. But it is a divine commitment, and it is a sacred vow, and it is an unknown journey, and it is a little bit scary, but this is meant to be held close to your chest. Okay? Because when it does start to unfold, you're going to realize why it's happening that way. This is such a beautiful message. So this is a message more about love and union with each other, it looks like. For some of you guys, you could be seeing 1010 on the clock a lot to confirm this reading. For some of you guys, you've been seeing 222 or 333 a lot. Like I said, for others of you, the 10 could be significant to October for some reason, or the 30 could be significant to someone's age. Okay, someone could be a life path 1, 2, or no, someone could be a life path 2, master number 11, a life path 3. Yeah. Okay. So let's get into the definition of the card 30 here. And I love to read this card. I've read it before, but let's see. We have here the sacred vow, divine commitment. Dedicate yourself to who or what you love with deep commitment. This might be a cause, a career, or a relationship. Mary Magdalene and Yeshua were twin flames. They were the male and the female elements of one glorious soul combined. As soulmates, they were more powerful together, emanating light and wisdom to their followers. It is said that the marriage at Cana in John 2 of the Bible was their wedding, and the reason why Yeshua's mother sent him to get more wine for their guests. By Jewish law, a man was expected to marry and would need special permission not to. The eros gamos, or sacred marriage as it was called, was the ultimate reunion of the twin souls through anointment. Then conscious sexual relations as the highest expression of love. So instead of having unconscious sexual activities, right, they were consciously connecting through sexual activity. So it was a sacred bond. It was a sacred union. It was sacred sexual activity. People weren't just fucking, if you know what I mean. You picking up what I'm putting down. So these people were doing this sacredly with intention. To be underneath the sheets with somebody with intention could be something way more profound than just being underneath the sheets because you think that's what you need to do, or you feel as though that's the right time to, or you feel pressured to, or you feel like, oh yeah, I'm just doing it just to do it because I need to fulfill a desire and a need. There's a difference. These people were different. So this is what it's saying. The highest expression of love was a conscious sexual relation happening, as well as the anointment through the twin souls reunion through marriage as well. The bride and the bridegroom as the god and goddess, the king and queen. In an attempt to disrupt humanity, some powers on earth were working to break divine commitments and divide families. Love and community are a force to be reckoned with. However, their strength is not easily broken and controlled. Remember this and be strong. Unity is powerful. Only you know your soul path and what you pledge to do in this lifetime. If you have this card drawn, consciously ask yourself, your higher self, for the answer, and you'll receive it. So there's very, very beautiful energy in this. Okay. I do feel like in this part where they said that these two beings were consciously bride and groom, god and goddess, and king and queen to each other, there were other people who were trying to disrupt their humanity. And certain powers or authorities on earth were working to break the divine commitments and divide these two families coming together. So love and community were this force to be reckoned with, okay? Because these two brought together love and community. They brought together people, and they brought together a lot of love through their soul divine commitment to each other, their sacred vow to each other on a soul contract level, right? Because these two were twin flames. So there is this energy of saying that, recognizing just because everybody doesn't love your relationship doesn't mean it's the wrong one. Recognizing that anything that is trying to be controlled about you or your person or your belief system around a soulmate connection that you feel is divine, is respectful, is anointed, and is possibly misunderstood by others isn't a good reason to break something that is something that you believe in. Spirit is saying a lot of the people who feel sacred unions on a soulmate level or a twin flame level will remove themselves from it because of what other people are saying or controlling about the connection, or even the own person, even one of the people who are having the connection may doubt it for whatever reason. And Spirit is saying unity is powerful. Remember this and be strong. So if you know your soul path, only you know that soul path. Can't no one or nothing take you from that path or tell you how to live that path except for you. And so you get to pledge what you do in this lifetime with someone. And so Mary Magdalene and Yeshua chose each other. And that is all. And that's it. We chose each other. That's it. Oh, you don't like that? Cool. You're over there. Oh, that doesn't align with your morals and values? Cool, because your morals and values aren't mine. Awesome. Stay over there. Only you have the soul power, and only you pledge what you want to do in this lifetime. You have drawn this card to consciously ask your higher self for the answer. What are you meant to do? Who are you meant to unite with? And if that ruffles other people's feathers, does that really matter? That's a deep message. Very deep. The Rosa Gallica I'm going to read because this is a very profound card. I've read it before, and I really want you guys to get this particular message. The unknown journey is kind of self-explanatory of the two coming together, the union here happening. For a lot of you Pisces, you must be thinking about your love life for love to come up in this relationship reading. Okay, because we weren't doing a relationship reading until this card came out. This union to something came out. Now, this could very much be your career. You could utilize this message as a career sense, but I really do feel like they're talking about a lover, okay? For some of you guys who are single, you don't have your lover, you never met them. You may have had dreams about them. This is really talking about someone who you're meant to be in a divine commitment with, because it's not just about them being your counterpart in love. It's about what you're going to create through love for the community and the humanity of others together. It's that love. It's the love that you guys share and how that gets spread through other communities and other groups and other belief systems and things like that. Like, you guys are meant to create change together. You need each other to do this. And so Yeshua and Mary did that. So we have here this energy of Rosa Gallica coming in. And it says here, look beyond the beauty to see what lies beneath. Once found, it is best to be silent about it. This knowledge could lead to great healing for your mind, your body, and your spirit. In France, Mary Magdalene is known as the patron saint of perfumes and apothecaries. She would have known the Rosa Gallica, an apothecary rose. So she used this for the healing ointments and the very evocative perfumes. The rose is an anagram for Eros, the god of love. So the word rose means Eros, the god of love, okay? And it says here she used to use this particular rose of Gallica to create some type of ointments, possibly for healing or just to smell good. And it says here, it became one of the symbols, the rose here became one of his symbols, the god of love. Is who we're talking about now. Eros, the god of love, it became one of his symbols, this rose, not just because of its scent, but in ancient Greek mythology, the rose was associated with secrecy because Eros gave a rose to the god of silence so that he could not reveal the Aphrodite's secrets. When entering a room, a rose on the ceiling means that nothing you hear or observe in this room can be revealed or disclosed. This is called sub rosa, or under the rose, so to speak. The whereabouts of Magdalene and her family were also sub rosa, in secret. The Rosicrucians and the esoteric groups who still use this symbol in their meetings could not share this with anybody else. As an oracle card reader, they're talking to me. As an oracle card reader, you may adopt the sub rosa symbol to assure your clients that the reading will be kept in strict confidence. Be a trusted holder of knowledge. They talking about me. Because look, I got the rose here. And I got this tattoo because I like roses, but also I feel like I rose from Saturn. I rose from a lot of karma and a lot of lessons in karma. And so Saturn and the rose are here. So it's like instead of the rose being grown from the sun, I use Saturn as the sun to grow this rose. So that's why I have them right here as tattoos. So that's what it meant for me. But in this reading, whether you have a tattoo of a rose or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you like roses or not, it doesn't matter. This is a reading for you, Pisces, right? There's an energy of you adopting this sub rosa culture where you are assuring that you are going to keep whatever sacred union that you have a secret. Whatever dream that you had of a person that you know is supposed to be in your life, keep that to yourself. There's something here that's very sacred. It's like if too many people know, then it becomes like less energetically sacred, I guess. I don't really know. Only you will know the answer to that. So something here becomes out of alignment when you share too much of that information. And so Spirit here is showing me that the whereabouts of Mary Magdalene and her family also used the rose as this secret symbol to not share with anyone else certain secrets and things that would be misinterpreted by others. Okay, so this knowledge leads you And this secrecy and this holding to your chest, this knowledge leads you to great healing for your own mind, body, soul, and spirit, but also for the other partner or counterpart that you're meant to be with. Okay, so there is this energy of that. And it is definitely saying here that for some of you guys who are oracle card readers, if you are tarot readers, oracle card readers, or if you are Reiki healers or people who are into the esoteric spiritual community, for some of you Pisces, you guys are, or for some of you guys, you have a Pisces North node, right? That could very much speak of your purpose. For some of you guys, you're meant to teach. You're meant to assure your clients and your customers that, hey, whatever is said to me directly will be kept within me directly and will not be repeated anywhere else. And so what's interesting is that I love that this came out for you guys, because even for you guys who are healers and helpers of other people and in professions of that, or being kind of drawn to a profession of that, whether you're doing that solo or together in union with your partner, which I do feel like in the future you will be doing this in partnership with somebody. You guys are meant to be doing this in strict confidence, right? You're meant to be respecting that you have this power and this ability to heal and to help people, but also that what comes with great power comes great responsibility. So you having the power to be able to be a healer and a person like this, Spirit is saying, like, I also want you to not repeat the things that people need healing with, not share people's dearest, closest, most darkest secrets, or, you know, things like that without their permission. You know, really being that person who holds the rose, who holds the secret close to their chest. So that's what I'm seeing here. This beautiful energy. It's very much coming through. For some of you guys, you could have a tattoo of a flower. It doesn't have to be a rose, but maybe you're drawn to tattoos of flowers, or maybe you're drawn to having flowers in your home, or having flowers on a piece of clothing. Maybe you have flower blouses. Maybe you have a lot of floral energy is very much here, whether you're male or female. And so that is depicted as like you keeping close to your chest a lot of people's energy that you are working on helping them heal, or helping them get through, or helping them understand about themselves, but also holding your own secrets to your own sacred union that you got going on, and not repeating that to anyone else. Okay, until they're physically able to see it, I mean, they'll come up with their own definitions, but that's not really for you to explain, and that's not really for you to share. And so Spirit is saying, I really want, like, some things can be said, but other things are meant to be held close to you. All right, so really use that as your message, because your 144 collective message here for your cosmic upgrade is that you're going to be upgraded to a very spiritual connection, or you already are, and you're meant to hold it close to your chest. That doesn't mean protect it from everything. It just means there's certain things that can be said and shared about this relationship, and there's other things that's just shared amongst you and your person. And that is all, right? And so that is all. Yeah, so that's what I have for you guys. Beautiful energy. I love this reading for you Pisces. Wherever you have a Pisces placement, could be significant that this reading resonated with you, okay? With that being said, let's get into my Taurus. Lock in, gang. Lock in. We're getting into the Bulls energy, all right? Let's lock into my Taurus gang, biddies, and sadies up in the building. Lock in, you guys. Thank you so much for being here, for being patient. It's a long live stream today, and I'm not mad about it. I love it. I love that we're here. This is like one of my favorite style of readings to do. I've been saying that since I started Chosen One readings. This is like my favorite genre to do. Even though you guys really like me doing the career and love readings, I just love doing collective Chosen One reads. I kind of wanted to kind of like, you know, transition my whole channel to just be that. But I chose not to, because I know everybody loves a little bit of everything. But just know that these are like my favorite style of readings. And I could just be in these rooms talking about this ish forever. Okay. So I really appreciate you guys really being excited to hear the messages, liking the videos, subscribing to the channel, and all that good stuff. And being just here with me, because I really do love channeling this. As you can see, we went from day and we're going into dusk. and we're still in the room. We're still in the room. The lighting is still here. We still good. We be vibing, you know, and all that good stuff. So I really appreciate y'all. Send a lot of love in the chat to those who are also in the chat with you. Let's get into my Taurus. I see y'all dropping your bulls in the chat. Thank you for participating. Like the video, you guys. Run up them likes so other people can get this message. All right, here we go. We have Magdalene's gift coming out for my Taurus. Magdalene's gift. Ooh. And I love how she's literally holding, and I don't know if the lighting's going to pick up on it, but she's literally holding a feather pen and this scroll here that she's writing on. I don't know if you see the feather pen. For some of you guys, you have a feather pen, or you want one, or you like feather pens. Maybe you could have a feather as a pendant on your, because I'm thinking feather pen, feather pendant. For some of you guys, you have a pendant on your necklace that is of a feather. So for some of you guys, your necklace is like this, and you have a little feather hanging from it, is what I'm seeing here. For others of you, you have like feather earrings that are like that, okay? So I'm seeing that here. It says Mary Magdalene's gift. So Magdalene's gift was to write her story. So it says write your story. Write your story, Taurus. And I love how she's wearing green. Very, very fitting to the reading because we are in your earth sign energy. As you can see back here, she has a bunch of scrolls here. In the little pop-up of the window back there, there's a bunch of scrolls. And then it looks like she has a little bit of lavender or some type of flower back here. So maybe we'll hear about it when we go into the book. But I'm going to channel this for a little while. Taurus, your energy here is saying write your story, okay? Spirit wants you to take note of your story, whether that's to write bullet points of significant milestones, or whether that's to literally write your story, like literally write a book. Or, you know, maybe like a screenplay or something of that nature, Taurus. Spirit is really trying to get you to sit down and scribe something of your own experience in life. Mary Magdalene, she's known of coming up with her own book of Mary, the Book of Mary. So she's known of having her own thing, but it's gotten buried over time. And so that's being revealed now. And now in our modern day, we're hearing more about it. But this is what it's showing here, is that she was a scribe, and she really wrote down a lot of her experience, a lot of her teachings, a lot of what she's known, a lot of what she's tried to share before leaving this earth. And so the number 37 here breaks down to a 10. She could have also did this at 37 years old, or that you are 37, Taurus. That could be your literal age, okay? But also we have the number of 10. So you guys could be seeing 1010 a lot, okay? So there's something about the 10 where it's the portal to the beginning. So it's just the marking the end of something just to go into the portal of the new beginning. And so there's something here where you guys may feel like there's a part of you or a part of your purpose or a part of your power that is kind of like ending, and you're embracing that, or you're noticing it, or you're just like, oh, that's interesting. And you're getting set up for a new beginning. There's something here where if you're not writing a book now, I see you in the future in 3 to 7 years, you could be writing a book about your story, about your experiences, or about a particular niche, a genre of life, okay? Whether that's that you want to write about your career, your story, your love life, or write about the knowledge and the wisdom that you got, write about spirituality or the reality you live in right now, write about the world, write about the era of time you're in, write about your childhood, write about your mental and emotional state of mind, write about meditation. There's so many different things that you could write about, and I'm just throwing out different things. But there is definitely this energy, okay? And you might be publishing this. So Spirit is saying, I encourage you to write. Whether you publish it or not, I encourage you to write, because I want you to see your gift. I want you to see the dots that connect. I want you to experience them again, but through your writing, through your reflecting and writing. That's so powerful. So that's what I'm getting here from this Mary Magdalene card, Magdalene's gift. Her gift was scribing, writing, journaling, and she didn't really do that to manifest necessarily. She just did that to share, and to share what she was learning, or to share her story, to share who she really was, because a lot of people were trying to mask who she really was. And she knew, Mary Magdalene was very smart, because she knew she knew that she knew at a very young age her power, but she also practiced it enough that in her life, she knew at some point in her life, she was going to get ridiculed, or she was going to get spoken down to in front of her face or behind her back. She was going to be, it makes me feel like she knew that she was going to be the type of person who a lot of people wouldn't want to resonate with because it was triggering for them to, or because they didn't believe what she believed, or because that she was just different, and so they just wanted to paint her as like basically a person who was a sexual object, or was someone who was trying to take advantage of people, or just paint her as the bad guy. Okay, so there is this energy of like people tried to paint and erase Mary Magdalene and paint her as the bad guy, or erase a lot of her teachings, but a lot of her teachings were actually the truth. It was actually the way to the light. It was actually meant to be shared. It was actually one of the most powerful things that she was experiencing and also practicing and also exploring, because even though she was the teacher, she was still the student. And so there's something very smart about when she was writing this stuff down. She knew that she had to write it down because she knew that people would try to erase it. She knew she had to write it down because people were trying to erase her while she was still around. So she had a lot of knowledge and wisdom, and that's why she hid a lot of scrolls and stuff too, because a lot of her scrolls and her books and her texts was hidden. She didn't actually I don't even think she told people she was doing this until she actually published it or hid it, and only a few people knew about it. Okay, so there's something here that maybe a project that you're working on, or maybe an idea that you have, or maybe your life experience, you don't tell a lot of people about, or you don't show a lot of people about. Whether it's your life experience, or whether it's a project you're working on, or whatever. It's like you don't show it or tell people about it. You just write it down for it to be found later, or you're logging it, or you're planning something and you're doing it in silence. Like there's a lot of making moves in silence here. Very significant to your reading, Taurus. So I feel like your cosmic upgrade is that you're going to get channeling downloads that you might be writing down that are cohesive to your own life experience. So a lot of what you will be downloading on like a spiritual level has a lot of answers to the questions that people have on this 3D life plane. Like I feel like a lot of the questions that we have and why we go through certain things we go through in life go unanswered, and I feel like you guys are going to get the answer. You have the Magdalene's gift to get the answer. So for some of you Tauruses, you had to go through certain things in life, and you had certain life experiences, and whether you chose those things or whether you didn't, there's something that you're learning on a spiritual level about each one of those lessons that you're able to share and help others. And so you might be writing these things down just to like leave behind for your own family. You might be writing these things down to publish on a community level. You might be writing these things down just to reflect on yourself, and hopefully somebody finds it. But there is this information here coming through that you have the gift of sharing your story through writing. You have the gift of sharing your story through experience, and also connecting that experience to a spiritual knowledge, because a lot of people experience things and don't realize the spirituality behind of why they experienced it, or what they learned from it, or what it was meant to teach them, or where it was meant to take them. And I feel like a lot of you Tauruses will be revealing that to yourselves over time. Okay. Wow, beautiful energy. Hi Sharon, thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate you. All right, so let's get into the Mystica Magdalene book and look up what number 37 means, and then we're going to move on to Leos. You only got one card out. Also, who also got one card was Scorpio, and I believe it was either Aquarius or Aries. I can't remember. They also got one card out if you want to go cross watch. But we have Magdalene's gift. Write your story. Weave your thoughts into form through magic of writing. Feel the universe stream through your body, the pen, and onto paper. In this way, you are a vehicle of the source field. You are writing. Oh, sorry. It says you are the vehicle of source field, and your writing will resonate with and connect to other souls. So write. Wow. So this is very much just telling you, look, listen, I want you to write some stuff down. Whether it's writing down your manifestations, writing down your thoughts, even if they seem woo woo, brain dumping, just writing something down, just writing anything down, just write it down. Because Spirit is saying, like, there's something that you're teaching yourself or that you have potential to teach others, whether you realize that or not. And whatever it is that you're writing down is going to be very significant. For some of you guys, you just want to create something. For some of you guys, maybe you create an oracle card decks, or maybe you're creating books, things with writing on them, right? Things with meaning to them. So I don't know who I'm talking to, who's in the chat here for my Taurus, but there's this energy of that, okay? So write your story. So Spirit is saying Mary Magdalene is thought to have written her Gospels during the life of Yeshua and her time in France. Other scholars argue that they were written in the time of Greece during their 2nd century CE. Most agree that the Gospels of Mary Magdalene were written by the same author throughout. Her refreshing takes on the teachings with interjected wisdom of her own make for interesting reading. They were written for ordinary people in plain language, but she had a style and inquisitiveness of her own. She was a visionary and wrote of her visions for those who possessed an esoteric understanding, with the ears to hear and the eyes to see beyond the words. Some scrolls ended up in the old region of South France and were perhaps in the care of other Cathars and their Church of Love. The Templars managed to sequester the scrolls to 5 different locations. They hid them with the idea that in time would come when the truth would be known and could be known without fear, and integrated into an evolved society that was ready to embrace the beloveds and the equal partnership. So the reason why the 5 scrolls of Mary Magdalene were hidden were in hopes that whoever couldn't hear this now, because like I said, she had to hide a lot of her knowledge because a lot of people disagreed with it. A lot of people just thought it was a bunch of woo-woo. A lot of people didn't think that she was who she said she was. A lot of people try to paint her as a person who, like I said, they try to paint her as a person who was a person of a problem rather than a person of prosperity. They try to paint her as the devil instead of the divine. And so a lot of her teachings had to be very much sacredly kind of tucked away. And so she trusted certain people to have these certain things and put them in locations where they could be hidden until it was the time where the truth can be accepted without fear. So when people by the time read these scrolls, they would be open to learning and open to receiving her point of view and her belief system and what she experienced in order to help others, right? And so her intention was to wait for these things to evolve in a society that was ready to embrace this information, these teachings, okay, this wisdom of her own as well. So we have here research with a high-tech magnetic resonance research with high-tech magnetic resonance imaging has shown that physical writing and journaling will stimulate your brain more than a tablet or a computer can. Writing by your hand increases your neural activity in sections of the brain similar to meditation. Journaling can serve as a calming tool for you. It is a good exercise for your memory to keep track of your daily thoughts and activities. So like I said, for some of you guys, you're really good at writing. You're already journaling. You're already doing these things. You're already creating. But for others of you, this is your advice to do so, or your advice to just write down your story, whether you publish it and share it with the world, or you just share it with yourself just to look back on to see how far you've came. Journaling, having a diary was just so much looked down upon, I guess, years before, like growing up and getting made fun of, like, oh, you got a diary, ha 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 ha. But actually, that was something that you were doing intuitively, not knowing that that was meant for your own meditative, spiritual log, right? It was to log things. You were actually doing a spiritual act of meditation, and you didn't even know. And a lot of people would possibly make fun of you or a sibling or something, not knowing that that was something that was sacred that you were tapped into. And so you might have been black sheeped or looked at as, like, you know, the weirdo that has the diary or something like that. But Spirit is saying here that you were always stimulating your brain more than a tablet or a computer could. And you were in the energy of meditation, and you were in a calming exercise to keep track of your thoughts and your activities or your downloads and your spirituality. So why is this card coming out? Well, the whole point is that towards your 144 cosmic message right now, your cosmic upgrade right now is speaking of, like, you are going to be getting downloads, or things are going to start connecting dots and making sense as to why the past and the present make a lot of sense as to where you're going in the future. And you may have these moments of clairvoyance. You may have these moments of aha moments. You may have these moments of clarity. And you're like, oh, I feel like a crazy person if I were to say this to someone. Okay, then write it down. Because it's necessary for you to have a log of this for just yourself. If it stays within yourself, then it's just for you. But it's meant for you to have, so you can understand where you're going, or why it is you feel the way you feel, or deep dive beyond it, or there's just to get it out of your mind and to revisit it later possibly. So I am seeing that here. So a lot of you Tauruses have this ability, or you're being activated at this time to be more consistent with that. And for some of you guys as well, on top of what I said, you are manifesting very, very potently as you write things down, even if it's just a planner or a to-do list or a priority list, whatever. Even if it's just a daily, just quick writing something down really quick to get things done. You're manifesting a lot of what you want. So if you get a lot done in the day and you wrote it down and you're checking it off, Spirit is showing me that you have the ability to write down something that you think is too big to dream of. You're eventually going to check that thing off too. It just may not be in this moment, but you will be manifesting that. Okay, so your manifestation is coming off strong. So that's what I have for you, Taurus. Beautiful energy. I love this message. A lot came from this one card, so I'm just going to put it back, and we're going to get into my Leos. Where's my Leos at? Where's my Lion's manes at? Thank you so much for being here, for being patient for your reading, especially Geminis and Libras and Leos. I appreciate your patience. These are long-winded messages. We're going into the night. As this reading goes on, it gets just keep getting darker and darker outside. It's crazy. But we are channeling a lot of beautiful messages for you. And I do feel like these messages are something that is necessary for you to hear. And I don't know about you, but I'm really excited to be here, okay? I got the weekend off. Like, it's a whole thing. Like, you know, it's okay. It's okay. We're here. We're going to get the messages, and we're going to finish the stream, okay, you guys? So like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you feel like this is your message, you know, leave a comment below. Let me know how it resonated. If you want to interact like that, that's beautiful. I love reading your comments and reacting to them. So definitely share the live stream as well if you find that somebody else will resonate with it. I appreciate the likes and the subscribes and the shares in advance. All right, if you guys would like to book a personal reading with me, you can book with me. Between now and December 1st, I have a sale going on for Black Friday, so put in your Black Friday order for your reading, and I will be sending those out to you, okay, you guys? So with that said, yeah, take advantage of that, because I'm not going to be doing readings until spring of 2026. So all readings will be closed after November, okay? So just keep that in mind. All right. If you guys would like personal readings, though, if you want to keep getting personal readings, my members actually get personal readings. So if that's the case, if you're like, oh my God, OG, I can't go on without your readings, your personal readings. If you book with me often, get a membership. Grab a membership on my channel. The $14.99 membership could hold you on to, or could hold you off until, you know, springtime when I open up those personal readings again. Okay. So my members get 10-minute personal readings every Friday, Saturday, and Monday nights, okay? But this Friday we're actually off because I know it's a holiday day, so we start back up tomorrow. So if you want to become a member of the channel, I highly suggest you become a member because we do those over the weekends, okay? And yeah, during my hiatus on personal bookings, you'll be able to still get a personal reading. Wow, beautiful energy, Leo. Look at this energy. Lock in, Leo. Lock in. First card out that wants to come out for you after that long shuffle. It says here, Joseph of Arimathea. So it says, plant your intentions deep. It's the number 4 on the card, and you only get one card. So this must have a really divine, profound message to it. Who else got this card? I can't remember. There was another Zodiac sign that got this card. Very interesting. I don't quite remember. Anyways, I think it was Cancer. I think it was Cancer. Check, but I think it was, okay? If it was Cancer, definitely watch the reading. I think they got this card in their reading. You could have Cancer sign in your chart, okay? You could be dealing with a Cancer. I think the Cancer sign reading was talking about like someone protecting them. I feel like Leos, you are this energy of Joseph, okay? I feel like you are the protector, the provider, okay? Whether you're male or female. So you have the intention to protect, to create, to provide, to plant, to make grow. I keep hearing like Spirit is giving it to me like not in a full sentence. To make grow, kind of like a bullet point. Like your point is to make grow. I don't know. So it's something about you're meant to create growth here and protect what it is that you have grown or you have brought stability to when it comes to your own life. If this didn't come out in the Cancer sign reading, check the Aquarius one because it was either one of those. Now that I'm thinking about it, let me know in the comments which one it was, you guys, if you find it. But I'm seeing 444 being repeated. So 444 could be an angel number that's significant to you. It could bring you a lot of stability. It could bring you a lot of harmony, okay? Or it could remind you of stability and harmony if you're seeing angel number 444 repeating. I feel like your intentions of whatever it is that is going to need a little extra protection, I think. I think your intentions and whatever it is that you grow is something that's going to need extra protection. It's like putting a fence around a garden of like fruits and vegetables to keep them protected from the predators that could like interrupt their growing cycle or take a lot of your harvest. There's something of that same principle being put here in your message for Leo, for you. Like putting a fence around, energetically, putting like a guard or a fence around a deep intention, a deep goal, a long-term goal. Something about your goals is here. There's a goal that you have, and it is to grow. Joseph is known of having a staff, and he put his staff into a ground. He just went like that, and all of these blossoms started popping up on his staff. His staff was plain. It had no cherry blossoms or whatever these little flowers are. It had nothing on it growing. It was just a regular staff. That's like me going like this. And then all of a sudden there's flowers that grow from it. Bye, girl, bye. I would like be so spooked out. But it's just saying here that you have the power to create growth and almost immediately. But it's also saying that you must protect that. There's something about, like, they keep giving me a fence. I don't know what this fence is, but they keep showing me a fence and giving me a fence. So something that you must protect from any type of predator. So distractions or other people's ideas that aren't conducive to your plans or your growth or your intentions. It's like you might have deep intentions for something that don't align with other people, and other people may look at it and judge it or try to advise you to do something with it. And it's like spirit is just trying to get you to protect your own intuition. They're trying to get you to protect what it is that you know is true for you, and not really necessarily take the guidance from others right now. It doesn't mean that you can't at all, but it's just right now is a sacred time for you to stay focused. You see how Joseph is so focused on what's in front of him, and also he's so shocked at what's growing on his staff. He can't believe it. He can't believe that this staff is literally growing right before his eyes. He puts it in the ground, and all of a sudden it's like all these flowers growing on it. And he's like, what the heck? Hold on. Am I doing this, or is Mother Earth doing this? Like, he's trying to figure it out. Like, this person's focused. And so you may be trying to figure something out while other people are trying to sway you or persuade you or distract you or to advise you. And it's like, you just need to look at what's in front of you. What's in front of you already growing, what's in front of you that you already created, what's in front of you that is already your intentions to create or to grow. If that's an intention and a seed that you're planting, then it is so. But that's what I'm seeing here. Beautiful. You will see something right before your eyes. It makes me feel like it's quick. My left ear is ringing, by the way. My left ear is ringing, so I don't know if that has something to do with maybe somebody's left-handed, or maybe somebody's left ear just rang just now. Oh, I'm also getting a time frame, April. Something significantly grows by April, or in April is when something that you see clearly to, something about April. Maybe you make plans, maybe something works out for you that you've been working on for a while. So maybe you're seeing the fruits of your labor kind of blossoming around April. Something around April is also here with that number 4 on the card. But let's read the number 4. I've read it before for a different zodiac sign, but since I can't remember which zodiac sign it was, I'm just going to read it again for you guys. So Leo, it says, Joseph of Arimathea, plant your intentions deep. An idea must have positive intentions behind it and be firmly placed in fertile ground if it's to take root. As it grows and flowers, the shape may change. Adapt an idea to the current time frame for the most beneficial results. So any ideas that you have, adapt them to the current time frame, adapt them to the current fertile ground in order for you to have the most beneficial results. Okay? That's your advice. It says here, Joseph was a chosen guardian of Mary Magdalene and her companions. After delivering them safely to Provence, he continued to travel by sea along his well-known trade routes. At one point, he sailed up the river to a harbor in Glastonbury, where his party arrived, weary all. The hill above the harbor bears its name today. He planted his staff into the ground. Oh, there it goes. He planted his staff into the ground, where it burst into flower. The symbol for the bloodline of the royal house of David was a flowering staff. So literally, Joseph's staff is the royal house of David's bloodline. It says, the prophecy of Isaiah says, a shoot will come up from the stump of Jesse. From his roots, a branch will bear fruit. That's in Isaiah 11:1. The tree has proven to be a Levantine thorn from the Middle East. Many pieces have been grafted over the years, and there are now only holy thorn trees all over Glastonbury where they can bloom at Christmas. So fittingly enough, this card is actually coming out at around the time of when these trees would actually be blooming. They said they bloom around Christmas. Well, we have Christmas coming up soon. So there's something tied to the timeline that you're on, Leo. You're meant to hear this right now, particularly at this time. So very interesting. So we have here, Joseph would have carried exotic fabrics, ambers, spices, and wines to trade for copper, gold, and tin. Amber was more valuable than gold, and there was an established amber trail not unlike the Silk Road. At the time, there were canals alongside Mary Magdalene Street for the movement of trade goods by barge. It is said that Joseph had died in Glastonbury and was buried there. A well rooted intention can change the fundamental essence of the people or the place. With courage and conviction, you also have the power to inspire and to bring about change. When rooted in love, the universe will support your intentions. So, Spirit is saying here, like, whatever it is that you have a passionate intention of doing, whatever it is that you have planned from before or that you are planning currently in the now, Spirit is saying your time is blossoming, okay? So maybe between Christmas and April, like I was getting here, Christmas and springtime, something is going to blossom with the seeds that you have planted or the seeds that you intend to plant right now. And so Spirit is saying when you are doing this from an energy of love, when you are rooted in love and you have the confidence and the power to know that you can inspire and bring about change, the universe will support your intentions because they're coming from a good place. They're coming from positive intentions behind it that are firmly placed on a fertile ground in order to take blossom, in order to take root. And so that's what this staff is here when it comes to Joseph's energy. So that's what I have here for you. Whether you're male or female, there's something that you're meant to hold and protect and make sure that you continue to create without any outside noise or distractions. You see how Joseph went from just trading certain wines and certain things and things like that for gold, tin, and other ambers and things. You see how that started off small, but then he ended up doing it along the coast of Magdalene Street, and it was a grand exchange. It ended up being a bigger thing that he expected. Spirit is kind of showing me that with this message, like you're in a time where things could actually create movement and create fruit. Okay. For some of you guys, Isaiah 11:1, chapter 11, verse 1 is something that you guys may want to read, or something that has something to do with November at this time. Like I said, 11 is November energy. So maybe at this time you're meant to hear this just before Christmas and to keep you going and lasting up until April when it comes to something that your intentions are very deeply rooted about. Okay, so Spirit is saying your cosmic upgrade here is basically you getting what it is that is your fruits of your labor through your intention that you have already set or you are setting in the now. So it just depends on what timeline you guys are on. I don't know if you guys already did this or not, but your cosmic upgrade is going to be your materialistic gain in this world, your fulfillment when it comes to the intentions that you have. So keep vibrating from that intention, Leo. It looks like you've been already doing it, you guys. Keep vibrating from things that align to your morals and your values, and with great intention will come great prosperity is what it's showing me here. So that's beautiful. I love this energy for you. You could have been seeing 11:11 or 1:11 a lot as well with that 11:1 verse in Isaiah's chapter. So that's what I see here. That's what you guys have. Okay, so take that how it resonates. You don't have to be religious to have these messages. These messages are for everybody and anybody, despite your religion or your spirituality. All right. So these are the cards that I just chose to use today as your collective all signs chosen 144 message. So with that being said, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Leos, I love this message for you. Not only was it short, sweet, and to the point, but it was also a message of a lot of clarity and guidance to keep you going. I feel like Leos, you really needed that encouragement to keep going. I don't know if you guys feel discouraged at this time or feel uncertain at this time, but I feel like whenever you hear this message, you need to hear it because there's something here still blooming and still about to blossom for you. And I don't want you guys to stop on your journey here, okay? Because that energy is showing me here that as long as you're doing the journey with good intent, you will have good outcome and good change and really, really great things happening. So that is going to be your cosmic upgrade. A lot of you guys have the power to pour into your ideas or your creativity, and you have that Midas touch that's really going to expand on a lot of different areas of your life materialistically and monetarily. Not saying that it's all about that, but you're able to do that and then possibly even teach others how to do it. And so that might be the deeper layer to that point that we're bringing up. Maybe that's the bigger principle of the whole message. I don't know, but we'll wait and see. We'll see what happens when we get there, right, you guys? Because that is very much a forward movement message. So with that being said, Leo, I'm going to wrap it up. We're going to get into my Gemmy gems. Where are my Geminis at? Let me know in the comments below. Drop your zodiac sign down in the chat. Let me know y'all ready for the read. We're about to get into Geminis. And then the last reading of the day is Libra, okay? And Libras, y'all have been last for such a while that I'm starting to question that if you guys are trying to set me up. Are you guys trying to set me up to get yelled at by everybody? Because, like, if you go back to the beginning, I was coming up with this live stream lineup, and I literally said there are no Leos that, or I'm sorry, no Libras that drop their zodiac sign down in the chat. And I was like, I'm starting to think they're doing this on purpose so they can complain that they're last. I don't know. It's getting a little sus. It's getting a little sussy. Y'all trying to set me up. So yeah, Libras, y'all have been last for a while, so I don't know what's going on, but Libras, if you're trying to be earlier in the lineup, you got to drop your zodiac sign in the live stream chat early, all right, so that way you can get into the lineup early, okay? Otherwise, you're just gonna have to wait or watch it on the replay, which is totally fine. We still give you you know, the amount of time and attention you need for your message regardless on who's last. All right, so with that being said, let's lock into my Geminis. What do we have here for my Gemini gang biddies and zeddies up in the building? Thank you so much, Free Spirit Lover. Oh, thank you so much. Wow, you guys are awesome. Wow. Why did I say it like that? Wow. Yeah, no, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the positive love and light in the chat. I appreciate y'all. This is your divine message. Your divine cosmic upgrade. 144 divine cosmic upgrade for my 144 collective. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source. What are the highest vibrational messages my Gemmy Gems need to hear at this time? Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Source, for the high vibrational messages. What do we have here? Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever seen this card before. Geminis, I don't think I've ever pulled this card before. I don't use this Oracle card a lot, by the way. I use it on special occasions because I just feel like I need to use it when I get called to it. Look at this. Look at that. This is a card that I didn't even know existed in my Oracle deck. I almost feel like Spirit just made it up. It wasn't in this Oracle deck when I was shuffling, and now all of a sudden it's there. Let's light a candle. Let's get a candle going. Candles went out. I like to channel when I have multiple candles lit. If y'all don't know and you're new here, thank you for being here. Thank you for my new subscribers. Oh, my lighter's down here. Hold on. I got a little fancy lighter that be charging and stuff. I have to recharge it. It was underneath my desk. Yeah, she fancy, huh? She fancy. One of my OGs gifted me this for my birthday. And I use it all the time now to light my candles. She's so fancy. Oh, you fancy, huh? Yes, I am. All right, so Geminis, this first card out is crazy. The energy go crazy. I can literally feel it emitting from this card. And what the crazy thing is about this card is that I almost feel like it didn't exist in the Oracle deck until I pulled it for you, Gemini. Because I've never seen this card. I've never seen this card. I almost feel like Spirit made it up. So this is crazy. It says here, holding the seeds, fertility. It looks like she's holding an onion, or maybe this is a pomegranate. It looks like it's a pomegranate. What do y'all think? It looks like it's a pomegranate. That would make sense why it says holding the seeds, or else it would say holding the layers if it was an onion, because onions have layers. But it says the number 14 here. And so the 14 could be significant to you in some way, shape, or form, Gemini. You could be born on the 14th day of your month. So some of you guys could be June 14th Geminis. For others of you, 14 breaks down to a 5. So for some of you guys, you could be a May Gemini. Your birthday could be in May. Um, I'm also seeing with the numerology of the 5, when we're breaking down the 14, if you're wondering what I'm getting, where I'm getting that from, I'm just adding the numbers together. 1 and the 4 is 5. You could be seeing angel number 555 a lot, or 555 could be significant as a meaning to you personally if you don't see it much, but that's your favorite angel number. It could also mean that as well. The number 5 means change and transformation. So you might feel tied to that number because maybe you feel like you always have to adapt and to change and to transform and always hold the seed to birth something new, to always fertilize something new, because maybe things always change or end in your life a lot, Geminis. You might go through a lot of different vast changes and random things, unexpected things, so much so that you have learned to hold the seeds in order to create new growth and new environments, so that way you can adapt with flow, with ease. For a lot of you Geminis, you can adapt with flow and ease, not like anybody else who you know closest to you, right? And if you run into another Gemini, you notice that that Gemini is just like you. So they flow with adapt and ease. But for most people around you, Gemini, you may notice that a lot of people don't adapt to change as easily as you do. And so there's something about you holding the seeds to fertility and maybe even being able to share some of those seeds with people who can't adapt. You could show them the way on how to. So there is some beauty coming into this card here while I'm holding it and looking at her. Also, what's interesting is that her skin, it feels like it's glowing. Like it looks like it. I don't know if you guys could see that. Can you see what I see? Maybe I'm just seeing stuff. I've been channeling for the last 6 hours. Maybe I'm just seeing stuff, child. Let me know. Let me know. We be vibing. All right. So I'm seeing here, she's glowing. Like her skin is more yellow than the other cards. Like on the other cards, her skin wasn't this yellow. Yeah, her skin's more pale here. This is more of like a yellow tone. Her skin's more pale blue. In a lot of the other cards, her skin's literally blue there. Maybe that's just the lighting of the card. This one's more rosy. She has a little blush on her face. But this one is yellow. It has a yellow undertone. So for some of you guys, and this will be for the girlies, because I don't think the guys know their skin tone. You could have yellow undertone as your skin tone. Maybe that's the makeup you buy. For some of you Geminis who are feminines, you'll know what I'm talking about. For some of you Geminis who are masculines, look up swatches of like makeup swatches and see if you have a rosy undertone or a yellow undertone. I'm getting that for a lot of you Geminis, you have a yellow undertone, okay? So whatever skin tone you have, whether it's light or whether it's dark, the undertone of your skin could be a yellow based. It's not more red based, it's more yellow based, something of that nature. Also, for some of you guys, you're undergoing a glow up. So for some of you guys, you may notice that your skin or the way you look, or the way other people see you may be a glow up. It may feel like you're glowing, okay? So you may notice that, or other people notice that you are glowing. But for a lot of you guys, you know your undertone of skin is a yellow tone. Okay. Not going to be for all, but that's specific for those who need to hear it. Okay, so let's get into the definition of this card. It's interesting. We keep getting only one card out for these zodiac signs. So the last few, I think it was Pisces, Taurus, Leo, and now you, Gemini. Or was it Taurus, Leo, and just you? I don't know. We started off getting one card. Scorpio got one card. And now we're ending off getting one cards. But everybody else got like 2 or 3 cards, like in between, if you're looking for longer messages. Everybody else got more cards than you, Gemini. It seems like you only have one particular message here, amplified. I like it, though. I like it because I've never seen this card. It's beautiful. We have here 14. Okay, so let's read what this oracle card deck means, or this oracle card means on a deeper level. I just started Gemini, yes, Jamira, but you might want to rewind because we've been on Gemini for like 2-3 minutes now. We have here holding the seeds, fertility. The time is ripe and the ground is fertile for your new project, whether it is creating or designing a new life or starting a new venture. The time is now. Wow. Geminis. Gemini, 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 Gemini. Geminis, that's a beautiful message. Geminis, that's a beautiful message. Oh my God. It literally says, and I'll say it louder for the people in the back or the people who just got into the room, the time is ripe. So the time is right now. Anything that you wanted to do, if you want to move, if you want to plan to move, if you want to change something that you're doing for work, if you want to switch careers, if you want to go into a relationship or get out of one, if you want to create a project, like there's so much here showing itself. It's saying the time is ripe and the ground is fertile for your projects or your plans right now. Whether it's creating or designing a new life or starting a new venture, the time is now. So you have the seeds. It kind of reminds me of that song where they're like, I got the keys, keys, keys. I got the keys, keys, keys. You got the seeds, seeds, seeds. You have the seed, Gemini. Dang. And that's why people, I get Geminis, that's why people don't understand you, or they underestimate you, or they envy you, maybe because you have the seeds. So because you have the seeds, somebody who was underestimating you might be like, Gemini ain't gonna get nowhere. But you already know that you could plant things and that everything you plant always grows. You're like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I got the seeds. They're like, yeah, I don't know what you're gonna do with that. That's gonna take forever. You're like, no, it doesn't. I'm adaptable. Forever is just a concept. It's not an actual thing. So you're like, I don't know, it's like you're arguing your position or you're holding the ground for your position to fertilize something new for you. Wow, Geminis, you could be working on something new. You might be a little bit worried about it, but it seems like Gemini, you're doing it anyway. Geminis are stubborn like that. Shoot, they'll do it anyway, even if they are worried about it. They're like, let me just see. Let me just see. Because you guys know that it's torture to think what if than to not do it at all. Or I'm sorry, you think it's torture to think what if because you didn't do it at all. You know what I'm saying? Like you'd rather do it and fail or see what happens from it than not doing it at all and wondering what if. You know that part of your brain and the way your brain functions, you're like, I'm not about to be overthinking in circles and cycles just because I chose not to do something. Let me go do this thing that I feel energetically and intuitively guided to, and let me just do it. Because if I don't, I know that my brain is literally going to eat itself. And I can't. I won't. You guys, you already know. That's like a Gemini's torture. So there's something here that you are definitely doing, and the time is now. So if you guys already have been thinking about some area of your life that you felt like the time was ripe to do something, or you had this new idea of creating or designing a new life, or wanting a new life, or starting a new adventure or relationship or whatever, the time is now. Yeah. Co-signing right now, Spirit is saying the time is now. You have the seeds to plant this, whether people believe in you or not, it doesn't matter. You could do it and you will be successful. And you guys have shown yourself that all the way up until this point anyway, so there's no need to worry about it. All is well, all good things will happen. So we have here Mary Magdalene is holding the holy fruit. Oh wow, say that 3 times. Holding the holy fruit. That is definitely a tongue twister. So this is a holy fruit that she is holding. Mary Magdalene is holding a holy fruit. She is with child, and although she must conceal it for the moment, the baby is growing daily. Her innermost smile is glowing with secret that dwells within her, and her heart is full. The pomegranate is a universal symbol of fertility. I said this was a pomegranate, so we was right, gang. We was right. You know what's crazy? I also said, doesn't it look like her skin is glowing? I have never read this card before in my life. I tell you what, I've never seen it. I was shocked when it came out. The fact that I said, why does she look like she's yellow or she's glowing? She's pregnant. What the heck? This is why you come into the room. Book a personal if you need one. This is why you come to the room for the readings. You see how that just happened in front of your eyes? Yo. The way I've been channeling since Scorpio's reading, I almost have to watch myself back to believe that I was even on point like that. Because sometimes I don't believe it. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Sometimes I don't believe how connected I am to these messages, to this channel. Like, I still can't grasp it. It still doesn't register. I'm just doing it. You know how when you do something and it's on autopilot, you do it, but it doesn't register that you're actually doing it? That's how I feel right now. It's crazy. I've been feeling like that since we started Scorpio reading. We're all the way to Gemini, and I still feel like that. I'm going to have to watch these back. This is crazy. I literally never seen this card. Never. Okay, so this is beautiful. It says here, her innermost smile is glowing with a secret that dwells within her, and her heart is full. The pomegranate is a universal symbol of fertility. Because of its many seeds, it was thought to represent the virility of a man. Oh, virility of a man. Not manned. Man. It also symbolizes eternity and the indissolubility of marriage. Wow, that's deep. It is said King Solomon designed his crown on the pomegranate's serrated crown like flower bud. He also decorated the walls of his temple in Jerusalem with its image. In many ancient writings, the pomegranate was considered a holy fruit found in the Garden of Paradise. It is possible that the fruit of knowledge was not an apple but a red pomegranate. Oh, wow. As a symbol of immortality throughout the ancient world, Mary Magdalene would have the significance of this fruit. Egypt's Ebers papyrus dates around 15 BCE and is one of the oldest medical texts. It lists the healing properties of the pomegranate. Its health benefits are recognized by modern science and attributed to higher levels of phytochemicals, PHYTO chemicals. Phyto, is that phytochemicals? It's attributed to the high levels of phytochemicals, the naturally occurring medicine of the plant kingdom. It was one of the first fruits cultivated in the Middle East. The meaning of this card is whether that you are creating or designing a new life or a new venture, it is time for you to get started. Don't let this moment pass you by, but keep the idea a secret until you are ready to birth it into the world. Just like Mary Magdalene keeping her child a secret. Wow. So that's beautiful. So there's something that you're meant to birth, you're meant to begin, or you're meant to continue to keep underneath wraps if you're already doing it. Because Spirit is saying whatever you're doing here, whatever you have plans for the future of, it will provide fruit. It will provide growth. It will provide this fertility, whatever you're planting, whatever you've been doing will be birthed, and it will provide prosperity for you. Wow. So a lot of you guys, I don't know what you're doing, but your cosmic upgrade is to know that you have the power to create or design anything that you want or to get started with whatever you want. And the best time to do it would be right now, whether that's planning it or organizing it or meditating on it or actually creating it or keep doing it if you're already doing it. expanding on it, different things like that. Spirit is saying here, like, you are of like the red pomegranate. You have the seeds within you in order to plant this prosperity, in order to birth these things new. So yeah, you can definitely make an abundance of really high positive outcomes. I almost feel like that this isn't really a cosmic upgrade for you. I almost feel like you've been doing this, but maybe you don't realize it. Maybe it's just like me. Like, I don't realize I'm doing certain things. It just on autopilot, it doesn't register till later or at all sometimes. So maybe that's how you feel. Maybe the way I feel about my own thing is how you guys feel, Gemini, about your own thing or about your life. So something may not be registering on what you're doing or why you're doing it, but later on it births into something that is like, holy crap. If I never did that thing, if I never started that thing, if I never made that decision, if I never implemented and applied pressure or applied myself to something, this wouldn't have grown the way it did. This wouldn't have evolved and ascended the way it was meant to. So there's very, very beautiful energy here. So I feel like you already have this cosmic upgrade. I just feel like what's being upgraded is that you get to the level or the point of your life where materialistically it shows up, where you're able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Okay. Wow. Wow. This is so beautiful. Wow. That's crazy. And I didn't even know she was pregnant. It doesn't, you can't even see it. In this card, you can't even see that she's pregnant. I think I just got oil on it. Hold on. My face is a little shiny. I got it on the card. But yeah, you can't even see that she's pregnant on this card. Now I'm like, oh, it's because she has to hide it. She's hiding what she's creating or birthing, or she's hiding her plans, but she's still actively working on them. She's still being consistent, and she might be tired because, pregnant people be tired, right? So whether you're male or female, Gemini, you might be tired of working at something. You might be tired of doing something. You might be tired of, tired of being tired and not feeling like you're getting results. But Spirit is saying, no, you got the results. I like how this passage says it is possible that the fruit of knowledge wasn't an apple but a red pomegranate. The fruit of knowledge. It's almost like you were doing something and you thought it was supposed to turn out one way, or you thought it was only going to get to that point, or you thought that all your efforts would just add up to this and that's it, and that's where it starts and stops and ends. You see what I'm saying? It's interesting because it kind of reminds me of the apple. Your knowledge was thinking that you had an apple, but you have a pomegranate. So you have not only a pomegranate, but you have multiple seeds. So, when you open a pomegranate, there's all these seeds and you're scraping them out, and there's like a lot of seeds. There's like, it feels like there might be like 200 seeds, but what feels like a billion sometimes. There's something here where Spirit is pointing me to this part of it and saying that has a lot to do with Gemini. That it is possible that you're looking at your knowledge and your fruits of your labor as an apple, but it's really a pomegranate. It can go in multitude of avenues. It can expand. It could grow. It could ascend. It can go hella far. And so your upgrade is realizing you don't have an apple in your hand. Your ideas, your creativity is not an apple in your hand. Your relationship is not an apple in your hand. Your life is not an apple in your hand, but yet a pomegranate. Because when you crack that BITCH open, you're going to have a multitude of prosperity because you got multiple seeds. You got multiple growth here. You got an abundance. An apple can only give you what it is on the outside, but a pomegranate can give you everything on the outside and the inside. Isn't that crazy? So there's beauty here. There's some type of hidden beauty or hidden message, hidden knowledge that you're meant to realize. I ain't got no apple. I got a pomegranate. For a lot of you guys, whatever you're doing or you're setting yourself up to do, the time is now, and you realize that it's not just going to be an apple. That is your perspective. Your perspective is going to shift when you realize that you have a pomegranate and that you just created multiple streams of income. You created multiple outcomes in your life. You created multiple choices that you can make or decisions you can make in the future because of your one choice, your one idea, your one thing that you were going to do, and you did it. Dang, that's crazy. That's so deep, bro. That's so deep. Beautiful. I love this message for you. I feel like this is your message, okay, Geminis? I could talk about this forever. Okay, but we got to keep it pushing. We got to get to Libras. Libras are last. They've been waiting for a while, so let's respect everybody's time. But this Gemini is for you. So this is your message, okay? You're going to upgrade and you're going to realize, I ain't got no apple. I got a pomegranate. So that is your cosmic upgrade. Wow. Divine inheritance. Closing out your reading, Gemini. We get this divine inheritance energy. I didn't even hit the singing bowl to tap into Libras yet. So a closing message for you is divine inheritance, positive flow. Wow. So for a lot of you guys, you're going to inherit some type of divine ascension, divine knowledge. What's interesting is this symbol right here. I don't know if this symbol means something to you, but it seems like you're anchored in love and in Christ energy. So Christ consciousness, God's love, you're anchored in. That's what it looks like, but I don't know what that symbol means. If somebody knows what that symbol means, leave it in the comments below or what that represents. But I'm seeing here divine inheritance and positive flow. Wow, so you're going to be able to heal other people. Even look at that. For some of you guys, you're healing other people. Wow. Look at that glow coming from our hands. Beautiful. That's Yeshua and Mary. But that's what I have here for you, Gemini. So take it how it resonates. Your knowledge you might be able to share with others, whether it's a significant other or whether it's a friend or a family member or somebody more platonic closest to you. You could do this online or in person. So a lot of you Geminis, you might be going into that route. And turning that into a lot of prosperity, your spirituality, your belief system. So that's what I have for my Geminis. I'm going to close out your reading. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you want to book a personal reading with me, the link is in the description box below, but for not for too long though, because I won't be doing personal readings until March of 2026 again. So they will close out at the end of November. So make sure that you book with me between now and December 1st if you want to book any type of personal reading with me. The link is in the description box, and all the readings are available. Any style reading that you are looking at, they're all available. Okay, so with that being said, let's lock into my Libras. Lock in, gang, lock in. Where's Libras at? Shout out to all the OGs that are working on stuff. I'm kind of just silently watching, reading all your comments and watching you guys comment some more comments about the Gemini reading. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to have to watch this back and look at the comments too to see what you guys said in the live stream chat and to see how each one of these resonated with you. I don't watch all my readings back, but the good ones, I'll be wanting to watch every zodiac sign and see how people responded to it. So I do be looking at them if I don't look at them in the moment of me channeling the message, because I'll be having to focus on the message. I be ADHD, so I know sometimes I could get distracted. So that's why I be trying to focus. But do you need a discount code? No, Nikita. It's already applied. Yeah. So it's 30% off the readings right now. Yeah, you can just go to the website and it'll automatically be in your cart once you place the reading in there. Hi Libras. We got Libras up in the chat. We got Jay Mari, Bebo. Shout out to the OGs who are Libras. We don't have that many Libras here. I probably will see them a lot later after this is already recorded. Hi Max. Everybody's in the chat though. Shout out to the OGs. Free Spirit Lover. Thank you for being here. It makes so much sense. I'm so glad. Oh. All right, you guys, we got into the night. It's only 5:30. It looks like it's 10 p.m., but we're in the thick of it. All right. All right, let's get it. Y'all ready? We be vibing. Hold on. Oh. I thought I got... Okay. Never mind. All right, here we go. We've been vibing. All right, let's lock in. What do we have here for my Libras? I was checking my other device here, seeing what messages I had. I thought I missed something. All right, here we go. Thank you so much, George. You said thank you. I am abundantly rising. I will. Oh, George. Is it George or is it Jorge? I don't know. Anyways, either way, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah, you say you like the username? Oracle Gang Baddie up in the building, period. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes. Shout out to the OGs. I see here I'm abundantly rising was uplifting another OG in the chat as well. Oh, so I don't know if that comment was for me or not. Anyways, you guys, I love that you guys love each other in the chat. All right, here we go. That makes my heart smile because that's literally the community that I wanted to create here. When I created Oracle Gang Baddie, I was like, I want everybody to get along in the chat and all that good stuff. And I want everybody to uplift each other and understand that everybody's on different timelines and that we're all in this together and that we all have the same consciousness and that we can all ascend and be divine and whoop-de-whoop and all that. You feel me? So, like, that's just how I feel. You feel me? That's just how I feel. Anyways, let's get into my Libras. Libras reading. I'm glad that you guys are being like that in the chat. It's beautiful. It's such a beauty to see. It's my dream come true. We have here awake in the dream, embrace new possibilities, and then we have the number 40 here on the card with it. Then we have another number here on the card that's 39, the number before 40. So that's cool. You guys have like ascending numbers. But the 39 is the Queen of the Sun. Nothing is lost that cannot be found. So let me hold up these two cards so you can see them yourselves for my Libras. Beautiful. You see that? I love the artwork. That's why I hold it up to you guys so long because I love art. I enjoy art. I went to art school, so like I be holding stuff up to you guys like really, really long because I want you to take these cards in. I want you to channel them the way I channel them. Like, look how beautiful they are. Like, I don't even think it's giving it justice. I'm gonna need to lock in, gang. Lock in. See that? Like, even the detail in our eyes, bro. Like, I like this card. It looks like a glowing night light. It looks like the lights I have right now underneath my table, but like on this card. Like they're in mood light. Who's in mood lighting with their man or their woman? Somebody's in mood lighting or will be this weekend. What y'all finna do? What you guys about to do? Y'all in the chat moody. Anyways, let's lock into the message. I like to have fun sometimes, you guys, but let's get into your message. Okay. All right, so the first card out here says awaken the dream, embrace new possibilities. So for a lot of you Libras, your cosmic 144 message upgrade is your dreams are really vivid right now. I don't know if you're ignoring them. I don't know if you just don't understand them or don't remember them. I highly doubt you don't remember them. I highly think that you remember something about them or you remember them from beginning to end or maybe one particular scene. I would not believe you if you said you don't remember your dream. You remember something, okay? And so there's something here that you are awake to certain possibilities in your dream. So it's like, yes, you're dreaming. Yes, you're at night. You're living in this dream world or dreamland or whatever you're doing in your dreams. But there's something here that you're awake in. So it's almost like, could you imagine somebody sleeping with their eyes open? It's almost like that, okay? It's someone, it's like you are dreaming, but your eyes are open to something happening in the dream that you're meant to take with you in this waking life when you wake up and you go through your day-to-day hustle and bustle and routine and schedule. So that's what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing here you're gaining some type of knowledge, and it almost makes me feel like it's when you least expect it. it's almost when you're in your most relaxed state too. For a lot of you Libras, you're really hard workers, or that you're super tired. Like you give everybody time or attention, or you show up, your schedule's filled, you got a lot going on. And then when you get home, there's this energy of like you being like after you shower and you eat, you're in such a relaxed state. It's those nights that I'm talking about, that you're getting an energetic download in your dream, or you're seeing something significant in your dream to utilize in your waking life. It's to help you embrace new possibilities. It's to help you be more confident about your spirituality, because, being top dog in real life is all cool and all dandy, and all for the external presence, but internally, what's really going on, and internally, you're getting the internal upgrade. So I'm getting on a spiritual level, you're getting activated, you're getting to this point of cosmic understanding and knowledge about yourself and about what you're meant to do or what you want to do, that you could turn into something you could share with others or your own life. I'm sorry, not your own life, your own family's life and things like that. So that's what I'm seeing here. We have here Awaken the Dream. Thank you so much, Her Fave Day, for the upgrades to the real OGs. Shout out to the OGs. Oh, thank you so much, Jamie. Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. We have here Queen of the Sun. I feel like this is a message for you, whether you're a queen or you consider yourself a king of the sun. It says nothing is lost that cannot be found. A lot of what you're finding is in your dreams. I know this sounds really woo-woo to some people, but to the chosen ones, you're going to know that this is your message, because you are going to be experiencing this, or you already have been, okay? And you could have been experiencing this on and off in the past, but there's something here that is found in your dreams that you take as information and you apply it to your real life reality when you're awake. And it's on a spiritual level. It's like a spiritual understanding, or it's like a life purpose, or it's like an internal fulfillment. It's like an inner knowing that helps you understand your path or other people's path. It's something here where it helps overall give like an overall like perspective that is of the highest white light. And so like that's what I'm particularly seeing coming in. We're going to read both of these cards for you to get the information on a deeper level, but I just wanted to channel that a little bit, to kind of like channel the message before we go and read it. Also, Spirit just interrupted me and said that somebody's Egyptian. So I don't know if somebody has Egyptian background or South African or they're giving me like Middle Eastern, so I don't know if that ties in with that. I'm not really good at the geographics of things, but I'm just going to tell you what they're telling me. They're telling me to say those three things. South Africa, they're telling me to say Middle Eastern, and they're telling me to say Egyptian. I'm also getting Cairo and Arabic. So I don't know if that's a language that you're speaking or learning, or if these are places that you will visit or you want to visit or you have bloodlines to. They're also telling me that if you are a female, something about the way you do your eyeliner is the way you did it in past lives, and you could have had an Egyptian past life. I actually want to clarify this information with my past life cards. Give me a second, you guys. I'm actually going to pull a different oracle deck here. I'm just being like literally guided to pull it. So we'll see why or what comes out. Something about your past life, the way you do your eye makeup. It could be eyeliner, it could be eyeshadow. It could be your eyebrows. For my feminines out there, something about your eyes. So I know like for some people's cultures, they wear the hijab, I think, or something like that. They wear that dressing around their head to only show their eyes. So maybe you have a really beautiful eye color. Maybe you dress it up with a lot of makeup, or maybe you wear a hijab or hijab or however it's pronounced. I don't know these words. These are the words that they're giving me. So I don't study this stuff. I should, but because it would help me get more specific with the readings, but I kind of just rely on the divine to show me and to tell me information. So take it how it resonates, and correct me if you need to. Absolutely, I'm open to that. What else do we have here, Spirit, with the past life? What are they saying about the past life for Libra? What are they tied to? What is this information? What are they meant to hear? Why does this have to do with their cosmic upgrade? Health. Eyes. Health. Eye health? Now, I could take that as like insight. Like you have a good eye for art, or you have a good eye for spirituality, or you have a good eye for health, for other people's health, mental or emotional or physical health. What's this here, Spirit? Past life. Something about your past life. You could have been a healer of a past life. You had a good eye to point out unhealthy, toxic things. This could have been around Egyptian times, Egyptian era. This could have been more in those timelines from before, when Africans and Egyptians kind of like were very much the highlight of that time amongst each other. You could have helped heal people. What's interesting is that in this lifetime, for some of you guys, you're in healthcare, and that's why you're into medicine, healing, health, herbs. You're into wanting to know that knowledge. Practices of, this could be physical health or mental health, practices of some type of health. Yeah, biblical. Yeah, you guys, this is on a spiritual level, a spiritual health. Okay, so biblical health. In the past life, some of you Libras were doing something as far as spiritual health. You were helping people heal on a spiritual health way. This is something that you're seeing in dreams, or that Spirit is giving you little symbols and little nudges to get into when it comes to your dreams. Phobias. In this day and age, you might have a phobia of, you might have had a phobia or a fear of religion, or a fear of switching your belief system or your spirituality, challenging someone to their own power in whatever their belief system is. You could have been fearful and been challenged to this in the past, but it's because you have some sight. You have a gift of sight here. There's some type of gift of sight that you have, Libra, but that you can only see in a dream now. Before you could do it. Before you could just do it. Now it's difficult. It's like you got to tap in to do this. It's like through meditation or through dreams. Yeah, bottom of the deck says wisdom. That was on the bottom before I even shuffled. So yeah, you have a wisdom, and I like how the unicorn's horn is coming through this unicorn, because it's right in the middle of their third eye. So you have third eye wisdom. Oh, that's what they mean by the eye. You have the sight. Yeah, you have the third eye for wisdom when it comes to spiritual health and maybe even physical well-being. For some of you guys, you're attracted to the medical industry or some type of health spiritually or mentally, mental health too. There's something here that you know how to do that you're meant to be remembered. You're meant to remember. It's something about your family tree or your lineage that you've had from before. And it could date all the way back to Egyptians, when Egyptians still roamed the earth in a way of like pharaohs and things like that. Wow. So that's what I'm getting here. You know what's crazy? You know what I just channeled? For some of you guys, you were blind. You were actually blind for some of you guys. You were blind in a past life. That's not gonna be for everybody. That might be for like one or two of you. But they just told me for some of them they were blind in a past life. So everything they did had to be through intuition. Everything they did had to be through dreams. Everything they said and they provided had to be through feeling. Like you were stripped of one thing to have to tap into another sensory. Whoa, that's crazy. You know what's crazy though? For a lot of you guys who are blind, you looked at people like this. You know how when blind people, they don't really look at you? They kind of like look away and they're talking. You looked at people. Like you literally looked at people. Like people were like, I thought they were blind. No, you looked at people. You know where their voice and where their eyes were. That's what I'm being shown. That's how strong your sensory, your eyesight was. That's how strong your third eye was. You creep people the F out. You probably do that now. For some of you Libras, when you look at people, maybe people have said to you, ooh, I feel like you're seeing through to my soul. Like, ooh, I feel like you know what I mean? And for some of you guys, you may have Egyptian shaped eyes. So look at like old pharaohs and old old statues and like what are those things called? Like, you know, the old figurines that they have and stuff, like the way they shape the eyes. Maybe your eyes are shaped just like that. You don't have to put eyeliner on them. You just have those shaped eyes. For some of you guys, you have really brown chestnut eyes. It doesn't have to be brown, but it could be dark brown, light brown. It's just like something about your eyes are like, people feel like you could see through their soul. People feel like that with people with blue eyes, but for my brown-eyed people, your eyes, whether they're dark or light brown, you see through people's souls. Like they can feel you seeing them. Even if you're not trying to do that. You could just be talking to them and looking them dead in the eye and they're just like intimidated. Intimidated. You intimidate people with your eyesight, your line of sight. Wow, beautiful. So that's what they're pointing out to me. Now let's get into the deeper message of what this cosmic upgrade is. It says awaken in the dream. So all possibilities exist in the source field. If you can consciously dream, you can draw blueprints into the third density and manifest as long as you do no harm to others. Love is creative energy that vibrates at the highest frequency of all levels that exist. So what's interesting about this when I'm reading this is that it specifically says if you can consciously dream, you can draw blueprints into the third density. That means that you can literally create your own reality just through you consciously dreaming about something, daydream about something, dreaming about something before you go to bed at night, right? So like thinking about something, you're like, wow, I really hope I get that one manifestation or that one life goal done, and then going to bed and then like waking up and then just having these manifestations come to life because this is what you're thinking about before you get into a relaxed state. So Spirit is saying you have the ability to do this, but as long as you do no harm to others. That's what I find interesting, because for some of you Libras, you may or may not realize that some of the things you think just before your dream state, just before your most relaxed state, you have the ability to do harm to others just by your thought. So, for example, and so you may be doing this on purpose or not. Maybe you guys have learned the hard way. And for some of you guys, if you have, then, you know, this is your message to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I remember being like that. I don't do that no more. Whatever. Like, you got over it. People ascend, people evolve. There's healing, okay? But the thing is that for those of you who don't know you're doing this, it's interesting because you may think before you go to bed, and it could be anything, but I'm just going to use an example. For instance, if you go to bed thinking about the person who yelled at you at work and you're like, I hope that BITCH gets hit by a car. And you're like, nah, I can't be thinking that, but F it. And you go to bed and you wake up, and then that week, at some point that week, they really do get into a car accident or something. Maybe they don't get hit directly by a car or nothing else bad happens to them in that way, but maybe they get into a car accident, or maybe their car doesn't start and, you know, they end up like stubbing their toe or spraining their ankle trying to go back into their house or something. Like, it's like there's some ways that this shows up differently, and it's like you have the ability to do this. So with great power comes great responsibility. So even if you have an enemy, Spirit is saying, I don't want you to create evil through this energy. Okay, the spiritual upgrade is to help people, not to evil people. And so Spirit is saying it's also to help you manifest as well. Okay? So some of you guys, you know you have this ability to do so, or you know someone who does this. Okay? Spirit wants you to do this through love. Love is a creative energy that vibrates the highest frequency on all levels of existence. So I want you to draw blueprints into your reality and manifest the things that are good for you and others and not bad for yourself or others. And so some of you guys are meant to be shown that, because you know how the Queen of the Sun was being clarified, or being it was being clarified by those other oracle cards that I pulled. The first one I pulled was health. Okay? Can't wish bad health on people, Libras. You can't do it. You got to stop doing it if you're doing it. This is your warning from Spirit. Okay? For some of you guys, you've done it before, and so you stopped. It's because you have this power. Okay? And it also the reason why you shouldn't is because it'll come back to you really, really, really not in the best way. So you don't want that. You don't want that ricochet of the universe. So Spirit is saying, I want you to utilize this for the greater good of yourself and others. Okay? So we have here, in the darkness, you may see pale blue lights darting around the room. This is this energy. In the darkness, you may see pale blue lights darting around the room. These lights are a spirit's essence, which radiates through space from source. For some of you guys, you see orbs, by the way. For some of you guys, you literally see spirits or orbs. For some of you. Okay? It could even... Oh, my bad, you guys. We got disconnected. I don't know why it did that. Are you guys still there? Still there? Okay. I don't know why it did that. Are you guys still there? It just disconnected and it reconnected. As it did that, you know what's crazy? It's actually 555 when it did that. Isn't that crazy, you guys? Oops. Hold on. Look at this. 555. Isn't that crazy? It did that at 555. There's change and transformation. So I feel like that's a message within a message. For those of you who need to hear it, lock in. Let me know in the comments. That's crazy. We lost connection, and now we're successfully connected. It says it right here in the live stream. Yeah. So what I was saying was I was just reading this card, and it disconnected. Okay. But we have here all the possibilities exist in the source field. So if you can consciously dream it, you can literally have it in your waking life. And you have the ability to do this as well as other people, right? And so Spirit is saying, as long as you're doing this for yourself for the right reasons and others, this is going to be very prosperous for you. And it says here, in the darkness, you may see pale blue lights darting around the room. So I was thinking of when you wake up from a deep sleep and you wake up, or you maybe run too fast and you're out of breath and you just see all these little tiny stars everywhere. You see you ever see all those little tiny stars? You know what I mean? For some of you guys who have never had this happen to you, you're not going to know what I'm talking about. But for those of you who do, you're going to know exactly what I'm saying. It's like these little tiny little stars. Like when I don't know when it happens. It doesn't happen all the time. But you see little tiny balls of energy. Spirit is saying there's that, okay? There's that energy always around you, even if you don't see it. The reason why you see it for a split second is because you're able to for that second. You're sensitive to seeing that part of the realm, because that is energy that is still all around you. Now they can rule it out as something medical, but I know that that's energetic. I know that that's energy around me, right? I know that that's what it looks like. It looks like a bunch of these little tiny stars. It's showing it here on the card. Little tiny stars in the room, right? And so there's this energy where I feel like what this passage is trying to say is that in the moments of feeling like you want to focus your intent on something, picture seeing those stars, picture connecting with those balls of energy, right? Picture connecting to that, right? Use your visualization, because right here, Yeshua and Mary are using their visualization to connect to what it is that they want to create, what they want to manifest in their life, right? So they're using this. You could do this when you're about to go to sleep. When you're about to go to sleep and you're about to be in the REM state, think about what it is that you want to achieve. Think about how it is that you want today to be different than yesterday, or the next day to be different than yesterday, or something like that. Like, start thinking about that before you go to bed, so that way you can be in the energy of that and possibly even get messages in your dreams, which I do feel like Spirit is showing me that with this card. Very beautiful energy. Blue could be significant to you guys. You could have the favorite color blue, or it's speaking of your throat chakra, like Spirit is trying to communicate to you, maybe through a dream. So they want you to be awake in these dreams. They want you to be conscious in these dreams. For some of you guys, you may have soon, or you already do, the ability to lucid dream, okay? To recognize that you're in a dream and change the dream to how you want it to go, okay? If you don't know what lucid dreaming is, look it up. It's definitely a thing. I've lucid dreamed my whole entire life as a child. We have here, you may allow yourself to be passively drawn into the imagery and go into a lucid dream state. It literally says that right there. Oh, shoot. So it says here, you may allow yourself to be in a lucid dream state or an outer body experience. For some of you guys, you've experienced outer body experiences. You know what that is. Where you can gather more information and you can have further experiences beyond your knowledge. Okay. These conscious visions will be real to you as anything else occurring in your reality. Okay. So sometimes the dream will feel real. Sometimes the dream will feel like, oh my God, this is really happening. As if it's happening in real life. And it's because you're in a more illuminating state. You're in a more precious present state. Yeshua and Mary knew that their souls would always be together, even when they weren't in the physicality of being together. So they actually lucid dreamed about each other all the time. They actually meditated about each other all the time. They met up with each other telepathy wise before they even knew each other. They knew their souls. They knew that they would connect to somebody. For some of you guys, you're manifesting your soulmate, and it's through your dream realm that you're actually seeing who the soulmate is, and you're like, man, I can't wait to meet that person in real life. I talked about that in Pisces reading. So for some of you Libras, you might have Pisces in your chart. Go back and watch the Pisces reading if you do, because the Pisces reading was very profound in that energy. So it says, practice staying conscious in the dream state. Practice staying conscious. What does that mean? Practice when you go into your dream state, when you go to sleep at night. Practice trying to be like, to realize you're in a dream. Sometimes what I do to realize I'm in a dream, I'll be like, oh shoot, I'm in a dream. Like, that's literally what I say in my dream. And then after that, it's all game from there. It's like, I could do this, I could do that. I'm flying over here, I'm going over there. I'm doing magical things. I start to be like a little magician, just doing a whole bunch of stuff, creating the outcomes that I want. And it's in that practice that you're able to do that in your real life. So when you get good at this in the dream state, you're able to do this in your waking state. And so that's why Spirit is saying practice staying conscious in your dream state. You can achieve this with focus and practice. It will become more easier for you every time you succeed, as that part of your brain will be stimulated and start opening up, and it'll be a muscle memory over time. Over time, you could just do it on autopilot, or over time, you could choose to do it or not. Once the door is unlocked, it becomes very much of a natural process. This is literally what this says. And you guys could screenshot it and read it yourself over and over. But that's what it's giving, okay? So that's what Spirit is saying, that you have the ability to tap into this, okay? And so that is kind of your cosmic upgrade. For some of you guys who never had the ability to do that, you're going to start doing that all of a sudden out of nowhere. So you're going to let me know if you do that in the comments, or if you end up doing that, come back to comment. But it feels like you're going to end up doing that for a lot of you guys, okay? So the last card that I'm going to read is the Queen of the Sun. Nothing is lost that cannot be found. Maybe for some of you guys, you used to lucid dream a lot, or you used to have outer body experiences a lot. You used to be able to manifest quickly. You used to do whatever it is, right? Now you're going to be able to do it again, because whatever is lost, that you feel like is lost, it's not true. There's nothing that is lost that cannot be found. You still have that within you. Okay, so there's something about this that's going to help you connect to like a powerful part of your existence. Like, I don't know how you're going to use this in your waking life, because for every one of you Libras watching, this is a different message for you. This is for a different area of your life or your spirituality or your belief system. So I don't know what you're going to do and how in how you're going to utilize this and implement this in your life, but I just know that this is your God-given gift or power, or your upgrade, so to speak. So this is your cosmic upgrade. It says, Queen or King of the Sun, nothing is lost that cannot be found. What you perceive that is gone may be retrieved if sought, bearing in mind that lost items may change form, appearance, or condition. The story of Isis and Osiris are parables of the story of Mary Magdalene and Yeshua, as the stories of Inanna and Dumuzi and Aphrodite and Adonis. The death of the solar king and the bride searching the earth to bring him back was well-known narrative in ancient times. Osiris was murdered by his brother and his body cut up and dispersed. Isis, to give a more modern take on it, gathered the pieces of her beloved until she had enough of Osiris's DNA to clone him and make herself a son, Horus. Okay, so this is the ancient Egyptian mythology, or whatever you want to label it as. But it says here, this is not as far-fetched as it sounds for highly evolved beings who were far ahead in science and molecular biology. Both Isis and Horus are depicted with wings in art and sculptures, a well-known symbol for beings who ascended from the heavens. Okay, by the 3rd century BCE, the worship of Isis had been spread from Egypt to Rome. Initiation to the cult of Isis involved a symbolic death and resurrection. The priestess anointed the the initiate in a reenactment of the death of Osiris and his return to the corporeal world, the corporeal world, so the real world. It says here, this ceremony is mirrored as the sacred marriage and fertility rituals. So basically what this card means is to be open in your search. And when you find what you seek, accept its transformation. Change may be the only constant, but it is often hard to adjust to. Preserve and embrace change in its current configuration. You know what's crazy about that? Me reading this is that when we got disconnected, it was 555. It was 555 when we came back, when it got disconnected for like a hot second on this live stream. So the energy of the 5 actually means change and transformation. And the card here literally means to embrace change, okay? It's often hard to adjust to, but you're meant to embrace this change because you're meant to transform something. It's transforming what it is that you seek, or how it is that you use your gifts, or how it is that you open up your search into practicing those gifts or those abilities or your upgrades spiritually. So there's something here that one of you guys are going to take from this, and it could be any one of those things or something different, but whatever it is that you're taking from it, persevere and embrace this change in its current configuration, because it's meant for you to understand where it's already at. It's kind of just like if your life is changing around you, or if you're feeling different about a current circumstance or a person or a career, or, you know, your own belief system. Spirit is saying here, it's okay to change and evolve and ascend from that, but it is going to be different. And so try to embrace it. For some of you guys, you're getting messages like this in your dreams, that there is a change coming and you're meant to embrace it. For some of you guys, you're getting pointed to practices, or pointed to meditation, or pointed to a direction that you're meant to go in your life. And you may think like, oh, I'm not good enough for it anymore, or I've lost my way, or I don't have that ability or that gift to do so, or my talents and skills, they're just not there. I'm too old, or I haven't practiced enough, or it doesn't exist, or whatever the case is. Spirit is saying nothing is lost that cannot be found. It is already there. It is what it is. It is already there. It is done. It is done. It is done. You've already done it. You're about to do it again. Okay? So there's something that someone needs to hear with that message in whatever area of your life that you see that fits. Okay? That's this message. Okay? Because it goes with the energy of Isis. She thought that she couldn't resurrect Osiris's DNA enough to be able to have a child, Horus, right? She was like, oh man, my man was chopped to sliverings. Let me go over here and give this other guy all of his stuff, so he could get his DNA and I could create a child, because we didn't even have a kid yet. And this man died and was killed. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it's giving. It's giving, like, if I could break it down into that, her belief system was that she could do this, even if this was impossible. That was the point of them telling the story when it came to this card. Even if you think something is lost, or something is impossible, or you're not good at something, or you should have been practicing this whole time but you haven't and it's too late, that is all a lie that you're telling yourself. It is possible, it is done, and you already did it, so go do it. So that is what Spirit is showing me here. And on a spiritual level, you need to hear that, because for a lot of you guys, you have a spiritual gift. And so Spirit is saying, stop worried about what everybody else is doing with their gifts and start honing in on yours. Okay? Because you might be focused on other avenues of what other people are doing. You might be focused on, like, oh, it's not fair that they have. And you could be evil-eyeing people and not knowing that you're doing that. Or you could be intentionally doing that. Like I was saying earlier in your reading, for some of you guys, you're intentionally wishing bad, or you're intentionally like being like, well, why do they have? Why do they have? Why don't I have? You could have the same thing, but I need you to focus on you, is what Spirit is saying. I need you to still believe that you have the ability to do this too in your own way. You don't have to copy or duplicate. She could have took Osiris's energy and made Osiris again, but she chose to take Osiris's energy and DNA to make a son. It's not in the same way or the same shape or form. It's not going to be her husband. Her husband was murked. You feel me? She took his DNA to make a son. She chose to do that. She chose to do it in a different way. You could still take whatever it is that you're good at, or whatever it is that you used to be, or whatever it is that you feel like the industry's saturated in, or whatever you think that someone else is doing and is successful with. But if you want to do the same thing, you can't do it unless you do it like them. No, you do it like you. You will be successful only because of that, because you did it like you. You see what I'm saying? I hope that this message is coming through, okay, Libras? It's a beautiful message, and it is very much a message that you're meant to hear at this time. So with that being said, this is going to wrap up the reading. Oh my God, it's 6:10. It's 6:10 p.m., you guys. I got to go. I didn't know this reading was going to be that long. What the heck? But I love it. We're here for it, right? So there's beautiful messages that came through. So many channeled, connected readings that I did here from Scorpio all the way to the end of this reading with Libra. So thank you so much for being here, being so patient and so kind with your time and your energy and the messages. I know it was long-winded, but these are definitely messages for you guys. So don't be discouraged. When it comes to longer readings like this, the readings will get to all the signs, and they're always, as always, time-stamped in the comments below. So they're pinned to the comments if you're looking to just jump straight to your sign, okay? So I will be doing that before, you guys start asking for timestamps. I'm going to be doing that right after the live stream. I hope this brought you a lot of clarity, divine light, advice, and guidance. With that being said, thank you so much for being here, chosen ones. We locked in. We part of the gang for real, the 144, right? So lock in, gang, and, wishing you the best of abundance, okay, in all areas of your life. So with that being said, I'm going to wrap it up. I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you for all the gifts, the likes, the subscribes, the shares. Continue to run it up in all those avenues and all my videos. And also go back to those old videos from before and hit that hype button. That hype button helps me get a lot more people to see the messages that they're meant to hear, okay? So don't forget to hit that hype button on my other videos from before. All right, you guys, with that being said, I'll see you in the next one. Have a great weekend. Ashe. Bye.